Our fascinating story begins with the world being engulfed in a catastrophe. A mysterious civilization demands that humanity surrender, otherwise they will destroy them completely. The government has resolutely refused to comply with the demands of the mysterious civilization under the slogan that the monsters want to use people as food. These monsters were nicknamed Bringing Misfortune, and in order to deal with the enemy, humanity decided to use nuclear weapons. But the atomic bombs had no significant effect on the monsters, so in response, the monsters began to destroy cities, destroying everything in their path. But when all hope was lost, and every man was waiting for the hour of his death, they appeared, the 13 constellations. 12 people were chosen by the gods and received powers from them. These people were called saints. But there was also a 13th awakened one who was not chosen by any deity. This was Adam, the hero that humanity needed more than ever, to defeat the red-eyed monster, who was considered the root of all evil. Adam and 12 other constellations arrived at the demonic tower and clashed in a fierce battle with the red-eyed one. While the entire public thought that Adam sacrificed himself in the battle with red-eyed, in fact, he managed to defeat the red-eyed demon. But one of the 12, who seemed to have escaped and abandoned the hero to fight red-eyed alone, stabbed him in the back with a dagger and then left him to die in some hole. In this hole, Adam was met with pleasant company in the form of a crowd of monsters who wanted to kill the hero. Adam's left arm was cut off and there was no living space left on his right leg, but he had no intention of giving up. He firmly decided that he would live until he found everyone who dared to betray him. Taking the sword in his surviving hand, Adam rushed into the crowd of monsters full of determination and thirst for revenge. We are taken back to the day before the betrayal, where one of the 13, white-haired Alex, says that Adam is destined to die tomorrow. Adam takes this as a joke and says that there is no need to worry, because he has killed more misfortune bringers than all 12 constellations combined. Next, we are told about the appearance of 13 constellations. On the last day of the 20th century, 12 gods appeared who vowed to give humanity the power to fight off all monsters. The gods chose 12 awakened ones, but something happened that no one could have expected. A 13th awakened one appeared. Moreover, this awakened one was so strong, so incredible, that even the 12 saints were no match for him. And it was Adam, the great Adam. Alex thanks Adam for allowing them to organize an attack on the demonic tower. But the hero doesn't need words. He wants a free supply of fried chicken for 5 years to come. The other saints, hearing this, want to demand at least $100 million as a reward in case of victory over Red Eyes. But Adam says that because of Red Eye, many countries are on the brink of crisis. So he suggests asking for 10 years of free accommodation in a 7-star hotel, somewhere in Hawaii. But the fat man with shaved temples reproaches the hero for his desires, saying that the standards need to be raised, and asks if Adam doesn't want to heal his disfigured body and face. In his thoughts, the hero says that although they are called saints, in reality they are just a bunch of scum who only care about their own skin. The hero hopes that after defeating Red Eyes, he will never see them again. Next, we are shown the ruler of the demonic head, Red-Eyed. Even just looking at him makes everyone around him feel unbearable pressure. Red-Eye uses his power and summons fire from underground. Adam dodges, but the saints come under attack from the lord of the demonic tower. The attack was so powerful that it broke through the ceiling of the tower, and a column of fire rose into the sky, dispersing the clouds. The saints begin to retreat in horror, fleeing. But Adam did not run away. He was determined to fight Red-Eyed. The hero only became convinced that these saints were just cowards who cared about their own skin. Adam grips his weapon tightly and rushes at Red-Eye, aiming clearly at his face. This is where the hero's memories end, and we return to reality, where Adam fights monsters in a pit with one hand. It turns out that this pit is a trap in which hordes of monsters appear endlessly. But the hero has no intention of giving up, fueled by a thirst for revenge. He is going to get out of this trap and tear to shreds everyone who dared to betray him. Time moved forward inexorably, and 20 years had already passed since Adam fell into this trap, and he reached the last monster. An aged Adam mercilessly crushes the demon's head with his foot. The hero thinks that everything is over and he can finally leave this place. But suddenly everything begins to collapse, and Adam loses consciousness. Meanwhile, on the surface, everything is destroyed and some guys are running away from the wolf monsters. They are surrounded, and one of the guys thinks that if Adam could return from the demonic tower, then these monsters would not dare to show up here. Suddenly, the doors of the demonic tower open and Adam appears again, young and angry at being abandoned. He vows revenge and is full of strength and determination. The hero notices the wolves and easily deals with them, which causes immense surprise in the 2 men he saved. They don't realize that it's the same Adam standing in front of them, so they doubt him and say that no one can survive in the demonic tower. But behind Adam appears the leader of these wolves who is going to kill people. The wolf leader immediately launches a powerful attack that should incinerate everything in its path. But Adam doesn't care, so even though the ground melted from the attack, everyone who stood behind the hero was not harmed. Adam jumps up and kills the wolf leader with one blow. The men are in a state of shock. They cannot believe that someone can have such incredible power. The hero turns to the people he saved and asks them to buy him food and clothes. which leaves them in a stupor. They agreed to give him clothes and buy him food, because this was the price for their lives, but they did not expect that Adam would eat so much. One of the guys asks who Adam is, a Templar or a bishop who received the blessing of a sacred entity, to which the hero replies that he was inside the tower, and then simply came out of it, while he states that he has no relation to sacred entities. But then he notices his reflection in the spoon and abruptly asks to give him a mirror. He realizes that his body has healed. The terrible scars have disappeared and even his arm has grown back. And then on his left hand, the hero notices a mark that resembles a snake. Suddenly, pain begins to pierce him, and the mark on his hand activates. The voice in his head tells him that he has accomplished an impossible feat, that all his skills have been inherited by his new body, that he has learned a divine skill, and that the power of the serpent bearer is now available to him. Adam closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he sees a giant snake in front of him. The hero reaches out and touches it, but when he wakes up, he finds himself back in the real world. He asks the people he saved if they imagined a huge snake, to which he receives a negative answer. Adam looks at his hand and realizes that other people can't see it. The hero calls up the skill panel and studies it in surprise. He realizes that his body has changed due to the super regeneration skill and muses that he has never heard of other saints seeing something like this. In any case, Adam is satisfied with this turn of events, because his body is completely restored. After all, now Adam can track down those traitors who left him to die. Meanwhile, people gathered at the place where Adam appeared. They wonder if the destruction of the demonic tower is connected to the great hero Adam. Moreover, they are amazed at who was able to kill the wolf leader, because it is a monster that is difficult to deal with even for high-ranking saints. The two men assume that Adam has returned, but they cannot be sure and can only wait until new leads appear. Meanwhile, we are introduced to the holy sign of Ares. His name is John. He is at a conference where journalists ask him about the destruction of the demonic tower and the possibility of Adam's return from it. But John is not comfortable with this topic, so he refrains from making any comments and leaves the conference. Sitting in the car, John is very angry. He cannot believe that Adam was in his head for 20 years and came back alive. John takes out his pipe and reasons that Adam could not have survived there, because there are thousands of deadly creatures in the tower, and besides, he was badly injured. But if Adam managed to survive, then everything will come to an end, John thinks. At the same time, Adam takes out his phone and, looking at the screen, thinks about starting his revenge. We are shown a plane that has just landed at the airport. Alex, one of the 12 saints, steps off the plane. He is met by men in suits because Alex is going to meet the Prime Minister. Men in suits admire Alex because he looks like a truly chosen person. He drives in the car, thinking about how tired he is of reporters with rumors about Adam's return. Alex remembers what happened 20 years ago, the day before the battle with Red Eye. As they all attacked the demonic tower, Alex held back the incoming hordes of monsters from the outside. He wanted to believe that Adam would manage to return alive from the demonic tower, but the saints who went inside with Adam abandoned him and returned with the head of Red-Eyed. The event soon became known throughout the world, and all 12 saints, including Alex, were recognized as heroes and gained even greater influence. Unable to believe that Adam was dead, Alex asked them again and again to start searching. But Louis stopped Alex, saying that it was impossible to survive in the demonic tower. Louis said that Alex was well aware of the number of monsters pouring out of the demonic tower. But if Alex is so worried about Adam, he can go looking for him himself. Alex's thoughts are interrupted by a call from the Prime Minister. The minister asks Alex if he heard that the demon tower was destroyed. Alex interrupts him, saying that Adam died that day and it is useless to go looking for him, and this incident was most likely set up by his fans. But the minister says that the call was made from Adam's personal phone, which greatly shocks the blonde. Alex starts to beat the seat convulsively and asks the driver to stop the car. He realizes that perhaps the recent call that was on his phone could be Adam. He carefully picks up the phone and listens to the call. In the call, Adam says that he will find him and finish him off. Judging by the manner of speech, Alex guesses that this is indeed Adam. Despite his work in the UK, Alex turns the car around and drives back to the airport. Meanwhile, Adam is surprised at how much Alex has grown that he dares to ignore his calls. The two rescued men ask Adam who he was calling so persistently, but the hero simply brushes them off. Adam is amazed by the capabilities of the smartphone, calling it an amazing thing. The hero says that he entered the tower in 2005, and now the world has become much better due to technology. Two guys say that you can use your smartphone to watch the news, and Adam decides to watch the news about himself. They show him where to click, and he is surprised by the amount of news about himself. But Adam gets very angry when he reads the comments because they write that he is a loser. Eventually, Adam decides to simply ignore the online posts, and even thinks that it is kind of cute. The hero remembers his will, in which he wrote to leave all his wealth to orphanages and educational institutions in the event of his death. But his will was rewritten, and all his funds were given to the 12 saints, causing Adam to fly into a rage and break his smartphone. Adam intends to warn the saints of his return, but his appearance is very different from what it was 20 years ago. So even if he goes out into the street and starts shouting about himself, no one will believe him. The hero feels someone's aura and understands that someone is watching him. When asked by the men he saved where he was going, Adam replied that he wanted to get some air. The main character sees avatars, animals of the holy sign of the White Ram. Adam is irritated because his powers are being suppressed and they are demanding respect from him. Avatars may suck up to sacred beings, but a hero will not tolerate being ordered around. But hearing his name, Adam is distracted and turns to see who called him. It turned out that they were just passers-by discussing the news. A passing boy and girl say that although Adam's name is not tarnished, they are amazed at how suddenly everyone has become interested in him. On their chest shines a golden sign with a pattern of one of the constellations. It turns out that these people are part of the Gemini constellation. Adam blocked their way, which the couple was clearly not happy about. The boy Adam saved tells him to come back immediately because they don't need to be provoked. But it's too late, because the mustachioed man is irritated and tells Adam to get out of the way. He takes a drag on his cigarette and blows all the smoke straight into the hero's face. The man provokes Adam to hit him, calling him a ghoul. His girlfriend tries to stop him, saying that there is no need to scare Adam, otherwise he will shit his pants. They still pass by, calling the hero a coward at the end. As they leave, they continue to insult Adam, but the hero tries to hide his irritation. The boy tries to console Adam by saying that these people are part of the A-rank representatives of the Gemini constellation. This was the last straw, and Adam shouts at them from behind that they are just weak bugs. Turning around, the boy and girl ask if this was addressed to them, to which Adam, preparing for a fight, says that they are worse than cockroaches. The mustachioed man comes close to Adam and tells him to repeat those words, to which the hero flicks him on the forehead and he flies away. The people saved by Adam stand in complete shock, amazed by the hero's strength. The girl sneaks up from behind, but Adam tells her that she is stupid for seriously thinking that he would not notice her. As he knocks her out, he tells her that they are just losers. The people he saved say that it is forbidden to use magic in the middle of the street, to which the hero replies that if he had used magic, there wouldn't have been a single wet spot left. They are horrified that Adam defeated 2 A-ranks using only brute force. The hero approaches the mustachioed man and takes his pendant. Adam wonders where they got the relic, because only saints should have relics. To which the guy is surprised that Adam doesn't know anything. He says that several decades ago, all of humanity was practically wiped off the face of the earth. But thanks to sacred beings and the constellations they chose, people managed to survive that disaster. However, just 12 people were not able to protect the entire world, so the saints began to gather followers, calling themselves branches. Those who were given a particle of the power of the saints began to be called Templars. Such people began to be given ranks. At the top are the saints, next are the cardinals, then the bishops, and finally the Templars. The Templars' main source of strength is their faith, so there is strong competition between branches to attract new followers, thus chosen. Templars occasionally receive relics from sacred entities. After hearing all this, Adam clenches his fist and thinks that a lot has changed in 20 years. Suddenly, the guy draws Adam's attention to the avatars and points at them. The avatars are thirsty for bloodshed, so they demand that Adam kill the attacking man and woman, offering a worthy reward in return. The man saved by Adam is in shock, because the hero attracted the attention of the avatars, who are like a reflection of the sacred entities themselves, and by standing in their way you seem to be challenging the gods. The man says to do what the avatars ask for quickly, but Adam has a different opinion. The irritated hero kicks the ground. With just one kick, Adam drives away the avatars. Taking a victory pose, the hero proclaims his victory, saying that the avatars are nothing but worthless losers. The guy saved by Adam started sweating. He understands that Adam is clearly not a simple person. We learn that this guy's name is Ethan, and the hero calls out to him, asking about the couple that attacked, if they are part of the twin branch. Ethan replies that it is true, and in their country, the branching of twins has the greatest influence. Adam suggests that since the twins' branching has such a big impact, the pair must have money. The hero realizes that the clothes they wear are expensive brands and decides to take them for himself. The company arrives at Ethan and his friend's house. The boys thank Adam for saving them and even walking them home. But the hero doesn't listen to them and is going to spend the night at Ethan's house, which greatly shocks him. Entering the house, Adam got a haircut and admires himself in the mirror. He is a handsome man, just like you. If you write a comment under the video and subscribe to the channel, do this. My hero and your karma will get plus 100 units. Ethan compliments his appearance, saying that he looks even cooler, which embarrasses the hero. Suddenly, Adam notices a mosquito monster and crushes it with one hand. The hero says that there are too many mosquito monsters, and that this usually happens when something is wrong with the house. Adam points to the artifacts on the shelf, saying that monsters flock to this abomination. The guy is surprised that the hero calls the artifacts an abomination, and says that he received them personally from the constellation of the twins. But Adam, without listening to the guy, breaks them, which puts Ethan into a stupor. The hero explains that these artifacts are designed to spy on their owner. The box collects personal information, and the watch attracts the attention of monsters. Adam reflects that not only did the saints appropriate his property, but they also began to sell such disgusting goods to people. The mere thought of this drives the hero into a rage. Adam tells Ethan to throw out all the junk, which brings the boy to tears. Suddenly, Derek, Ethan's friend, enters the apartment. He is unhappy with the mess Adam has made and says that he is actually the owner of this apartment. Meanwhile, John learns that the avatars in Korea have disappeared, which surprises him greatly. His servant says that it is true and there is a big fuss about it in Korea. John is very annoyed and wonders who could have done something like this. Avatars are direct representatives of sacred entities, and only someone extremely strong can disperse them. John orders to contact the other saints and ask them if they have anything to do with this. The assistant says that Sagittarius hasn't been in touch for a long time, but John assures that this is not a cause for concern, because Alex warned that he was going to get a new position in the UK. But the servant reports that upon arrival in Great Britain, Alex immediately boarded another flight. John asks where he flew to and is very surprised when he hears that the destination was South Korea. He recalls that Alex always had a good relationship with Adam. And are his actions somehow connected with the possible return of Adam? John throws the candlestick down in irritation and says that this is nonsense. He shouts furiously at his servant to report more clearly and asks what else happened. The assistant reports that an unconscious Templar of the Twin Branch was found at the place where all the avatars disappeared. He was lying naked and, according to witnesses, he had previously entered into a fight with a handsome young man. John reflects that things aren't going too well anyway. For some unknown reason, the Korean avatars disappeared. But what's worse, they failed to kill the Spider Queen. At this rate, John's position could be in jeopardy. He orders a plane to be prepared for him and intends to personally see what happened there. At the same time, in Korea, in the hospital of the branching of twins, there was a severely crippled man. The grandfather is very angry that his grandson is so crippled, and he turns to the man standing next to him and asks who dared to injure his grandson like that. To which the S-Class Twin Branch Templar Earl replies that this is exactly why the twins sent him here. Meanwhile, Derek learns from Ethan that he met Adam at the Demon Tower and killed all the monsters with his bare hands. Moreover, Derek learns that Adam knocked out an A-rank Templar, but he still doesn't believe it and says that Adam destroyed all his relics, to which the hero replies that they were fake anyway. But Derek did not calm down and asked Adam which branch he was from, to which the hero replied that he did not need anything like that. Then came a question about the god Adam, to whom he was faithful, to which he replied that he did not need these 12 idiots. Finally, Derek asked the name of the uninvited guest. The hero did not hide his name and clearly said that his name was Adam. These words made Derek very angry, saying that Adam broke into someone else's house, destroyed all the relics, and still dared to hide behind the name of a great man. His body was covered in a blue aura. Ethan tries to calm his friend down, telling him to stop because at this rate he could destroy their apartment. Looking at this, the hero sarcastically praises him, stating that it seems he has decided to leave no stone unturned in this apartment. Looking at Derek, Adam uses his God's Gaze skill. He sees that Derek is an A-rank Gemini Templar with the nickname Crushing Blow. Moreover, Adam sees all of his characteristics and skills. He smirks and reflects that Derek, at such a young age, already has high-ranking skills, and the genius trait was clearly given to him not for the sake of the point being made. Ethan shouts at Adam that he should have run away faster because his friend is an A-rank Templar, and besides, he is a crazy fan of the great Adam. Meanwhile, Derek himself tells Ethan to quickly get out of here before he kills him. But Adam moves behind Derek with incredible speed and says that by playing with fire so furiously, he risks wetting his pants. With insane force, Adam slams Derek against the wall. It was as easy for him as it was for you, my favorite YouTube viewer, to write a comment under this video, because you are a legendary, immortal, undefeated, the best and unsurpassed viewer of your kind on my channel. This is very important to me. Thank you. Thanks. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Saying that at this rate, this idiot would burn down not only his apartment, but the whole house. Ethan, as a caring friend, worries that Derek might have died. But the hero says that he just lost consciousness, thereby calming him down. Adam says he's going to bed and leaves his friends alone. Entering the room, he sees hundreds of figures of himself, which leaves him confused. Ethan, who appeared from behind, says that Derek is an ardent fan of Adam and asks the hero to be careful with the figurines, because such a collection is very expensive. The hero declares that the figures irritate him, and that he needs to at least unscrew their heads. Seeing this, Derek, who has come to his senses, is torn apart by tears of grief. Next, we see Alex sitting in a cafe and listening to the news. He thinks it's definitely Adam's doing. A female waitress approaches Alex and asks what he would like to order. He gets very angry about this and tells John to shut this clowning down and get out of here. John gets upset playfully and says that it's not interesting because Alex figured him out too quickly. He greets the blonde, saying that he couldn't contact him for a long time. John leans on Alex's shoulder and says that apparently he came to Korea because of Adam, and advises him to tell everything he knows about this. Alex pushes his hand away and says that this is why he hates John, calling him a pervert who steals other people's bodies. The blonde man uses magic to remove the spell from the waitress, who is completely confused. Alex is angry at John and realizes that he needs to get to Adam faster than anyone else. Meanwhile, Derek and Ethan are at the store discussing whether Adam really is who he says he is. Derek irritably tells his friend that the real Adam looked completely different, and besides, the hero who saved humanity would behave like a thug. But Ethan doesn't stop and says that he definitely saw Adam come out of the demonic tower and save him. But Derek categorically disagrees with him, and says that he is sure that Adam is not who he claims to be, because his father told him so. In the store, screams are suddenly heard that a thief has been spotted. The criminal rushes past two friends at incredible speed, pushing them and overturning the cart. Ethan and Derek, amazed at his speed, say that the thief is from the Scorpion Fork and is using his powers to rob the store. The thief thinks that everyone around him is a pathetic idiot, and that even being Templars they can't keep up with him. Suddenly Adam appears and punches the criminal in the stomach, saying that he has caught him. Ethan asks why he is here, to which the hero replies that he forgot to tell them to buy chicken. A clean-shaven guy named Earl shows up and tells Adam that he's pretty good, because catching a Scorpio Templar is pretty hard. He continues to say that, judging by the aura, Adam is an ordinary follower and advises not to be a hero next time. Suddenly everything starts shaking, thereby distracting attention. The captured criminal decides to take advantage of this and begins to escape. He thinks it's an earthquake, and thinks he's incredibly lucky, because otherwise he could have been caught because of Adam. But suddenly a giant centipede monster appears right from underground and blocks the thief's path. The criminal is in complete shock. He doesn't understand why the monster appeared in the green zone. He decides to continue his escape before it is too late. The thief jumps over the centipede because he thinks that she can't keep up with his speed. But the monster was too fast and ended up eating him. The shoppers look at this terrible sight and are gradually overcome with fear. A siren sounds and everyone is told to leave the premises before it is too late. Serena continues to say that due to the appearance of the Spider Queen, the hypermarket's status changes from green to red zone. A small, crying boy, too scared to run anywhere, and from behind the Spider Queen is already approaching, preparing to feast on him. But Adam appears and smashes the monster into the ground with one blow. He tells the guy to be careful and asks if he's hurt. However, the boy had already recovered from his stupor and he started running, thereby slightly offending the hero. A little later, Adam clears his throat and says that apparently everything is fine with the guy. Then the hero turns to the monster and asks a rhetorical question about what such a giant was doing in the hypermarket. Without waiting for an answer, Adam says that he will probably have to have some fun. At the same time, John, driving in the car, learns that a monster has appeared in the hypermarket. He asks to repeat the name of that monster, and they report to him that it must be the Spider Queen. Cold sweat breaks out on John's face as he realizes that he alone won't be able to hold back the red-class monster. After the appearance of monsters, people began to divide locations into 6 classes according to the level of danger. Blue zone, blessed abode. Green zone, safe. Yellow zone, slight danger. Orange zone, high threat to life. Red zone, locations teeming with deadly monsters. Black zone, life is impossible. And since the Spider Queen appeared there, the hypermarket is now considered a red zone. John's assistant asks him what they should do now, to which John himself quietly replies that everything needs to be sealed. He thinks that no one should find out anything, because if the public finds out that their failure on the last raid was to blame, then there will be trouble. He orders his assistant to convey that those inside cannot be saved, and that the Templars should be sent there to completely wall up the building. Meanwhile, inside the hypermarket, Earl uses his skills to destroy the monsters. He freezes the insects, telling them not to underestimate the S-ranks. But the spell wears off and the monsters begin to rampage again. Earl is horrified because he does not understand how they were able to escape his spell so easily. Adam immediately appears and tells Earl to stand aside. He doesn't understand how Adam could suddenly appear in front of him. He playfully tosses a tin can and asks the monster a rhetorical question about their decision to feast on people. Adam throws cans at the monsters with incredible force, thereby killing them. And he sharply cuts one of the largest ones with a blade. The system in Adam's head says that he has gained experience from the Divine Throne, and is receiving consumables with which he can create new skills and relics. Earl looks at the protagonist with eyes full of surprise, because he does not understand how he easily destroyed monsters that even the skills of an S-rank could not stop. He asks himself where this guy came from. Earl calls out to Adam and starts yelling at him, because he realized that the hero is the same man who attacked the followers. But Adam did not tolerate Earl's attacks, and with a sharp movement of his hand hits him. Standing on it, the hero asks how he guessed, to which Earl replies that how could he not recognize him, since Adam was wearing the clothes of the man he beat up. Earl explains that the badge is an S-rank relic given only to the Templars of the Twin Branch. After hearing this, the hero immediately broke the badge, saying that he would not wear such an abomination on himself. Seeing this, Earl was overcome with feelings of shock, surprise, and anger. Adam explained that the best this relic was good for was as a decoration, and besides, he couldn't believe that those bastards hadn't changed a bit in 20 years. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen woke up after the hero's blow, and again began to destroy everything in her path. Adam and Earl notice her, and while Earl is in a stupor, the protagonist rushes to attack the monster. He strikes her with a blow that sends her crashing into the ground again. Earl doesn't understand how anyone can rush into battle without having some kind of relic on them. Suddenly, the voice of the twin branch Bishop Gareth is heard in Derek and Earl's heads, telepathically telling them to leave the building immediately. He explains that the people of the Ram branch intend to completely seal the building so that information about the Saints' past failure in the battle with the Spider Queen will not be known to the public. Moreover, Gareth states that John will personally arrive at the hypermarket, and they will not be able to stop him. But seeing all the hell that is happening around, Earl hesitates and asks the bishop that only the two of them need to leave the building. Having received an affirmative answer, the Shaved One declares that there are no problems, and they will leave the red zone. Derek disagrees with Earl's decision to leave the hypermarket, and asks him how he can leave all these people here to die. Earl understands Derek, but suggests that he think about what would happen if the Spider Queen appeared in the middle of the city. The townspeople will begin to reproach the branches of the constellations. Their faith will weaken, and because of this, the power of the constellations will waver. Earl says he was ordered to take only Derek with him, so only he will go with him. But Derek categorically disagrees. He can't just leave his friend here, and besides, a lot of people didn't have time to evacuate. Shaved states that he doesn't have time to listen to his nonsense, so he's even ready to use force. And so that Derek had no doubts, he would simply finish off all the extra cargo himself. But to protect his friend, Derek prepares to fight Earl. Shaven suggests that he cast aside his miserable conscience and make a reasonable decision. But an unexpected blow from behind knocks Earl off his feet. Adam appears and tells everyone to run faster because the hypermarket is dangerous. Derek explains to the hero that the monsters block the exit, and the people from the Ram branch decided to seal the entire building. Suddenly, Earl, who had already come to his senses after a strong blow to the back, rises. Adam is surprised to see him, because he thought that he had already run away, flashing his heels. Earl decides to use the teleporter alone, because at least this way he can survive. But he is noticed by the Spider Queen, who entangles him in her web, after which with incredible speed she kills him. Seeing this, Adam tells Derek and Ethan to take care of the wounded, and he will join them once he deals with the monsters. Moreover, the hero assures the guys that it won't take much time. At the same time, John arrives at the scene and is informed that the building is practically sealed. He wonders why, considering that they started before he arrived, the work is progressing so slowly. They tell him that the protection is not holding up properly, and there is a feeling as if something is about to break out. Giant rays of light emerge from under the barrier, and people fall behind them. A huge snake bursts out of the building, which greatly surprises everyone outside. People run out and say that there are still many wounded inside, and some guy is fighting the monsters alone. John thinks that people are talking nonsense, because no one can hold back the monsters on their own. Finally, John decides to go inside and see everything with his own eyes. He enters the building and sees a stunning picture, the corpse of the Spider Queen. John sees traces of a real massacre and does not understand who could have done such a thing. Feeling a familiar energy, he moves towards the window, after which he sees Alex, assuming that it might be his doing. But Adam appears behind John and asks if John misses him. Adam continues to ask why he has that expression on his face, since they haven't seen each other for so long. Turning around sharply, John begins to understand who is talking to him. Meanwhile, rescue operations are underway outside, and Derek and Ethan sit wrapped in a blanket. Derek wonders if that guy could actually be Adam. Even though he looks different, the movements are definitely very similar. But suddenly Alex calls out to him and asks why he is here. Derek irritably asks why Alex came back, to which Alex gets angry and says that you can't talk to your father like that. Alex, as a caring father, is glad that Derek was not hurt. But more importantly, he asks his son if he saw the one who destroyed all the monsters. Derek has no intention of answering his father, which greatly irritates him. But Ethan brings up Adam, asking his friend if he'll be okay. Hearing this name, Alex jumps up and starts asking the guy about all the details. Ethan says that this is their friend. He was the one who defeated the Spider Queen in the supermarket and introduced himself as Adam. But an explosion thundered in the building behind him, which distracted Alex from his questions. Inside the hypermarket, a fight begins between John and Adam. Adam says that they haven't seen each other for 20 years, and the first thing John did was attack. John wanted to ask how he managed to defeat the Spider Queen, but suddenly he understands. John thinks that the hero looks a lot like Adam, but still doesn't recognize him because he looks too young. He angrily tells Adam how he dared to imitate, because for a moment he even doubted. The hero does not understand what John is saying from his point of view. It looks like nonsense. The Holy Ram says that Adam must pay with his life for daring to deceive him, but the hero turned out to be faster and hit John hard in the stomach, saying that he had been profiting all this time by deceiving those around him. Adam threw John into the air and immediately jumped after him, after which, with incredible speed, he moved behind his back and slammed John into the ground. Standing over him, the hero says that every saint should be taught a good lesson. As he approaches him, he continues to say that they locked him in a demonic tower, took all his relics, and even forged his will. But Adam tells John not to think about it anymore, because he is going to kill all the saints anyway. John is terrified that everything he has built over many years could collapse right now. Finally, John realizes that this is the real Adam, and that he still managed to survive and return from the demonic tower. Standing up, Saint Ares says that if the hero is indeed Adam, then let him prove it. John prepares for battle and uses powerful magic to defeat Adam. The system in Adam's head suggests that the sacred essence of the Ares constellation, the Jade Emperor, is manifesting itself. But the main character is not even embarrassed. He jokingly says that even the sacred entity honored him with its attention. John chains Adam up, telling him that he shouldn't treat them like weaklings. But the hero is not very worried about this. John uses powerful magic on Adam, sending millions of swords at him. The Holy Ram is very exhausted and still does not understand whether he managed to kill the hero. Standing in front of a pile of swords, John states that even though Adam managed to escape from the demonic tower, his self-confidence has not gone anywhere, because it is stupid to challenge someone who has spent 20 years gaining experience with the help of his followers. But Adam, suddenly the main character, breaks out from under a pile of swords and hits John in the face. Lying on the ground, shaking with fear, John finally realizes that the real Adam is standing in front of him. The hero steps on John with his foot and says with a smile that he is finally recognized. With eyes full of revenge, Adam says that he has returned for their souls. Let them prepare for the worst. Adam, clutching his nose, says that even John's gun stinks. The Ares Saint is horrified to realize that the hero's level of regeneration is impossible even for the Aquarius constellation, which has healing skills. Meanwhile, Adam thanks John because having been on the brink of death, he unlocked a new skill, the power of the 13th. The hero immediately suggests that John try this new skill on himself. The sacred essence of the Ares sign condemns John for his defeat and says that this should not have happened, after which she disappears, which Adam laughs at. The hero states that he is quite merciful, so he will only make John experience the pain that he himself experienced. Alex and people in suits enter the building, see all the pogrom, and all they can do is be surprised at what happened here. Suddenly, the blonde senses a familiar energy and uses his skill to see where it is coming from. Unexpectedly for himself, Alex sees John's mutilated body. He understands that this is definitely Adam's doing, even though Alex is used to such antics of the hero. But this is too much. People in suits also sense the aura, but they are surprised why it is so weakened. At this point, the blonde tells everyone to move away, and using his power, he punches a hole down. Coming downstairs, Alex busily adjusts his suit and exhales. Alex sees John, who is unconscious, wondering what kind of trouble Adam will cause next. Meanwhile, Adam, having changed into other clothes, comes to John's residence. Marveling at the size of the building, he realizes that this is where the relics John stole are located. Entering inside, the hero sees that the building is arranged like a museum, with people walking around and looking at the exhibits. Looking down the hallway, Adam can smell the relics coming from there. Having found his things, he realizes that they are all fakes. The clothes were of course taken from his house, but the weapons are clearly fake. Suddenly he notices the toothpick he used in the past. He is so happy about this find that he leans against the glass that protects the exhibits. Suddenly a siren starts ringing and crowds of security guards run to find out what happened. It turns out that Adam broke the glass to get his toothpick and is now looking at it thoughtfully. But he is already surrounded by guards. They demand that he slowly put down the exhibit and surrender. To which Adam, smiling sarcastically, says that he doesn't want to do this at all. By waving a toothpick, the hero knocks out a crowd of guards. It turns out that the toothpick is a relic of a lump of slime that can recreate anything. Adam unlocks the crafting workshop skill, which allows him to imbue a relic with his own trait. The slime happily jumps on the hero's shoulder, and he is about to head towards the exit. But Adam feels a strong aura of the relic of the constellation Ares. He says it would be a shame to leave here empty-handed. At the same time, Alex arrives at the building and sees people running out of the museum. Alex mentally prays to the hero not to cause trouble. Suddenly, Adam comes out of the building with a full bag of relics and says that he is very hungry. Alex calls out to Adam and runs to meet him. The hero is about to say something to his old friend, but Alex runs past. The blonde confuses Adam with the man standing next to him and tearfully begins to accuse him of having to immediately find Alex. The hero, irritated that he was not recognized, kicks Alex hard in the face. Adam stands over the blonde and says how dare he confuse him with anyone else. After such a long separation, Alex is simply unable to contain his emotions and throws himself on the hero's neck, hugging him. Alex can't believe that Adam is alive and asks through tears if it's really him, but the hero does not appreciate such a greeting, so he pushes the blonde away with a blow to the stomach. Finally, Alex realizes that the real Adam is standing in front of him. Suddenly, the sacred entity of the Sagittarius constellation Apollo appears. The heroes are confused and do not understand why he appeared. Apollo looks at the heroes thoughtfully, his gaze showing distrust. The sacred entity doubts the veracity of Adam's survival and invites Alex to verify it. Apollo points his arrow at the hero, saying that everything will become clear when he shoots, but Alex is against the idea. Adam angrily states that he should give that nasty little god a good punch, but the blonde apologizes, saying that Apollo didn't mean to offend him. The hero suggests that Alex continue where they started. Adam says that when he returned from the demonic tower, he found that his house had been sold, his property had been appropriated, and all the relics had disappeared somewhere. He offers the blonde to let him hit him just once. After being hit, Alex is glad that Adam was able to return, but in his heart he complains that the blow was too strong. Suddenly guards appear, waking up to discover that all the relics have disappeared and demanding their return. Alex asks the hero what he stole, to which Adam replies that he only took a couple of trinkets. The blonde is shocked that the hero has relics from John's vault, to which Adam says that it's cool. The guards think that they themselves cannot cope with Adam, but they have a trump card that the hero cannot cope with. A huge beast jumps down from the roof of the vault, heading straight for Adam. The beast is the avatar of the constellation Aries and his name is Pishu. I write and roar angrily as if declaring myself. Alex suggests that the hero leave all his things and just leave, but Adam tells him to just stand and watch. Using the slime's abilities, the hero orders it to turn into a knife. Looking at his weapon, Adam says that it is not suitable for fighting the avatar in this state, but it will not stop him. The hero tells the slime to show its true form, and his little knife turns into a huge sword. Moreover, the sword is imbued with the aura of Ophiuchus, and receives enhancements in the form of sharpness and striking power. Adam uses the 13th strength skill and begins to see the avatar's weaknesses. The hero says it's time to warm up a bit and quickly flies into battle. Standing next to him, Alex thinks that Adam hasn't changed at all, because rushing at the enemy without thinking is the hero's favorite tactic. But mentally, the blonde congratulates Adam on his return from the demonic tower. Suddenly, the avatar hits the hero with its paw, thereby slamming him into the ground. This sight causes cold sweat to appear on Alex's face and a scream to escape his mouth. But the hero lifts the avatar's paw and says that such a trifle cannot harm him. Moreover, Adam is going to counterattack Pisha. After just one swing of the sword, the avatar's paw shoots up into the sky. I write in anger. He is going to use his skill and absorb all the valuables that fall within the radius of action. But Adam is not frightened by this. He tells the beast that he should have behaved quietly, because now he will not leave without punishment. The hero uses the Ophiuchus trait skill, and decides that one light cut should be enough. His sword describes a crescent moon and plunges into the ground, creating many fragments. The shockwave from Adam's attack cuts through an area several blocks wide. Looking at this, Alex understands the full strength and power of his friend. Adam defeats the avatar and gains the Sacred Throne experience. Moreover, the system offers the hero to receive Pisha as his avatar, which Adam is very surprised at, because he thought that only 12 saints could have avatars. The hero touches Pishu's dead body and she suddenly comes to life, and the system notifies Adam that he has his first avatar. The Pishu shrinks in size, and the hero decides to use the Pishu's skills as his portable relic storage. Alex is surprised that Adam appropriated an avatar from another branch, and the hero decides to rename his new pet from Pishu to Pigbank. We move to Alex's house, where the hero, sitting on the couch, expresses his complaints to the blonde. Because while Adam was imprisoned in the demonic tower, Alex got married, built a family, and enjoyed life. The hero decides to leave the house, saying that he does not want to bother with his presence, but the blonde stops him, saying that he lives alone anyway, and he can stay. To which the hero sarcastically tells his friend not to be upset, because divorce is not such a tragedy these days, which makes Alex outraged and says that he is not divorced. The blonde changes the subject and asks Adam to tell him what happened inside the demonic tower. He goes on to say that during the raid on Red Eye, he stayed outside to hold off the monsters, so he doesn't know what happened inside. Adam says it's a very sob story and claims he was stabbed in the back and left to rot in a tower that was a trap with countless hordes of monsters. Moreover, among all these creatures there was also Red Eye, who returned to life inside the tower. Alex is very surprised by this news, but Adam explains that the body they saw outside was not real. Red Eye's true form lay deep within, even though Adam had managed to win. The main problem was not Red Eyes, but the tower administrator, who brought back to life all the monsters killed by the hero. The last thing Adam remembers is that after finishing off the tower administrator, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, and then woke up outside. The only thing Adam is sure of is that the man who stabbed the hero in the back is well aware of the structure of the tower. And sooner or later Adam will get to everyone who appropriated his property, but the one who stabbed him in the back will receive a special punishment. So Adam needs to craft some decent gear to carry out his revenge. Using his skills, he decides to mix all the materials he obtained in previous battles, and create a completely new and powerful relic. Adam managed to create a relic that transfers magical power from people who touch it to the owner of the relic. The hero is pleased with the relic he created, because it has its own essence, and therefore can develop independently. Alex notes that this is a very rare relic, but its design is simply disgusting. Adam gets angry and yells at the blonde, saying that didn't he see how many materials he spent to create this item. He turns away from Alex, saying that he wanted to use the remaining materials to create something for the blonde, but now he has changed his mind. Hearing this, Alex abruptly changes his mind, saying that by disgusting he only meant his inability to feel the full aesthetics of the object created by Adam. The hero softens and says that he will deal with this later, because first of all they need to think about how to lure all the saints. Alex says it's unlikely that the others will decide to leave their residences, but Adam shows his friend the royal relic of the ram, called the Vault of the Golden Fleece. The blonde is in shock, because royal relics are the rarest artifacts, and this one, for a certain price, can increase the number of items stored in it. The hero replies that since Alex is a saint of the beggar constellation, he wants to increase the number of high-ranking relics. After all, with the help of this relic they can generate new materials that are not so easy to obtain. Alex still doesn't understand how he will use it, because there is no person who could do it. Adam comes to the realization that he really can't activate it yet, but the hero still has a feeling that they will be able to use this relic. Adam says he's already sent a request to the news network, which just throws the blonde off his game. Alex replies that Adam has completely lost his mind to do such a thing. Next, we are shown a blue house, which stands against the backdrop of a high mountain. There's a meeting going on in the building itself, where a guy in a hood, lounging in a chair, tells everyone that they've really embarrassed themselves, since they couldn't even deal with one spider. This man's name is Oliver. He is the bishop of the Lion Branch, and he continues to scold everyone present, stating that they should continue trading talismans instead of getting into battles. A man in a suit wanted to ask him to refrain from such statements, but Oliver was not listening to anyone, and jokingly asked about Adam, whether he had really risen from the grave. Suddenly, the glass of water explodes and a stern voice orders the bishop to stop. It was William, the bishop of the Twin Branch, who remarks that Oliver must be quite fascinated by Adam's achievements. To which the Lion Bishop replies that it would not be difficult for Adam to destroy the Spider Queen and refers to his past achievements. William notes that in other battles, Adam had support from other saints, so with such support even he would have been able to defeat the Spider Queen. Furthermore, he emphasizes that this monster was ultimately defeated by the twins branching, and the price for that was the life of an S-rank Templar. But Oliver doesn't calm down and sarcastically says that he would like to shake that poor guy's hand. But alas, he is already dead. Tensions are mounting between the bishops, and it seems that they too are about to start a fight. The president is very worried about this, and wonders why the Blue House has become a hangout for these scumbags. Suddenly the door swings open, and a man in a suit reports that there is an urgent message, and asks the president to turn on the news. The news channel reports that they just received a mysterious package containing a photo of John and a short message. The handwriting on the note is 99% identical to the handwriting of the missing hero Adam. At the same time, we see an angry Alex. He scolds the hero for sending such a parcel. The blonde grabs his head and says that John's death is already a huge problem, and Adam is making the situation even worse. The hero is surprised that Alex thinks that John is dead. He says that the Holy Ram is not dead. But to be more precise, he can't even be called alive, Adam says. And with the words "Tada," the hero shows his friend some kind of doll, which he calls John. Seeing this, Alex feels some disgust, and the doll in Adam's hands begins to scream at the hero to let it go. The hero states that his skills have improved slightly, and he was able to imprison John's astral body in this toy. Next, the hero hands the blonde some kind of knife, telling him to look at it. Adam claims that this is the very dagger that was stabbed into his back 20 years ago. Looking at the weapon, Alex thinks that judging by the shape, the dagger is far from ordinary. The blonde tells his friend that since he was wounded with a dagger, it definitely wasn't John. But this doesn't stop the hero, and he continues to torture the toy. Suddenly, Adam announces that he wants to visit the mall, surprising his friend. The hero explains that John told him that he saw a blade with a similar shape right there. Leaving the house, the hero gives orders to John to guard the house, calling him slave number 2, to which Alex asks where slave number 1 is. Waving his hand, Adam tells his friend that he will be back soon, which makes the toy laugh. We see John's destroyed vault, which was cut to pieces by the hero's powerful blow. Some women in suits came to the place to check, but turning to the saint, one of the women says that there is no constellation of Aries here, and the aura of the sacred entity is not felt either. The saint of the Aquarius sign, Sophie, while bathing in the bathtub, wonders where he could have disappeared to. The woman in the suit suggests that the holy sign of Aries could have grabbed all his property and intentionally disappeared. Sophie wonders where John ran off to, but her thoughts are interrupted by a woman in a suit, saying that perhaps the returned Adam could have kidnapped him. The Aquarius saint laughs loudly and says that this is a very stupid joke, while she uses her power on one of her subordinates. The woman in the suit apologizes, but Sophie says everything is fine, and states that they still need to visit the mall to get rid of unwanted relics and prepare money for the auction. Suddenly, the saint's subordinate bursts into the bathroom and says that something bad has happened. She reports that another saint has expressed an interest in participating in the auction, which surprises Sophie greatly. Meanwhile, a man is working out in the gym, and people around him are amazed by his inhuman strength. They call out to him and say that information has been received that a relic belonging to Adam will be put up for auction. This man's name is Stephen, and he is a saint of the sign of Leo. He declares that the time has finally come, and he simply must take this relic for himself. A portal appears from which the main character and Derek emerge. Adam says that teleports are an incredibly convenient thing. Together with Derek, they ended up in a relic trading complex. The hero thanks the guy for volunteering to help him in his search for an SS rank evaluator. Derek says he's always happy to help, but it turns out he was given orders to recruit Adam into the twins' branch at any cost. The hero returns to the boy the blade he used in the battle with the Spider Queen. Derek takes the blade and says that he thought it was broken after the battle, to which Adam states that he fixed it and improved it slightly. They reach a building where the SS rank evaluator is apparently located. At the same time, a woman appears in the shopping mall, whose beauty is admired by everyone around her. This woman turns out to be Sophie, walking along with her subordinates. She tells the manager that she wants to sell some relics before the auction starts, but the manager replies that the appraiser is already busy with another client. Sophie says that everything is fine and she will wait her turn, but inside she is terribly angry. Standing in front of the appraiser's building, the Aquarius Saint wonders who might be inside. Inside the building, the appraiser asks who created such a relic, to which Adam proudly declares that it is his creation. A stammering man with a monocle asks if Adam could be related to the great hero. Derek replies that Adam is his copycat, but the appraiser named Jean asks the guy to leave them for a couple of minutes. As soon as Derek leaves, Jean asks the hero how exactly he is connected to the great hero Adam. The appraiser explains that although Adam was famous for his fighting skills in the past, he was also a skilled craftsman. The relic that the hero brought back shows that Adam himself had a hand in its creation. The hero is amazed and tells the appraiser that he is very skilled in his craft, to which Jin, blushing, says that he was Adam's favorite student. Hearing this, the hero falls into a stupor, asking why he blushed. Adam thinks, trying to remember when he had students. Continuing to examine the figurine, Jean states that this work is truly amazing, and he almost believed in its authenticity. The appraiser hands the hero a notebook, saying that it is the item he received when he was recognized as Adam's disciple. Adam finally remembers that 20 years ago there was a new guy who followed him around in China, and admits that Jin had become so ingrained in him that he even missed him a little. The appraiser says that once he even had the honor of getting acquainted with Adam's know-how, but then the hero suddenly disappeared somewhere, leaving it in his home. Jean says that unfortunately, he couldn't decipher the handwriting, but he is sure that there are many brilliant ideas hidden in this notebook. In his mind, Adam explains that the notebook only contains information about who he fought and how, but since Jin is an SS rank evaluator, the hero thinks that, thanks to him, he can get much more useful information. Suddenly, Jin says that this notebook will serve the young talent much better than him, and hands this notebook to the hero. Adam is glad to have his notebook back, as it contained his very first sketches, and he was very upset when he lost it. Suddenly, the dormant magic of the notebook reacts to the aura of its owner, and under the influence of the magical power of the Serpent Bearer, the notebook is transformed into a relic. The appraiser notices this and says that it looks like it's a memory-type relic, and that Adam must have cast the spell while he was still alive. Suddenly, the appraiser is called by his assistant and told that they have big problems. Jin asks what's wrong and is told that a saint is waiting outside. The appraiser is a little annoyed and says that there is no point in making a fuss over such a trifle. Waiting outside, Sophie is very annoyed that everyone is looking at her and says that it happens the same way every time. Derek is also surprised that Sophie is here because he thought she was too picky for such forays. The saint gets tired of waiting and declares that they have been standing there too long and that she needs to personally go inside to hurry them up. Sophie is about to enter, although the manager tries to stop her, but she is interested to know what kind of client is there. Entering inside anyway, she stops in shock, an unexpected gasp escaping her mouth. Seeing Adam, she thinks that he is simply divinely handsome. Blushing, Sophie wants to come closer and reaches out her hand to touch him. Suddenly, she sees in front of her a huge, terrifying snake that hisses angrily at her. The saint falls to her knees, and her subordinates rush about, not knowing how to help her. In fact, Sophie felt Adam's terrifying aura and compares the feeling to hundreds of poisonous snakes wrapping around her body. Giving in to the will of her instincts, she runs out of the appraiser's building in horror. Jean is shocked by the saint's behavior and asks Adam why she ran away, to which the hero replies that she seems unwell. Unexpectedly for himself, the hero discovers the mechanism of divinity, which is necessary to maintain his skills of the Holy Throne. He can steal divinity from followers of other branches. The hero asks Jin if the girl who just entered was a saint, to which the appraiser is surprised, saying that she was a very popular saint, flashing in all the news events, and her name is Sophie, the saint sign of Aquarius. Adam laughs until he cries because he was puzzled by the fact that everyone was alarmed because of the saint, but she turned out to be the saint. The hero thinks to himself that it is not surprising that he did not recognize her. She had changed so much, although Sophie had always been beautiful, but her soul was rotten. Adam explains that if you categorize the things he despised, which included fish bones, vermin, and sewage, then Sophie would be a vermin, and he doesn't even want to consider her a human being, because for Sophie, the condition of her skin was more important than human lives. Jean also does not understand why everyone considers her a saint of mercy and self-sacrifice, because in fact, Sophie has a very nasty and selfish character. Moreover, the Holy Aquarius tried to lay claim to Adam's wealth, arguing that she provided him with healing assistance, but this matter passed into the hands of the government. Jean asks the hero that it looks like they know the saint, to which Adam states that they are old friends. Meanwhile, somewhere in an alley, Sophie is finally caught up by her assistant and asks if she is okay. The moment she fell to her knees, Sophie saw only one face, and that was Adam's. She noticed that the aura of that guy in the mall was very similar to Adam's. Turning around, the saint asks her assistant if she had ever been so scared that even death seemed a more enticing option. Getting off topic, Sophie orders her assistant to go back to the pawn shop and find out who the man is. But the saint suddenly changes her mind and tells her to simply finish them off. The girl in the costume tries to object, but Sophie tells her to do so under the pretext that one kept the saint waiting and the other embarrassed her, so they both deserve punishment. Moreover, she says that she will even give her one of her relics and lend her a piece of her power, but the assistant says that using magic in the neutral zone is prohibited. But the saint, putting on a kind face, asks her why she refuses to carry out her orders. Finally, the assistant agrees, saying that the desire of the saint is the desire of a sacred entity. Sophie hands the relic to her kneeling assistant. The girl says that she cannot resist the order of one of the 12 saints who support the whole world. Meanwhile, Derek is walking around the shopping mall drinking lemonade. He steps into the water, wondering where it came from since it hadn't rained. Bending down, he realizes that even if it's just a little bit, he feels magical energy. Suddenly, a hand appears from the puddle and reaches out to the guy. Dropping his lemonade, he sees a horrifying sight. A dropsy man is crawling towards him from a puddle. Suddenly, the guy can only cover himself with his hand and stand there with an uncomprehending look. There were screams that brought Derek to his senses, and he turned towards them. Each person has their own puddle under their feet, from which water entities crawl out towards them. It turns out that this is the magic of the holy sign of Aquarius called the duplicate mirror. Sophie says that the summoned entities are comparable only to A-rank Templars, but if they all attack at once, they can pose a serious threat. At the same time, Derek notices a woman in a suit and decides to call out to her. The guy angrily asks her why she is using combat skills in the neutral zone, and demands that she stop immediately. But the woman replies that this is the saint's order, so there is no need to worry. Saying that she is acting at the will of the gods, the girl in the suit activates the relic. Derek immediately rushes towards her, reaching out his hand and trying to stop her. But he is too late, and the relic is already activating, creating a pillar of light. People are covered in water all around, and water balloons send them into the sky. Standing at the front of her water army, the woman in the suit orders them to capture the appraiser while she deals with Adam. Derek, also trapped in a water ball, tries to get out before he loses consciousness. At the same time, the hero, who is in the pawn shop, notices a puddle of water on the ceiling. The appraiser also notices something strange and asks Adam what is going on outside. But the water currents manage to grab Jin. Suddenly, the woman in the suit appears behind Adam and, holding a knife to his throat, tells him not to move. She states that he dared to offend the saint and therefore will be punished. But the girl says that Adam should not be stupid if he does not want bloodshed. She says that even though the saint ordered them to be killed, if they offer their sincere apologies and buy their relics at a high price, then perhaps she can put in a good word for them. Adam, breaking the girl's blade with just 2 fingers, says that he never intended to use the weapon, after which the hero asks the genie to force the saint to pay them for the damage caused. The saint's assistant is incredibly angry, saying that she asked him not to make a move. She attacks Adam, who is standing still with a stream of water, but the hero dispels her magic with one hand, showing his superiority. Moreover, he asks her to show him some more tricks with water, because Adam liked the sensations. The assistant doesn't understand how it's possible to destroy an A-rank clone with just one blow. The girl takes out the amulet given to her by the saint, saying that she will now check what Adam is made of. With the help of the medallion, she summons orange-class water wolves, but Adam is not scared, and is even happy with this arrangement, because he will be able to warm up a little. Turning to Jin, he says that he will borrow these blades from him. With incredible speed, the hero rushes into battle, using his favorite tactic, attacking straight from the front. Adam cuts the wolves into pieces, saying that the weapons are simply excellent, and although he was just going to evaluate his items, he found something much better. Moreover, through the use of new weapons and his notebook, Adam unlocks new skills. The saint's assistant stands in complete confusion, not understanding how the saint's calls were so easily destroyed. The hero doesn't even think about stopping there, asking her that they haven't finished yet. Finally, it dawns on the girl that she and Adam are on completely different levels, and if she attacks, she will die immediately. While fleeing, she only manages to say that this is not the end. But Adama says that the idiots who shout such things are the most pathetic. Derek, who has escaped from the water ball, suddenly runs into the pawn shop and tells Adam that he has just been attacked by a Templar from the Aquarius branch. But seeing the wolves cut into pieces, he asks what happened here. Derek suggests that Adam leave before the next attack occurs, but the appraiser tells them to stop, which draws attention to himself. In one breath, Jin tells the hero that he fights like a demon. He has seen the great hero fight many times, so he asks Adam if he is real. But instead of answering, Adam simply puts his finger to his mouth, gesturing to the assessor that it would be better to keep quiet about it. Jin understands everything, and a stingy male tear appears on his face. The hero promises the appraiser that he will return later, so he asks him to take care of the corpses, because they will produce first-class materials. Jin bows low to Adam, showing him his immense respect. Derek asks the hero why the saint targeted him, but the hero just brushes it off, saying that she was probably unhappy about something. Moreover, the hero tells the guy to wait a little, because soon he will see something very funny. Adam decides to go to a cafe to eat ice cream and at the same time treats Derek to some. In turn, Derek is grateful to the hero, but notes that the local ice cream can cost him a pretty penny. But Adam claims that he had previously picked up this token, and apparently many privileges are available with it. The hero notes that this token is called an emblem, and its functionality is similar to a bank card, but it can also be used to rent other people's skills. Derek is surprised to see the Aquarius symbol on the emblem, but in his mind he thinks they might have problems, since the emblem serves as a personal identifier. But Adam tells him to calm down and suggests that he think about it after eating. Suddenly a man approaches Derek from behind, surprised by the unexpected meeting. This man turned out to be William. He asks if they would mind if he sat down with them. As Adam continues to eat, he wonders if this is the boss who constantly pesters Derek. William introduces himself to Adam and asks if he is the man Derek told him about. The bishop says that his subordinate told him about a truly great man who even defeated the Spider Queen. But Adam is not very happy about this meeting and rudely asks what business it is of his. Not noticing the hero's rudeness, William declares that hiring promising awakened ones is the bishop's main task. Without looking up from his meal, Adam asks what William can offer him. The bishop says that there will soon be a big auction, where one of the 8 legendary relics of the hero Adam will be put up for sale, and suggests that they continue their conversation while enjoying the auction process. Leaving the food behind, Adam agrees, telling William that he knows how to get people interested. Moreover, the hero asks how far away the auction house is. The bishop reassures Adam and says that it is very close, and since the lots will be rare relics, it was decided to hold the raffle in an appropriate place. It is located 16,000 feet above the earth, in the floating city of Drachma. Meanwhile, in the floating city, Sophie sits on a chair, arms crossed over her chest, trembling with fear. A man sitting nearby notices this and reproaches the saint for trembling. This hurts Sophie deeply, but she decides to keep her cool. After all, next to her sits Stephen, the strongest man who even managed to surpass Adam, and there is no place safer than next to him. Stephen warns Sophie not to even think about laying claim to the legendary relic, because the artifact must become his. Suddenly, Stephen gets up and starts walking somewhere. Sophie asks where he is going, but the saint just waves her off, saying that it is none of her business. The Aquarius saint decides that she needs to calm down, because in the floating city she has nothing to fear. Suddenly, through the window, Sophie notices Alex walking somewhere. With a sly grin, the saint says that the desired guest has arrived just in time. Alex himself is trying to find Adam, not understanding where he could have gone. But the blonde calms down, because knowing the hero's character, he will definitely come here. Sophie comes up to Alex from behind, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The blonde is clearly not happy about this meeting, but the Aquarius saint continues, saying that she could not get through to Alex. Smiling, Sophie declares that time spares no one, because the blonde used to be a handsome man, but now his face has changed a lot. The Aquarius saint tries to pick on Alex by saying that he has very few followers, but the blonde rudely brushes her off. But Sophie doesn't stop saying that if he leaves her, his son will suffer the same fate as Alex's wife. The saint taunts the blonde, saying that although Alex's wife is not dead, her condition can hardly be called life. In anger, Alex knocks down the wall and again tells the saint to leave him. But Sophie says that apparently he forgot about the agreement he signed 10 years ago and is going to punish Alex for his rudeness. Suddenly, someone calls out to the saint and she turns sharply towards the sound. It was Adam who suddenly appeared and knocks Sophie off her feet with a snap of his fingers. The saint is thrown back by the blow and falls face down on the ground. Seeing Alex, the hero asks him what he is doing here, to which the blonde replies that he was worried about him, and that is why he was looking for him. But the friends are distracted by the unconscious Sophie and Adam wonders why he keeps running into the Aquarius saint. We are shown Sophie's memories. She always disliked and even feared Adam. After all, the hero had a disgusting face covered in scars, a cruel disposition that spared no one, and an arrogant look that pierced to the bones. 20 years ago, Adam, covered in bandages and wounds, came to Sophie's residence. One of the maids tried to drive him away, saying that he shouldn't be in that place. But seeing his gaze, the maid became frightened and ran away. At that very moment, Adam was called out by a puzzled and irritated female voice. It was Sophie, who asked the hero with irritation why he had broken into her residence. But Adam didn't listen to her complaints and punched the wall next to her face, after which the hero said that if she did not stop grumbling, he would kill her. The hero began to ask the saint why she was idle, since he had sent her to the rear so that she could treat the injured people. He grabbed Sophie by the arms and began to shout that many of the wounded were left without arms and legs because they tried to save her worthless life. Moreover, the hero reminds the saint that she promised to help people immediately upon arriving here, and pulled her along with him so that she could go and keep her promise. But Sophie resists, and says that it is okay if a few people die. On the contrary, they should be happy that they had the chance to save the saint. The saint notes that due to constant stress, she has developed problems with her facial skin, and she does not intend to go there. In the face of such impudence, Adam could only ask to repeat what was said. But Sophie continued, telling Adam to leave already, because she had an interview planned, and she needed to have time to put on makeup. She pulls her hand away and tells the hero not to touch her with such dirty hands. But an angry Adam gives the saint a slap in the face so hard that Sophie's eyes roll back in her head. In the end, the hero beat all the nonsense out of the saint and forced her to treat the wounded until she lost consciousness, which is why Sophie hates Adam. The saint's memories are cut short, and when she comes to, she sees the face of the hero who woke her up. The saint finds herself tied up in a chair and looks at Adam in shock. There was an awkward pause, and when Sophie finally came to her senses, her scream pierced the entire floating city. Sophie begins to demand that she be untied immediately, because she is a saint. Adam sighs heavily and says that Sophie hasn't changed a bit in 20 years. At the same time, Sophie says in her mind that they won't get away with this, because she is no longer the weak girl she used to be. The saint is about to melt the rope that binds her hands. Moreover, Sophie believes that she cannot be restrained by something like this, and she also intends to find Stephen who will help her punish Adam. But suddenly the saint receives another blow with the fingers from the hero. Adam says that it's written all over her face that she's up to something bad. The hero notices that his finger seems to be burned by something and asks what it is, to which the saint replies that this is an acidic layer with which she covered herself, and soon it will all begin to dissolve. But the hero quickly neutralizes the damage and sends Sophie. The saint is horrified by such regeneration. She does not understand how this is even possible. The hero continues the conversation, saying that he wants to remember everything that happened between them in the past. Adam says that she gets 1 lash for lying, 5 more lashes for sending her subordinate to the appraiser, and 50 more lashes for saying nasty things to Alex. But Sophie asks Adam to wait a second. After waiting a second, the hero begins to carry out the sentence. Meanwhile, Alex, watching all this, drinks coffee and reflects that Adam is really good at beating the crap out of people, regardless of their gender. Suddenly, Alex notices that with each hit, Adam increases his level of divinity, and the question arises as to what entity's divinity he is increasing. The hero stops beating Sophie, noticing that she has lost consciousness. Adam also notices that by beating the saints, he takes away their level of divinity. The hero's thoughts are interrupted by Alex, who suggests that he ask Sophie about the dagger. But Adam says that Sophie wouldn't have the courage to attack him. And besides, he's already found someone who could look at that dagger. Suddenly, the hero declares that it is time for him to go to the auction room and ask Alex to clean it up thoroughly, and he suggests throwing the saint into the nearest trash can. Adam leaves, promising to call the blonde as soon as the auction is over. Left alone, Alex thinks about what he should do with Sophie. Suddenly the door opens and a man enters the room. This man turns out to be Stephen, the saint of the sign of Leo. Stephen looks at Sophie with an appraising gaze, trying to understand what happened here. And starting to get angry, he advises Alex to explain himself thoroughly. The saint of the Leo sign says that he hasn't seen Alex for a long time. But why isn't Alex happy about their meeting? The blonde asks Stephen what he is doing here, to which he receives a short answer that Sophie asked him to be her bodyguard. Stephen asks what Alex is doing here. Is he planning to get the relic from the auction? When he receives a negative answer, he mocks Alex, saying that, being the most pathetic constellation, he still couldn't afford her. To which Alex sarcastically states that Stephen is still beating around the bush, collecting Adam's old relics. The blonde remembers that Stephen tried for a long time to compare with Adam, but he never succeeded, and now he collects all the hero's relics without exception. These words make the saint incredibly angry, and he uses his power. Alex had expected this, since Stephen always went crazy at the mere mention of Adam. Stephen grabs Alex's arm and tells him to stop talking nonsense. After all, he had long since become much stronger than the weakling Adam. But their conversation is interrupted by Stephen's subordinate, who says that the auction has already begun, and the twins' branch is buying up all the relics. Sviato lets Alex go, saying that he doesn't have time to mess around with him. As he leaves, he tells the blonde to do whatever he wants with Sophie, because the auction is much more important to him. Moreover, in the end, he gives Alex advice that if he wants to live a long and happy life, then he should choose his words more carefully. Looking at his hand, the blonde realizes that he is not even fit to hold a candle to Stephen. Meanwhile, at the auction, the auctioneer announces that another lot has been bought by the twins branching. The woman announces that the first stage of the auction has come to an end, and the hero, sitting in the VIP room, rejoices at the next purchased lot. William congratulates Adam, saying that he can buy back whatever he wants. The hero replies that the bishop is too kind, invited him to the VIP room, and now buys him whatever he asks for. William says it's the least he can do, and Derek asks if he's sure, since they've already spent an obscene amount of money. But the bishop assures that everything is fine and casually asks his subordinate to pay for the alcohol, since he himself forgot his card. Sad Derek has nowhere to go because this is his boss, But Adam tells the guy that there is no need to pay because the alcohol has already been paid for, showing a black card. Feeling his pocket, William realizes that it is his card, and mentally wonders when Adam managed to take it. Anticipating all questions, the hero says that the bishop looked quite drunk, so he paid in advance. William thanks Adam, saying that he wanted to pay for the alcohol himself anyway. But the bishop reassures himself that Adam is a genius who managed to defeat the Spider Queen single-handedly, and if he can recruit him, the alcohol will be a mere trifle. Taking a comfortable position, William says that since they have already relaxed a little, they can move on to the main topic. The bishop states that he has high hopes for Adam, and says that he has every chance of becoming an S rank, or even higher. But Adam does not listen to him. He notes that this fog takes control of the mind, and although the effect is not so strong, it makes people believe the bishop more strongly. William continues to say that he believes that Adam will be able to become a cardinal. Moreover, the bishop promises the hero riches, glory, and most importantly, the respect of the great leader of the twins. William extends his hand to Adam, telling him to take it and be reborn as a follower of the Gemini constellation. But Adam only laughed, which caused a wave of misunderstanding. He asks the bishop what he means by wanting Adam to become another lackey of their worthless god. William doesn't understand what he did wrong, because he was polite to Adam all the time. Suddenly the doors open and a woman appears in the doorway holding the relic Adam won. William invites her in and the woman, apologizing for disturbing him, enters the room. He presents the hero with a relic, saying that this artifact belonged to the great hero Adam, and that all the certificates are ready. The bishop is shocked by what he heard. He asks Adam again who the artifact belonged to. The hero declares that he understood everything correctly, because he himself allowed him to buy whatever he wanted. William realizes that the Leo sign is so obsessed with Adam's relics, that it will not allow anyone but him to have them. Suddenly the door bursts into pieces, attracting the attention of everyone present. An angry Stephen appears in the room and asks who dared to buy this relic. William immediately began to apologize to Stephen, saying that their newcomer had made a mistake due to his ignorance, and they would immediately return the relic to its place. The saint of the Leo sign calms down, saying that for the first time he forgives this oversight. The frightened bishop thanks Stephen, saying that he can pay for the relic later. But the saint says that he should be thanked, because of them he did not have to spend a penny on the relic. Stephen grabs William by the head and says that he didn't think he could touch his things with impunity. William speculates that because of this oversight, the saint wants to leave them without tens of millions of dollars. But Adam intervenes in the conversation, telling them to stop talking nonsense. The hero declares that he won the auction, and if he wants to take the relic so much, let him pay 200 million. Suddenly Stephen laughed and said through his laughter that Adam had balls of steel. The saint declares that he likes Adam, because this is how a real man should behave. Approaching the hero, Stephen says that their meeting is not accidental, so why don't they introduce themselves? After all, when meeting interesting people, he always greets them warmly. But Adam remains calm, telling him to stop raving. He understands that Stephen will not rest until he tears someone apart. Stephen grabs Adam by the shoulder and uses his strength, after which he says that he made him laugh, and he hopes that the hero will fully enjoy the rest of his life in a wheelchair. But smiling, Adam asks the saint what he is doing. The hero asks if he is trying to brush dust off his shoulder. Stephen doesn't understand what happened because his punch hit the target. The saint asks the hero how he managed to dodge his blow, to which Adam replies that Stephen was still as slow-witted as ever. Adam asks Stephen if he thinks the skill he invented would work on him. The hero remembers that the saint prayed to Adam to teach him this skill, and promised that he would use it only for the good of people. But now he decided to use it to boast of his strength. Stephen, completely bewildered, asks Adam who he is and why he knows all this. But suddenly the second stage of the auction begins. Stephen is distracted by this announcement and is surprised by its imminent arrival. The saint says that although he has a lot of questions for Adam, he needs to leave now. As he leaves, Stephen advises the hero not to lose this relic, because after the auction he will return for it. William is shocked by what is happening. He does not understand how the hero managed to survive Stephen's attack, because even he is not able to dodge the skills of the saints. Meanwhile, the auctioneer says that the relic that everyone has been eagerly awaiting will now be announced. The lyricist tells that in the incident with the Berlin Wolf, which occurred 24 years ago, then the 12 saints were unable to deal with this monster, and only Adam, with the help of this relic, was able to defeat the seemingly invincible monster. Stephen wants to acquire this relic for himself, because it is the weapon he has dreamed of for so long. During the fight with the Berlin Wolf, the saints could not even get close to him. At that time, Stephen wondered what the difference was between him and Adam, but his thoughts were interrupted by one of his subordinates, who reported that Adam had appeared at the exit. Everyone was shocked that Adam single-handedly defeated the monster and returned alive. Then Stephen threw away his weapon, declaring that he no longer needed it. Finally, the auctioneer presents the relic that defeated the Berlin Wolf, a relic that Stephen believes will make him truly the strongest. Meanwhile, a huge monster sits on top of the tower looking down at the auction house. The monster senses the power of this relic and intends to take it for himself. And this relic is called the Bone of a Demonic Beast. The auctioneer claims that this is a powerful relic with historical and practical value. But Adam doesn't understand why everyone wants to get this relic so much, which makes Derek angry, saying that it is a legendary weapon created by a great hero. This reaction from the public is quite expected, because no matter what Adam created, the relics were always of the highest quality, and anyone who understands even a little bit about relics dreams of getting their hands on them. Derek goes on to explain that this is especially true for Steven, who is willing to do anything to get Adam's relics. Moreover, Derek is insanely angry that Adam's greatest creation will become another addition to Steven's collection, and the money from the sale will go to Adam's account, which now belongs to the government. Having heard that the money would be deposited into Adam's account, the hero took a comfortable position on the sofa and simply began to watch as the stakes increased. But suddenly Steven ups the ante, declaring that he will buy this relic for $1 billion. The auctioneer puts a seal on it, and the relic is sold to Steven for $1 billion. At the same time, 2 male cleaners are discussing that some relic was sold for $1 billion. One of them says that they, simple workers, should not even dream of such sums. Suddenly, in the window in front of them, they see a huge monster. In the auction room, Steven triumphantly lifts the relic he has won above him. But his victory is interrupted by something falling from above. It turns out to be a monster who says that he has finally found the relic. He demands that Steven give him this artifact. Without waiting for an answer, the monster rushes at the saint with the intention of taking the bone. But Steven uses his power in time and throws the monster back with one blow. Standing in a victory pose, the saint declares that he has never been so happy to see the monster as he is now. But with his powerful attack, Steven accidentally destroys the tower that was next to the auction hall. The residents below understand that this tower is about to collapse on them. People join forces to stop the building from falling. With one powerful blow, they all try to stop the tower from falling on them. But even their combined efforts were not enough to stop the fall of such a heavy structure. Suddenly, Alex appears and uses his power to stop the tower from falling, thereby saving people. The residents thank the blonde man, but he thinks about what a moron Steven is, because he put the townspeople in danger. His thoughts are interrupted by a powerful explosion nearby. It turns out that there were 2 monsters, and now the monster is going to avenge its relative. Blood flows from the monster's mouth, turning into fetters. These fetters attack people who were not prepared for such a turn of events. The townspeople attacked by the monster ask for help, because if they are not helped to get out, they will die. Alex is going to use his power to kill this monster, but a sudden roar confuses him, and he turns towards the sound. The first monster was not killed by Steven, and now the monster is attacking Alex. But Adam comes to the aid of the blonde, who throws the monster back with a powerful kick. The hero delivers another blow to the monster and shouts at Alex to stop clicking his beak. The blonde thanks his friend, but Adam is angry at Alex because he is a combat-type constellation, and he has to be looked after. The friend's squabble is stopped by Steven, who is furious that he is being prevented from testing his new weapon. Their cries are answered by a monster that does not allow them to forget about itself. Steven rushes into battle, declaring that no one is allowed to ruin his reunion with the demon Beastbone. The Saint of the Leo sign uses his skill to summon a thunderstorm. Finally, Steven is ready to fight at full strength because before this he was at a disadvantage. Seeing the holy sign of the lion, people rejoice, saying that the most powerful saint has come, who has surpassed even the hero Adam. Steven slowly walks towards the beast, saying that it is time for him to answer for all the mess he has caused. Swinging the relic, the saint strikes with the relic, but for some reason it has no effect. The monster counterattacks Steven, dealing him a serious blow to the face. While in flight, the saint wonders why his attacks don't do any damage, since they were direct hits. Meanwhile, inside the lightning storm created by Steven, Adam and Alex prepare to fight the second beast. The people who fell under the bloody bonds became something like zombies, and now they also attack Adam. Adam grabs the first person he comes across and breaks the bloody bonds. This method turned out to be quite effective, and the hero is going to do it with other people too. Alex says he can't do something like that, to which Adam sarcastically states that he knew from the start that he would have to do it all alone. In the end, the friends decided that Adam would fight in the vanguard, and Alex would cover him. The hero suggests to the blonde not to drag out the fight and to deal with everything in one go. Adam uses one of his skills and instantly moves into the crowd of infected people. With one movement, the hero breaks the bloody bonds, thereby saving the captured townspeople. But the monster is not going to give up, releasing a new batch of its bonds. But Adam doesn't care. He easily dodges the beast's attacks. However, the hero notices that the bonds he dodged are actually attacking the townspeople. Suddenly, a fiery explosion destroys the bonds, preventing them from reaching the people. This is Alex covering for his friend by saying that no one will get hurt during his shift. Adam praises the blonde for his timely cover, and turning to the beast, tells him to surrender and not waste his time. Finally, the hero gets close to the beast and swings to deliver a crushing blow. Thanks to Adam's attack, the beast is torn to pieces, and the hero himself takes a victorious pose. Alex immediately appears, saying that Adam dealt with the enemy incredibly quickly. The friends look at the people who have fallen under the control of the monster, and the hero says that they should come to their senses soon. Suddenly, the Ophiuchus mark on Adam's hand begins to glow, attracting the attention of its owner. The system notifies the hero that he has reached the required level of divinity and now has access to a new combat instinct skill. After some thought, Adam decides that now is the right time to try it out. Meanwhile, a very disheveled Steven stands with the relic in his hands and does not understand why everything turned out this way. He wonders why the artifact doesn't work, and whether he is so weak that he can't use its power. The townspeople watching the saint begin to worry that Steven is losing. Suddenly, everyone notices Adam, who was able to break through the thunderstorm of the Holy Lion. Steven watches this with a face full of bewilderment, because this was his sovereign skill that cannot be broken. The blue beast senses danger from Adam and decides that he needs to deal with him first. But the irritated hero orders the beast to shut up and with one blow slams the monster into the ground. Shocked by such damage, the beast asks Adam if he is really not a man. But the hero, without responding, simply finishes off the wounded monster with one kick. Seeing all this, Steven finally realizes that in front of him is none other than the great hero Adam. Adam approaches the saint and says that he is glad to meet him again, while noting that while he was gone, Steven managed to have a lot of fun. But the saint of the sign of Leo rushes to attack Adam, telling him to stop posing as a great hero. The hero stops the attack with one hand, which hits everyone present. He asks the trembling Steven what's the matter, why he liked the hero's toy. Adam breaks the bone, saying it was too brittle. Steven's mouth drops open in horror at this turn of events. But Adam continues, declaring that it is now his turn to punch the saint. Having miscalculated his strength, the hero hits the saint and slams him into the ground. From such a blow, Steven breaks through the floating island with his body and begins to fall down. Meanwhile, Sophie comes to her senses, not understanding why she is here. She complains of a headache, not noticing that she is wearing some strange collar. At the same time, Adam laughs evilly at Steven, and Alex notes that the hero sent the saint straight down. The hero asks the blonde if he took care of the people inside the barrier, to which he receives an affirmative answer. After this, Adam calls his pet and orders him to examine everything carefully and collect useful items. Suddenly, the hero remembers that he came here with his friend, to which Alex asks who this friend is. Adam replies that he thinks his name was Derek, and Alex is stunned when he hears this name. The blonde grabs his head and wonders how Derek managed to contact the hero. Almost crying, Alex imagines that all his children are crazy fans of Adam, and if they find out that he is real, then the blonde's family will come to an end. The hero says that Derek was with a bishop who had the ability to teleport, and they could very well call them here. But Alex dissuades his friend, stating that they are from a branch of the twins that despises Adam, so he has no reason to get involved with them. The hero thinks and remembers that Derek constantly irritated him with his screams. Adam is very upset by the thought that despite all his care for Derek, he still hates him. But Alex reassures his friend, saying that there is no need to worry about some kids. Suddenly from behind, a cry is heard with the words, "Father." The blonde turns around, slowly realizing who the voice belongs to. It turns out to be Derek, asking if they talked about Adam. It finally dawns on Alex that the call from Adam's phone had been active the whole time, and Derek had heard their conversation. The father begins to quarrel with his son, not noticing that bloody fetters are approaching them from behind. The remains of the dead monster attack Adam, but suddenly the hero's pet slime appears, which absorbs all the bonds. All three are shocked by what they see, and Adam acquires the skill to create relics with an inherent resistance to poisons. Having recovered from the shock, the hero begins to scold his pet, saying that he can't put everything in his mouth. While Adam scolds his pet, Derek remembers that this slime is very similar to one of the relics of a great hero that he read about. The puzzle in the guy's head begins to come together, because his amazing skills and inexhaustible supply of magical power are very similar to Adam's abilities. Finally, Derek realizes that Adam really is the great hero who disappeared 20 years ago. Meanwhile, at the Lion Branch headquarters, Bishop Oliver says that Steven hasn't been in touch since yesterday, and since the twins are pretty good at searching, he suggests hiring their people. Some guy says there's a rumor going around that Steven hasn't shown up yet because of Adam. But Oliver claims that this is nonsense, because even if Adam's return was true, he already lost to the Lion Saint once. Suddenly, an audio recording plays in which someone shouts out that he despises lions, hates archers, but adores Adam. Everyone turns to the girl, who is holding the phone with the audio recording. This girl's name is Ava. She is the vice chief and cardinal of the Lion Branch. She apologizes, saying that she forgot to turn off her phone. Everyone reproaches her, telling her to take the conference more seriously. But Ava says that Steven is very resilient, so she is sure that he is completely fine. Everyone tells her that she, as vice chief, should organize the search herself. But Ava does not listen to them, because she received a message from Derek, who is her brother. After reading the message, the vice head of the Lion Branch suddenly stands up and leaves, telling them to figure it out themselves. At the same time, journalists gathered at Sophie's residence, wanting to find out what happened in the floating city, but they were refused, saying that the saint needed rest. The saint sits in her room complaining about Adam, because he dared to blow that incident out of proportion. Returning to her residence, after the events in the floating city, Sophie was very depressed, and her people dispersed the press. Suddenly, a strange glow began to emerge from her collar, which formed into a projection with text. It was a message from Adam, which contained only one sentence: "Who killed him, Adam, 20 years ago?" Sophie doesn't know what to do, because if she tells the truth, the rest of the saints will not leave her alone. But if she sits idly by, Adam will create even more problems for her. Moreover, the saint is horrified that the hero dared to pull such a trick while she was unconscious. And besides, she is not even able to take off this necklace. Meanwhile, Alex practices archery at home. Standing next to him is Adam, who asks his friend if he likes the new bow the hero made for him. Alex states that it is a great bow, but is suddenly interrupted when he notices Adam shooting at a target while blindfolded. The blonde starts yelling at his friend that he's deliberately making fun of him, but Adam just enjoys annoying Alex. Derek suddenly appears, who with particular enthusiasm brings the hero water and a towel, while calling Adam uncle. While Derek and Adam are chatting sweetly in the back, Alex is raging, because he is jealous of his children towards his friend. The blonde man turns to his son, saying that he could use some water too, but Derek coldly replies that the water is in the refrigerator, and his father will have to go get it himself. Adam uses his new skill to recreate a sacred abode in which he can live and train. But due to the low level of the sacred abode, the space in it is severely limited. The system informs the hero that he can strengthen the power of the sacred abode by bringing human avatars into it. But Adam is interrupted by Derek, who says that Adam has to go on business and offers to go with him. Alex, lying on the floor in grief, asks his friend what meeting he has, to which the hero meaningfully replies that he will have to meet a lot of people. Next, Adam meets with William, who asks if the hero agrees to join the twins' branching, to which the hero, evading the answer, reminds the bishop that he has a lot of things to do. But William says that although he has a lot to do, hiring promising people always remains a priority. Moreover, the bishop reminds that Adam spent millions of dollars from their account, so he will not be able to simply brush them off. Adam thinks that William must have planned it this way from the start, but he understands that this is a good opportunity to meet the saint of the Gemini constellation. The hero agrees to join the twins but puts forward one condition. Adam points to the badge that William is wearing and tells him to give it to him. William's subordinates begin to shout at the hero, saying that the saint personally gave this icon to the bishop. Adam says he needs this badge to enjoy all the privileges of the twin branch, because promises of wealth, fame, and success are hard to believe in words alone. William says he needs to think about it, but the hero rushes him, stating that he has many meetings. It turns out that Derek is waiting for Adam in another cafe, who wants to introduce his idol to his sister Eva. The guy can't wait for the moment when he can call the hero uncle in front of his sister and see her shocked face. Moreover, Derek hopes to get Adam's autograph on the blade that the hero repaired for him. Suddenly, some impudent guy snatches the knife from Derek's hands, saying that playing with knives is dangerous. This impudent guy turns out to be Eric, Derek's acquaintance, a Templar of the A-class twin branch. Jumping up from his seat, Derek tells him to return his thing, but Eric says that it is not nice to greet elders like that. The guy thinks that he would be glad to beat the crap out of the impudent blonde, but he can't do that, because Eric is the son of the holy sign of Libra. Eventually, Derek loses his temper and starts yelling at his friend, saying that he has no idea what kind of dagger it is. But Eric's friends twist and pin Derek to the table. The guy starts yelling that Eric won't get away with this, but he waves it off, saying that those are too loud words for someone who is pinned to a table. Eric continues to mock the redhead, asking why this dagger is so important to the guy. Maybe it belongs to his incapacitated mother. Derek's anger causes a random dagger skill to activate, and he begins to glow. Suddenly, the head appears from the dagger, and then the entire body of Adam, who crashes into Eric's face at great speed. Adam himself does not understand how he ended up here, and scratches the back of his head in bewilderment. Red is very happy about the hero's appearance and asks him how he found out that Derek was in this cafe. Adam replies that it must have been the one-time summoning skill he put into the dagger when he repaired it that worked. The hero understands that since the skill worked, it means his nephew was bullied, and he is not going to stand on ceremony with those who bother his loved ones. A couple of minutes before Adam's call, William accepts his conditions and decides to give the emblem, but says that the hero must immediately join them. But the cunning bishop hopes that he will get his badge back simply by adding an inconspicuous clause to their contract. William hands the emblem to the hero, politely asking him to use it wisely. But as soon as the bishop wanted to proceed to signing the contract, a call occurred, and Adam was teleported to Derek. Seeing this, the three of them stood there looking dumbfounded and feeling that they had been deceived. Meanwhile, Adam has already dealt with Eric's friends and is now beating up Eric, who can do nothing to resist him. The hero orders Eric to get up, saying they are not finished yet. The blonde man uses combat magic, summoning a huge bull. People around start to run away in horror because they don't want to come under attack. Eric starts laughing loudly, saying that now Adam will pay for his arrogance. But the hero is not scared by this. He only tells the blonde not to make noise and begins to use his powers. Adam states that at first he was curious about what kind of skill the guy was using, but now he realizes that Eric is incredibly weak. Using the system, the hero analyzed the enemy's skill and absorbed it. Adam tells Eric to watch carefully because he's about to show him how to use the skills properly. The hero uses the power of the bull summoned by the blonde and directs the magical energy back to Eric. The blonde is slammed into the wall and can no longer fight. Adam then turns to Derek, telling him that he can always turn to his uncle for help. Suddenly, a girl runs into the building and calls out to Derek. This girl turns out to be Eva, Derek's sister. He tugs his sister's sleeve and points at Adam, intending to introduce him. Derek says that this is the same man who single-handedly defeated countless monsters and saved the entire world more than once. Moreover, this is the same person they saw in the videos they watched with such enthusiasm as children. That same great hero, Adam. Eva looks at the hero intently and cannot believe that it is really him. She notes that Adam now looks much more attractive than before. After all, 20 years ago, the hero's entire face was covered in scars. And considering that he spent so many years in the demonic tower, Eva was sure that his appearance would be even more pitiful. But the girl says that appearance is not the main thing. She is sincerely glad that Adam is safe and sound. The hero greets Eve with a smile, and she, blushing because she accidentally said all her thoughts out loud, bows, saying that she is grateful that Adam helped Derek out, to which the hero declares that Eva should skip the formalities, because since she is Alex's daughter, that means she is Adam's niece. Wiping away her tears and blushing, Eva calls the hero uncle and asks if she can ask him for a favor. The girl, who had almost started to voice her request, was suddenly interrupted by the roar of a monster that had emerged from underground. Eva's expression instantly changes, and she says that she will make a proper proposal after she deals with the monsters. But the hero, upon hearing the word sentence, his face changes and he falls into a stupor. Suddenly a siren starts sounding and huge crowds of monsters appear in the city. Eva, surrounded by crowds of monsters, takes her spear in her hands and stands, concentrating her power. The girl begins to move from monster to monster with inhuman speed, killing each one in a second. She says to herself that she must be even faster to deal with the monsters as soon as possible and propose to Adam. She realizes that there are too many monsters, and decides that she must destroy them all at once. She spins her spear and throws it with incredible force, telling monsters not to dare interfere with her love. The skill Eva used was called Lotus Flash, and it destroyed a huge crowd of monsters in a second. Adama stands nearby, having followed her out of concern for her safety. But the hero realizes that there was no need, noting that her fighting instincts are even sharper than Alex's. The girl turns to Adam, but a huge monster appears behind her, about to kill her. But the hero manages to throw Derek and Eva over his shoulder and carry them away from the monster. A humanoid monster appears and declares that she has taken a liking to Adam and will make him into a special animal. But the hero, on the contrary, is happy about the appearance of the fire monster, declaring that he needed a furnace in any case to create new relics. Eva looks at the monster that appears and realizes that it is a monster from the illusory race. But Adam touches her forehead, interrupting the girl's thoughts. The hero says to leave this monster to him, and let Eva and Derek take care of evacuating the residence. Adam continues by saying that he trusts them because he knows they are strong. The brother and sister agree to this plan, shouting in unison. Suddenly, the demoness begins to swing her whip in the hopes of getting Adam, but the hero skillfully dodges her attacks. Finally, the whip reaches Adam, but there is not a trace of concern on his face. The monster, happy that he finally caught the hero, slams him into the ground with all his might. But this did not cause serious damage to the hero. On the contrary, he easily breaks the bonds, saying that he expected more. The demoness, enraged that she is being underestimated, releases a huge pillar of fire straight at Adam. Meanwhile, Derek holds a huge falling building on his shoulders so that people can evacuate safely. He tells his sister that he has helped all the remaining civilians, but Eva's thoughts are elsewhere. The girl is worried about Adam, because even though the hero is strong, he is opposed by a representative of the illusory race, and these are some of the most dangerous monsters. The girl suggests that old wounds from the time of the demonic tower may hinder him. This is why Eve decides to go and help Adam, even though he himself told them not to interfere. At the same time, the demoness sarcastically apologizes, saying that she overdid it, because she did not want to burn the hero to the ground. But Adam was not dead. On the contrary, he was even glad, because he finally saw a real fire on which he could melt his relics. The hero partially absorbed the monster's fire and analyzed it using the system. Seeing this, the demoness was stunned, because she did not understand how Adam was able to survive her hellish flames. The hero did not hesitate and immediately used the monster's hellfire to enchant it. Sensing something bad, the monster rushed to stop Adam. But Eva arrived on the battlefield and used her lightning thunder skill. However, the demoness stopped the girl's attack and became very angry with her. With a powerful attack, the monster throws Eva straight into the neighboring building. The girl was not prepared for this, so she received serious injuries. Without waiting for Eva to recover, the monster rushed at her to finish her off. But Adam returned and grabbed the monster by the tail. Using his superhuman strength, the hero throws his opponent into a nearby building. The demoness is horrified by the ease with which Adam threw away the lizard of the underworld. The demon's thoughts are interrupted by the hero's appeal, who assures her that if she touches Eve even once more, he will not leave a wet spot of her. The demoness notices that Adam's overwhelming power is consuming her. She has no choice but to use 100% of her power, showing the hero her true appearance. The demon says that she must recognize Adam as a worthy opponent, and having transformed into a new form, she is ready to start the fight anew. The monster uses its disaster skill and dashes towards Adam, but the hero, stretching out his hand, blocks the blow. The collision of two forces causes the entire city to be pierced by white light. It turns out that the hero enchanted a disposable plastic glove, with the help of which he stopped the attack. Adam activates his super regeneration and tells the demoness to get ready to row for daring to burn the city. Realizing that she is losing, the only thing the monster manages to say is that it is humiliating to lose to a disposable glove. Hearing this, the hero tells her not to belittle the capabilities of his glove. The system tells Adam that the demoness cannot be made his avatar, as she has too much negative energy, so cleansing is necessary. But the hero can't think of anything better than to use his fist as a cleansing for the demon. However, the hero's blow was too strong, so he accidentally killed the demoness. Adam did not get upset, and turning to the hellish lizard said that since his mistress had died, now he would have to become a gas burner for the hero. But knowing full well what had happened to his mistress, the hellish lizard decided to surrender without a fight. The hero decides that he needs to name his new pet somehow and chooses the name Torch for him. Derek and Eva arrived on the scene immediately. The girl wants to continue the topic with a proposal, but thinking that she wants to ask him to marry her, the hero tries to stop the conversation. But Eve asks about the events of the demonic tower when Adam allegedly sacrificed himself. She continues, saying that this question has been bothering her for a long time. Although all the saints claim that the hero sacrificed himself for the sake of all humanity, she does not believe it. Eve asks Adam if he thinks this was all a cunning plan to get rid of him. He agrees, saying that the girl is quite smart. Adam tells the story of being stabbed in the back and thrown into the tower by one of the 12 saints who went on the raid with him. Derek and Eva are shocked by what they hear. They ask the hero if the saints didn't try to save the world. Moreover, Derek states that Adam was the brightest hope of all mankind. How could they do this to the greatest hero? Pointing at the guy, the hero says that this is exactly why he was betrayed. Adam explains that since the strongest monster was killed, the entire world could fall under the power of the 12 saints. And the only obstacle to their ambitions was Adam. Finishing the story, the hero clarifies that he does not know the exact reason, and this is only the most probable theory. Derek and Eva cry over how unfairly Adam was treated, but the hero thanks them and says that there is no need to cry. After all, he is going to repay them in the amount of $1 million. And taking out his phone, he suggests that they look at Sophie's conference. Journalists are discussing why Sophie decided to hold this conference, and suggest that it is connected with a mystical message. The man suggests that this could also be about the rumors of Adam's return. And while these are just guesses, one thing is for sure, they will hear something incredible at the conference. Sophie appears on stage, terribly worried, because she realizes that Adam's relic is wrapped around her neck. Finally, the saint pulls herself together and begins to say that the reason she called this conference was to reveal the truth about the events of the demonic tower. Journalists recall those events, saying among themselves that Red-Eyed was defeated by 12 saints, which is why they began to be extolled as heroes. Sophie continues, forcing the words out of herself. She declares that the true hero who defeated Red-Eye that day was Adam. For a few seconds, all the journalists took in what was said, in complete bewilderment. After which, a whole bunch of questions rained down on Sophie. But the main question that was asked most often, and the answer to which worried everyone without exception, was whether Adam was alive. Sophie collected her thoughts and said that it was true, but she was almost immediately interrupted by a man who, on the contrary, stated that Adam was dead. The man who interrupted the saint was Louis, the holy sign of Cancer. Louis said that Sophie was completely pale, and that she was probably no longer in a condition to speak at the conference. Coming closer, he whispered into the saint's ear to shut up and asked what nonsense she was mumbling into the microphone. The saint of the crayfish began to threaten Sophie, telling her to sit quietly if she did not want the whole world to hear about her dirty deeds. Louis, addressing the press, stated that everything said was just the fruit of threats from the one who recently kidnapped the saint. Moreover, the saint said that he was forced to immediately interrupt the conference. However, one brave journalist interrupted Louis, asking what news there was about Adam's return. But the saint gave an ultimatum that Adam had been dead for 20 years. But the journalist did not stop, asking who then could have threatened the saint. Also, other journalists began to ask uncomfortable questions for Louis, to which he, of course, could not give answers. Suddenly, Adam appears in the conference room and kicks the saint. The hero does not let Louis go, saying that he is very glad to see him. Moreover, the hero swings something and attacks the saint. Looking at all this, Sophie recognizes Adam's improvised weapon as someone's tail. It turned out that the hero took the torch's tail and went to the conference with it. Standing over the fallen saint, Adam says that the conference cannot be ended like this. However, it was just a clone of Louis, and the real one asks the hero who he is. To which the guy with a lizard tail in his hand proudly declares that he is Adam. A deathly silence fell over the entire conference room as everyone tried to digest the hero's words. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with laughter. The reporters couldn't believe it was Adam, because he simply couldn't look that young. Holding back his laughter, the Saint of Cancer says that Adam has good skills, but he should have chosen a more suitable role model. To which the hero declares that apparently they won't start using their brains until you help them, and waving his tail, hits Louis. After which he rushes at the journalists, asking them why they were laughing. Sophie, sensing that things are bad, is going to run away while she still has the chance. Suddenly Adam stops her, saying that she hasn't told the whole truth yet. He points his finger at the Saint, claiming that she must tell how the Saints fled at the sight of Red-Eyed, how they appropriated all his property. But suddenly the system informs the hero that a flash of energy from the darkest star has been detected. It was Louis who decided to use the energy of the constellation. The Cancer Saint states that he never thought it was really Adam, but since he's back, they need to throw a little welcome party to celebrate his return. Meanwhile, Alex cooked dinner at home and decided to turn on the TV. He immediately came across a live report from the site of St. Sophia. The presenter says that a man posing as Adam has burst into the conference and is now fighting with the Saint of the sign of Cancer. Alex's mouth drops with the news he hears. At the same time, Adama and Louis are engaged in a fierce battle right in the conference hall. The Saint of the Cancer sign attacks Adam with his shadow peaks, but suddenly freezes. The hero stops the Saint's attack with his dagger. The journalists, acting as spectators of the fight, begin to applaud Adam. After doing several somersaults in the air, the hero lands on his feet. He immediately concentrates his power in preparation for the offensive. Adam makes an incredibly fast dash and heads towards Louis. Seeing this, the Saint is about to counterattack, while sarcastically noting that the hero has apparently been doing acrobatics for the past 20 years. He releases his shadow bonds, but Adam cuts them with ease, after which he delivers a direct blow to Louis, cutting him down. But this again turns out to not be the real body of the Saint, which makes Adam furious. Suddenly, a huge black storm appears in the center of the hall. With the help of this storm, Louis begins to suck the life energy out of the reporters. Noticing this, Adam asks how the Saint plans to clean up the mess, to which Louis replies that he simply decided to deal with the hero as quickly as possible. To which Adam turns around and asks if the Saint was the one who stuck the dagger in his back. To which Louis evasively replies that a great hero should not dwell on such petty grievances. Moreover, the Saint says that all the clones he created were created from the life energy of the reporters. So if Adam wants to destroy them, he can dispel the life energy of these people as well. To which the hero merely shrugs his shoulders, saying that the vile techniques match Louis's vile face. After these words, the Saint rushes to attack the surrounded Adam, but suddenly he notices that he was not attacking Adam himself, but the lizard's tail. The hero who appears from behind explains that this is his new skill, which allows him to summon a target and use it instead of a shield. After which the hero hits one of the clones, saying that this is not just a clone, but a part of the real Louis. Inside the clone, the hero finds a crystal, which is the core. Adam analyzes this core and realizes that it contains 33% of Louis's soul and 20% of the sacred entity's soul. The hero defeats the Saint and the black storm dissipates. The dissolving Saint asks Adam what he had to go through in this tower, because it feels like the power of God himself is pressing on him. But the hero did not answer. He only said that he would definitely find a use for this core. Before completely dissolving, Louis states that he will definitely become Adam's worst headache. Suddenly, the hero receives a call from Alex, who starts yelling at him. He states that he watched the news and knows that Adam dealt with Louis's high-class clone, meaning that they have their guns aimed at the hero. Without understanding a word, Adam asks what weapon was pointed at him. This weapon turned out to be a space satellite, which had already begun to move. He aimed for the correct trajectory and fired the projectile towards the ground. Alex tells his friend that this weapon is called a Mormouth missile. This is a special weapon that was created after Adam's disappearance to destroy incredibly powerful monsters. Moreover, the missile will destroy not only the monsters, but also a huge area around the point of impact. After hearing all this, the hero declares that he cannot believe in the existence of such a weapon. But Alex assures him that the missile exists, and more importantly, Louis has rigged it so that the missile will automatically eject if his biometric signals disappear. Adam thinks that apparently the high-ranking clone is almost equal to Louis's original body, but the blonde interrupts him, saying that the hero needs to immediately get out of the conference hall. But Adam says that since the missile is capable of leveling several cities, running away is not the best option. Suddenly, Adam turns to Sophie, who is sitting next to him, and says that he has some ideas on how to get out of this situation. The Mormouth rocket is already flying towards the city, and sirens are sounding for all residents to take cover in bomb shelters. The townspeople run to the shelter in panic. They do not understand why the missile, created to destroy the monsters, is aimed at them. Eva and Derek are also shocked by what they heard. Suddenly, they see Adam carrying Saint Sophie on his shoulder. With the help of his newly acquired emblem, Adam uses the skills of levitation and teleportation. Together with Sophie, the hero heads straight towards the rocket approaching the Earth. Adam yells that he knows Sophie can burn through anything, so he orders her to melt the rocket. Moreover, he states that if the Saint fails, then both they and the city's inhabitants will come to an end. After spinning Sophie, the hero throws her straight into the rocket. The saint summons a sacred entity, who is shocked by what is happening and swears that Adam is truly mad. But quickly recovering from the shock, the sacred essence of Aquarius imposes all kinds of strengthening and fortification on Sophie so that she does not die. The saint uses her sovereign skill, Goddess's Tear. Sophie takes down the missile, completely destroying it. Looking at the debris of the rocket, the hero says that this is too sloppy work, and if the debris falls to the ground, there will be complete chaos. Suddenly, the hero gets the idea that since this rocket was created by the twins, he will be able to convey a grand greeting to the saint of the sign of the twins. Adam uses telepathy to contact Alex. The blonde asks if he managed to figure out the rocket, but the hero interrupts the blonde, telling him to lend him his absolute coordinate skill. Hearing Adam's worried voice, the blonde immediately passes on his skill to the hero. Adam uses his teleport and absolute coordinate skills to move the shards to another location. The townspeople notice that all the fragments from the rocket have disappeared, and are happy that they are saved. Moreover, even William, who is nearby, is amazed that Adam managed to make an entire warhead simply disappear. Suddenly, the bishop is contacted from the palace of the holy sign of the twins. They ask him what he did with his teleportation skills. After all, right now fragments of the Mormouth rocket are flying towards the palace. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place in the presidential office to discuss Adam's return. Suddenly, a hero appears, breaking through the roof of the building, holding Alex and William in his hands, who for some reason he took with him. Adam declares that since he has started, he will see it through to the end, and asks those present where his money is. The hero sits on the table and says that he left Alex's name as a trustee, and they simply took all his wealth. A man explains that the government could not entrust such responsibility to Alex alone. After all, Alex is a foreigner, and they could not trust him with all of Adam's wealth. Moreover, due to many circumstances, the Sagittarius branch lost its former influence, and, ultimately, they turned to a more reliable person for help. The hero hits the man, saying that out of all the possible people they chose the saint of the twins. Moreover, Adam states that the government should not look down on Alex because only he can do that. The hero continues by saying that although Alex is the weakest of all the saints and has nothing but a pretty face, this does not give the right to infringe on him. Adam then gets angry at his friend, asking why he tolerates such treatment. Having finished with his moralizing, the hero says that they must return all his money before he causes chaos here. Suddenly, a female voice is heard telling Adam to shut up. Turning towards the sound, the hero says with contempt that she has finally shown herself. The voice belongs to Brittany, the saint of the Gemini sign, and she states that Adam's funds have long been confiscated. Moreover, the saint declares that she intends to use Adam's funds to rebuild her palace. But looking at her, the hero asks who she is anyway. An angry Brittany says she's going to teach him a lesson now. The people around are in a panic, telling the saint not to start fights here, because she will cover them too. But Brittany doesn't listen to them and makes a high-ranking call. The summoned creature turns out to be the spirit queen Lily. Laughing, the saint declares that the queen of spirits is almost equal to the sacred entities in power. But Adam suddenly approaches the saint and grabs her by the clothes. With one swing, the hero sends Brittany flying, making another hole in the ceiling. After seeing everything that happened, the spirit queen Lily is about to return to the spirit world. But suddenly, she meets Adam's gaze. Grabbing Lily by the hair, the hero asks where she is going. Almost in tears, the queen of spirits begs Adam for mercy, but he remains unmoved. Suddenly, Brittany falls to the ground and her appearance changes, because she was not a real saint at all, but just a person covered in the illusion of a saint. After which, the hero turns to the deputies and tells them to immediately return his money. The hero still managed to get his money back and take several folders with documents with him, but Alex asks his friend if he finds all this strange. The blonde continues by saying that Brittany is not the type of person who would send a double in her place, but Adam says that if she did not appear herself, even when he razed her palace to the ground, then the saint simply cannot calm her anger. Moreover, the hero declares that he has an idea of where she is, so he offers to visit her. Meanwhile, the hero, along with Eve, Derek, and Ethan, are sitting in the apartment around some box, and Adam offers them a little snack before starting work. Adam offers Derek a burger, but he declines, saying he'll have something else. But the hero is not upset and asks Eva and Ethan what they will eat. Blushing a little, the girl says that she wants Adam. The hero choked on what he heard, but Eve continued that she wanted to hear advice from Adam. Ethan asks where Alex is, but the hero brushes him off, saying that he asked him for one favor, so he will be late. After eating, Adam declares that it is finally time for the interrogation. Addressing the Queen of Spirits, the hero states that he recommends that she answer honestly. Moreover, Adam does not understand that it is much better to be locked in a transparent box than in a book. The hero continues by saying that since Brittany hasn't shown up yet, it means she's simply not in a position to let anyone know about herself. And most likely it is locked somewhere, and that somewhere is right here, in Derek and Ethan's apartment. Lily confirms Adam's words, and hesitates a little before giving a definitive answer. But the hero speaks. Either she speaks herself, or he will force her to speak. Under such pressure, the Queen of Spirits gives in and points to a figurine standing on the shelf. The hero takes the figurine in his hand and declares that he knew it, because the stench coming from it was too strong. Turning to Ethan, the hero remembers that he said that Brittany herself blessed this relic, and most likely cast some kind of magic on it. The boy, his mouth agape, remembers that he actually said something similar. The hero uses his skills and begins to interact with the spirit world. Suddenly, the figure burst into a wild scream and made claims against Lily, who had gone and blabbed everything. From the relic, the real Brittany emerges in spirit form. Clutching her head, the saint asks herself why she ended up caught by the most terrible guy in the world. Brittany says that on the day the demon tower was destroyed, she felt Adam's energy. She says that the very fact that the hero returned is already confusing, since the first place he went was the house of his friend's son. And since she had this zone in her power, she decided to go and see with her own eyes. The saint used power to transfer her soul into this statue, but the figurine was broken, so she couldn't leave it. After the story, Brittany orders Lily to do something because she clearly has the power to get out of the glass box. But the Spirit Queen declares that she will do nothing, otherwise Adam will finish her off. Hearing this, the hero smirks, saying that Lily understands her situation perfectly well. Suddenly, the saint notices Derek and orders him to attack Adam, because he is her Templar. But Derek just shrugs, saying that he won't attack his uncle, because he's his hero. But Brittany doesn't let up, saying that Adam has always been their enemy, so if he is a follower of the twins' branching, he is obliged to attack the hero. Derek suddenly declares that in that case he is leaving. After all, if, being a follower of the twins, he automatically becomes an enemy of Adam, then he will prefer to leave the branching. Suddenly, the whole apartment starts shaking, knocking everyone off their feet. Derek is struck by the holy retribution of the sacred entity. Brittany tells the guy to immediately start asking for forgiveness, and if he immediately starts attacking Adam, the sacred entity will forgive him. But Derek says that he will not ask for forgiveness, because almost all the saints themselves betrayed Adam, and they have no right to look down on him. Suddenly, the sacred entity Freya appears and is about to finish off Derek. But Adam appears, uses his deep cutter skill and cuts the sacred essence. Meanwhile, all the Twin Templars realize that they can no longer use magic. Bishop William also feels it and says that it feels as if all the magical energy of the twins has suddenly dissipated. Adam reassures Derek and thanks him for trusting him until the very end. But their dialogue is interrupted by Brittany asking why she lost contact with the sacred entity. She explains that sacred entities expend a lot of resources when they personally enter their world. That is why they send their energy to the saints. And the saints, in turn, share this energy with their Templars. To put it simply, sacred entities are powerful energy stations. Saints are an electrical substation and energy transmitter, while the Templars are various sockets and plugs. That is why the disappearance of the sacred essence's energy immediately affected all of its followers. After hearing this, Adam sarcastically asks Brittany what it's like to feel like an ordinary person. The hero says that he stole this skill from the holy sign of Cancer, and when mixed with his own power, it produced a rather interesting result. After all, Adam managed to cut the bonds between the saint and her pathetic little god. Brittany, in horror, began to scream at Adam that he would not get away with it, because the sacred entity would not leave it. But the hero declared that he himself was not against it, because he himself wants all these little gods to appear before him in person. Suddenly, a terrible thunderstorm began in the city, destroying buildings. The system tells Adam that the sacred entity is very angry that its connections with the holy sign and the Templars were severed, and it is ready to take all the risks and personally invade this world. Right in front of Adam, a silhouette of a sacred entity appears from the violet light. The hero senses incredibly strong magical currents formed by the sacred entity. Freya attacks Adam with her power, sending a powerful bolt of lightning at him. But the hero remains unharmed. Moreover, he uses a fragment of the Cancer core, which absorbs Freya's energy. Adam says that he regrets that he does not have his former weapon now, because with it he could even cut up a god. However, saying that there is no other choice, the hero uses the creation workshop to create a new item. Using the best materials and Freya's energy, he creates a vortex scythe of the abyss, which unfortunately has very low durability. But using the fighting instinct, the hero prepares to attack. Adam deals a slashing blow, dealing significant damage to the sacred essence. But his weapon immediately breaks, and he is left with bare hands. Falling into agony and feeling humiliated, Freya intends to call upon this world with all her powers. Suddenly, a fiery comet appears in front of the sacred entity. It turns out to be Alex, who sensed the twins' energy and immediately went to the place. Freya freezes at what she sees and can do nothing. But Alex tells her to stop her intrusion immediately, because in a little while it could be considered a violation of the rules. The blonde reminds Freya that sacred entities are forbidden to invade this world in their true form. But the sacred essence declares that the pitiful constellation of Sagittarius is not able to stop her. Moreover, bursting into laughter, she asks what such an insignificant constellation and one awakened one can do to her. Alex says that of course with his current powers, he won't be able to stop Freya. However, he asks her if she thinks he is the only one who doesn't like the intrusion. The countless entities that watch over this world stop the constellation of twins. They express their displeasure, accusing Freya of violating sacred rules. Moreover, the sacred entities that were dissatisfied with what was happening activated the seals. Many chains bound Freya, preventing her from continuing her invasion. The sacred essence of the twins retreats, saying that it will never forget this day. But Adam, pleased with this outcome, tells her to come with one of the adults next time. The humiliated Freya leaves the world of people, and Adam receives respect and a high reputation among countless entities. Moreover, the hero greatly increases the level of his sacred throne and opens a special quest to awaken the Serpent Bearer. Adam thanks his friend and tells him not to worry about his children. After all, soon he will train Eva and Derek well so that they become even stronger. Suddenly, Alex remembers that he was able to take the thing from Brittany's palace that Adam asked for. This thing turned out to be a registry of souls, which records all contracts with the avatars of the Gemini constellation. Brittany interrupts their conversation, asking how he was able to get it, since this registry of souls was very well guarded. Alex replies that stealth and infiltration are the most important skills for any archer. While the blonde was arguing with Brittany, Adam had already unrolled the scroll, and all the avatars swore allegiance to him. But the hero does not believe them and says that first they must show their loyalty. Suddenly, a portal opens in the sky and Brittany's body falls out as an offering. Adam, bursting into laughter, says he accepts them. All the avatars of the Gemini constellation came under the power of the Ophiuchus constellation. The system tells the hero to give names to his authors, but Adam is too lazy to do this, so he just named them with serial numbers. Brittany appears from behind the hero and says that she cannot believe what is happening. Suddenly, Adam grabs the saint by the neck and begins to squeeze. The hero says that everyone has already turned away from her, including even the pathetic little god. He asks if she was the one who stabbed him in the back when they were in the demon tower, but Brittany says she doesn't understand what he's asking. Adam uses his power and brings even more torment to the saint. Telling Brittany not to play dumb, he points out that he could easily burn her soul to the ground. In the end, the saint says that it was most likely a virgin, because she was condemned by heaven. The hero lets her go, saying that she could have avoided this torment by telling everything at the very beginning. Moreover, he states that since she told him everything, he will return her body to her. Unexpectedly, Lily receives Brittany's body and thanks Adam for giving her freedom, albeit in this form. Adam ironically apologizes, saying that he accidentally gave Lily's body. Next, we are transported to Alex's house, where Lily and John argue over whether the Queen of Spirits will be able to rewrite the magical contracts of the holy sign of Aries. She asks Adam for the soul registry, saying that she can improve all contracts. And Brittany, who still hasn't returned her body, asks the hero to release her from the statuette. While Adam was going about his business, he constantly heard his new avatars lifting him up. All three avatars said that it was a great honor for them to serve the hero. Alex notes that avatars are usually very proud, and this is the first time he has seen something like this. But the three avatars, pointing at the blonde, say that a human servant has no right to interfere in the conversation. However, Adam quickly corrects them, saying that Alex is not a servant, but just a slave. Afterwards, all the avatars start laughing at him, but Adam interrupts them, asking why they decided to turn away from the twins in favor of the hero. To which he receives a clear answer: they are simply tired of putting up with Freya's hot temper. After which the avatars swore allegiance to Adam. Seeing this, Derek and Eva note that the hero is so cool that even avatars of such a high class are afraid of him. Suddenly a sly grin appeared on Eva's face, and she loudly declared that she was very happy because she decided to propose to Adam. Suddenly the hero turned pale, and Alex, with a terrible face, asks him what Eva is talking about. John intervenes in the conversation, saying that Alex is now Adam's father-in-law. But the blonde doesn't appreciate the joke and sets the toy on fire with his power. Adam tries to calm his friend down, telling him to put his bow down and they can talk it over. But Alex loses his temper and starts screaming that his daughter never once said she loved him, even on Father's Day. He mindlessly shoots the hero, ignoring requests to calm down. The blonde moves closer to his friend and declares that he can't leave him alive now. Adam realizes that Alex is seriously angry and uses his abilities to detect his friend's magical energy. He skillfully reflects all of the blonde's arrows, catching them with his hands. But Alex doesn't even think about stopping, each time attacking faster and faster. However, this does not cause any particular problems for the hero, and he says that the blonde is too annoying, just like a fly. In turn, an angry Alex uses an area attack. The blonde is not going to stop even though he will destroy his entire house. Derek and Eva try to calm their father down, but he only asks why they are trying to stop him. In response, the boy and the girl declare that he still won't be able to defeat Adam. Hearing these words from his own children, the hero loses heart, but he can no longer stop the attack that has begun. Suddenly, a hero appears and knocks out Alex with one blow. Having woken up, the blonde immediately gets up, but Adam calms him down. The hero assures that he is not stupid enough to seduce the children of his close friend. Moreover, Eva and Derek are already approaching him, carrying cake and tea. Alex is very touched by such care and tears appear in his eyes. He jumps to hug his son, but he skillfully shortens and heads towards Adam. Derek reports to the hero that he sent the video of the battle to reporters, as he requested. Moreover, Alex notices that there are no strawberries on his piece of cake. He asks his daughter where his strawberries on the cake went, but Eve only smiles, saying that she gave it to Adam. The blonde rushes towards his friend, trying to take his strawberry back, but the hero dodges, eating the cake in the process. Alex is helpless and can only scream. While Lily sews up the hole in the toy, John concludes that the blonde doesn't understand anything about raising children. Suddenly, Ava receives a notification on her phone. It says that a new red-class monster has appeared, and all Templars must immediately respond to destroy it. Meanwhile, troops gathered on the coastline of the Philippines. There is a thunderstorm raging over the sea which looks quite scary. The assembled people discuss the sudden appearance of a red-class monster, and discuss whether they have a chance of winning. Some short-haired man from the Lion's branch motivates people, preventing them from falling into despair. He says that the appearance of a monster of this class is a great opportunity to make a leap towards a bright future. The motivational cries irritate Ava, who wants to quickly deal with the thousand-legged monster and return home. We are shown a nearby camp where the Templars are also preparing for battle. An elderly man sitting inside the tent complains that the people from the Lion's Fork are making a noise out of nowhere. But he says what's more important is that he should have already received the package. We are taken back to Alex's house, where a woman stands at the entrance, looking at the dilapidated house. The door opens and the saint himself comes out of the house, happy to see the guest. This girl's name is Stacy and she is Alex's assistant. Together they go into the house, and the girl notices the news on the saint, who says that his daughter has gone to battle the thousand-legged monster. Suddenly, Alex notices that Stacy is carrying some kind of box and asks what it is. But she replies that the box was lying by the door and she thought it was a package for a saint. Suddenly, a voice comes from the package asking where Adam is. The main character tries to create a relic, but fails again due to the low class of his tools. The system tells Adam that in order to create the desired item, he needs a higher class tool. The hero thinks and realizes that in 20 years he has lost his hammer of understanding, and now it will be difficult for him to find out where it disappeared to. Suddenly, the system informs Adam that a follower of another constellation has entered his domain. The box contains a goat figurine that greets Alex, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The statuette reminds us that he is Sebastian. Adam immediately appears and recognizes the voice of an old friend. Sebastian is a Capricorn saint who, like the hero, specializes in creating relics. Finally, the Capricorn saint gets to the point of his appearance. Sebastian says that he wants to apologize for what happened earlier, but Adam does not listen to him and takes the statuette with his hand. He throws up the goat's head and smashes it into small pieces with a blow of his hammer. Alex notes that it would be worth listening to the saint, but the hero says that there is no need for this, because this old man would not want to share even one tiny detail with him, so he does not believe that the saint is looking for cooperation with him. At the same time, Sebastian understands that Adam still has the same bad temper, and will not do without a headache. Suddenly, one of the saint's Templars enters the tent and says that it is time for them to move out. The old man comes out of his tent, saying that it is time to see what this thousand-legged monster looks like. Next, we are shown a reporter who will broadcast a raid on a red-class monster. She explains that the thousand-pawed one is a huge monster that was destroyed by Adam 20 years ago, and it seems that a descendant of that terrifying monster has appeared near Manila. Moreover, since the monster belongs to the red class, forces from several branches gathered for the raid. The first being the Lion branch led by Bishop Oliver and Vice Head Eva. Next comes the branching of Fish, Masters of Naval Combat, specializing in transformation magic. Branching of the Calf, frontline troops with indestructible protection. The branching of Aquarius, priests on the battlefield, capable of neutralizing even the nuclear threat with their holy magic. And the Capricorn branch, specialists in creating and improving all kinds of weapons. Adam and Alex, watching TV, wonder what Sebastian is doing there. Suddenly, the reporter declares that the Capricorn saint did not come empty-handed. He called upon the sovereign relic of Capricorn, the Hammer of Insight. Seeing this, the blonde asks his friend if this isn't his thing. The journalist continues, saying that the great inventor Sebastian improves the relics of his troops just before the start of the battle. The hero is very angry because in fact this hammer belongs to him. Adam says he's pissed off just by the fact that his instrument was stolen, and Sebastian is acting up. He stands up abruptly and tells Alex that they are leaving immediately. But the hero stops, noticing that the waves are unstable. The thousand-legged one appears on the TV screen, having finally shown itself. Everyone is ordered to prepare for battle, but one guy notices something interesting. He says the monster is holding something on the end of its tentacle. That something turns out to be Steven, who is trying to take some bone from the monster. Everyone understands that the saint of the sign of Leo is fighting with the monster for his relic. Oliver realizes with horror that the saint is still obsessed with this useless bone. Sebastian approaches the bishop from behind and asks what he is doing. He says that the monster has finally shown itself, so why is the lion's branching inactive? But Oliver assures the saint that he was just about to give the order to attack. The bishop commands all his troops to begin taking the potions provided by the Capricorn fork. In turn, the branching fish casts spells for movement in water, and Aquarius casts enhancing magic on fighters. The tourists were ordered to create a line of defense along the coast so as not to let the monster through. Finally, Oliver and his soldiers head into battle. He gives the command for all the lions to attack the thousand-legged one. The Lion Branch Templars use the beast skill to transform into beast forms. Ava, who remained on the shore, commands all the Templars to release their magical energy. They use a combined branching skill to summon a giant white lion. This lion, the size of a thousand-legged one, attacks the monster, pushing it away from the shore. At that moment, all the Vanguard fighters begin to furiously attack the huge monster. Steven, still trying to get his bone back, yells for everyone to stay on the shore until he gets his relic. But Oliver tells him to leave her and help destroy the monster. Hearing this, Ava decides that it is time for her to intervene before Steven dies in a futile attempt to take the relic. She uses her rush skill and moves towards the monster at incredible speed. With one blow, Eva cuts off the tentacle in which the monster held the bone and frees Steven. The saint falls into the water but quickly emerges, spitting out the water that got into his mouth. However, Eva lands on his face and Steven starts screaming at her to get off him. Taking this as a sign, the Taurus branch is also about to enter the fight. With their combined efforts, they manage to push back the thousand-legged one. But suddenly, huge waves, similar to a tsunami, rise around the monster. The Templars of the Taurus branching have to use the skill of the impenetrable wall to prevent people on the shore from being washed away. A monster emerges from the water, several times larger than the thousand-legged one, which is called the 10,000 Paws. Watching the battle, Sebastian realizes that he has no choice. He picks up some object, but a voice from behind him calls out to him, asking what it is. Sebastian mindlessly replies that it is a detonator for a Mormouth rocket that he had prepared in advance. Suddenly, the detonator in his hand is smashed by a knife that someone threw at him. The old man recognizes whose voice it was, but does not have time to say anything, because the slime quickly grabs him. A portal opens nearby, from which they say that Sebastian is a real headache. Adam emerges from the portal and says that he understands perfectly well that the kids are just splashing around in the water, unable to kill the octopus, but to destroy them along with the monsters is too much. The hero continues, saying that he will now show you how to properly cut seafood. Meanwhile, Eva, on the battlefield, realizes that the main forces are already exhausted after the first skirmish with the thousand-legged one. Having analyzed the situation, the girl comes to the conclusion that the smaller ones can be dealt with later, but first it is necessary to remove the strongest one. She remembers that she watched the footage of Adam's battle with the thousand-legged one enough times to remember it all, because in the past, the footage of that fight stood out more than the others. Following the hero's lead, she breaks through the smaller tentacles as quickly as possible, and with one blow it cuts through those that cannot be dodged. Immediately after successfully closing the distance, Ava is about to plunge the weapon right between the monster's eyes. Using her Lotus Flash skill, the girl throws a spear straight at the monster, but suddenly she notices that the monster very easily stopped her attack with its tentacle, and with the other he is going to hit Ava, who is confused by what is happening. However, Steven, who appeared out of nowhere, covers the girl with his body. The blow hits him right in the back and a sound wave is created around them. They are thrown at great speed straight towards the coastline. While flying, Eva notices that the other Templars are starting to lose to the monsters and are calling for help. In despair, she asks herself what Uncle Adam would do in her place. Suddenly, she sees a hero who, with a two-handed sword, rushes straight towards the monsters. With one blow, Adam destroys the thousand-legged monster that stood in his way. People on the shore see this and are amazed at the incredible strength of the hero. Adami's weapon lands on the ground, as the hero threw it to increase the force of the blow. Landing on a torn-off tentacle floating nearby, the hero scolds the fighters for not being able to cope with such a weak monster themselves. But the insulted soldiers say that they themselves would have dealt with him, and the hero simply appeared out of nowhere and finished him off. Suddenly, the monster grabs the bewildered Adam and lifts him into the air. A huge monster is going to eat the hero because it senses a great danger in him. But Adam notices that in the next tentacle, the monster is holding Eve's spear. Under the gaze of the fighters, the monster manages to swallow Adam. However, the monster's body is pierced from the inside by the tip of a spear. The hero manages to pierce the monster's body from the inside, using Ava's ultimate skill. Standing on the enemy's head, the hero uses the Dark Baptism skill. With this skill, Adam pierces all the monsters that appeared from the ocean, thereby completely destroying them. The hero lands on a piece of tentacle, saying that he loves huge monsters because they can be cut into small pieces. Seeing all this, all the Templars understand that the stories about Adam's exploits were not fiction. The reporter broadcasting the entire fight addresses her viewers, saying that an event has just occurred that will soon become the main topic of discussion throughout the world. And on screens all over the world it is announced that the returning hero Adam has destroyed the monster of 10,000 paws. Because people all over the world began to honor and respect Adam, the system creates the Ophiuchus Bible. The system explains that all the hero's exploits will be recorded and will become famous among people. Standing on the shore, Happy Eve calls out to Adam, inviting him to her. The hero approaches her and asks if she is hurt, to which he receives an unequivocal answer that the girl is fine. Suddenly, Adam notices the bone that Eve hides behind her back, asking why she needs it, but she just waves it off, saying that it is a trophy. The hero changes the subject and shows the girl a broken spear, saying that it broke during the battle. However, he assures Eva that he will soon make her a new weapon. Suddenly, Steven appears, pushing the girl away and shouting that this is wonderful news. Adam asks him why he's so angry. The Saint of the Lion sign explains that since he is the head of the Lion branch, then Eve is his direct subordinate, and the hero has just offered to forge a new weapon for her. And this means that Adam must forge something for him too. Besides, 20 years ago it was Adam who was responsible for making the equipment for all the Saints. Moreover, since the hero destroyed the relic that Steven bought, he is entitled to something as compensation. Adam flares up and shouts that he will do nothing for Steven. Suddenly there was an explosion and some kind of green gas entered the air. Seeing this, Steven asks the hero if he can cause explosions with just his scream, but Adam states that naturally this is not his doing. Green gas envelops all the frontline fighters, who try to cover themselves from it with their hands. However, under the influence of the gas, some people of the Lion branch go mad. They begin to violently attack people from other branches. Eva says that a strike force of lions suddenly attacked the calf's branch, but someone's voice explains that this is a Mormoth outbreak that he planted. The culprit of everything that happened is Sebastian, who is heading towards the hero in an iron suit. Steven asks the old man what all this means, why he installed such a dangerous bomb in the area where people are supposed to fight. However, Sebastian tells him to calm down because it was just fireworks before the main show. Adam asks the Saint that the madness of the people on the front lines is also his doing. The old man confirms this and says that he will now show you something even more interesting. He starts whistling with his whistle and the shrill sound quickly spreads throughout the area. All the crazy people turn towards this sound. They begin to run towards Adam, ignoring Steven's orders to stop. Having reached the hero, they grab him to immobilize him. The cunning old man has calculated everything, because he hopes that Adam no longer has any strength left after the fierce battle with the monsters. Moreover, he states that he is pleased to see the hero pressed face down into the ground. Only Steven, who was not captured, can resist Sebastian. The old man explains that due to the effect of his potions and the Mormoth bomb, people can only hear the whistle commands. The Lion Saint furiously shouts at him to return the people to normal, to which Sebastian tells the Saint to listen carefully. The old man throws Adam's sword at Steven's feet, and he says that he has an offer that the Saint cannot refuse. Sebastian orders the Lion Saint to use this sword to kill Adam. Steven asks the old man why he should listen to his orders, but he replies that he has no other choice, or he is ready to lose his people forever. However, Sebastian reassures the Saint, saying that they should understand each other perfectly. After all, they have something in common, and that is a huge envy of Adam. Steven claims that this is complete nonsense, but the old man asks how he then explains his obsession with the artifacts that the hero created. This proves that the Saint is struggling to overcome his inferiority complex. After all, to behold the power of Adam is like running into an insurmountable wall. The same applies to artifact creation skills, and the harder they try to overcome this very wall, the bigger and stronger it becomes. It is simply impossible to destroy or jump over it. The old man says that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime. Moreover, he is not as petty as Adam, because in return he will create for Steven the most powerful weapon in the history of mankind. Finally, Sebastian declares that by joining forces, they can get rid of the hero, and then it will only be a matter of time before they become the most influential saints. Steven takes up the sword, but Eva tries to dissuade him, stating that it is an obvious trap. However, the Saint does not listen to her and swings his sword over Adam. Suddenly, Steven turns around and attacks the old man. The Saint declares that he will not believe him, given what the old man did to his people. Moreover, he does not intend to kill the hero in such a cowardly way. Looking at this, the hero is a little surprised by the actions of the holy sign of Leo. Furthermore, Steven states that Sebastian is incapable of creating the strongest weapon since he was never able to surpass Adam. After hearing this, the old man attacks the Saint, saying that he must pay for his actions. However, Steven was prepared for this outcome and skillfully counterattacked Sebastian. The old man's armor is destroyed by the attack of the Holy Lion sign. Without giving Sebastian a chance to catch his breath, Steven swings for a second blow. However, the old man turned out to be not so simple. He skillfully bounces back, breaking the distance, and launches all his missiles at the Saint. All the missiles hit their target accurately, and a huge mushroom cloud formed where Steven stood. Sebastian rejoices, saying that even the great Saint of the Leo sign cannot withstand the onslaught of his missiles. But suddenly, from the clouds of smoke, Steven appears, transformed into the form of a lion. Focusing all of her powers, the Saint prepares to use her ultimate skill. Using the Thousand Claws skill, Steven destroys the old man's suit. Standing on Sebastian's chest, the Saint says that his suit is just right. However, this does not stop him from pulling the old man out of the iron junk. Claiming that even the cowardly Aquarius fights without armor, he orders Sebastian to get out of his suit. Suddenly, Adam appears, looking sad and asking how long they will continue this stupid showdown. The Saints are shocked at how the hero managed to end up here, but he replies that he allowed himself to be captured in order to find out what was on the old man's mind. After finishing his explanation, the hero kicks Steven, saying that now it's his turn to chat with Sebastian. Addressing the old man, Adam states that he has a couple of serious questions. The old man recalls that 20 years ago, shortly before the raid of the demonic tower, some man told him that this tower would become a grave for Adam. But Sebastian objected, saying that it was just a prophecy given to Alex by a sacred entity. The stranger agreed that this was just a prediction, but he was talking about a plan that they could implement. Suddenly, Adam interrupts the old man, declaring that he is not interested in his flashbacks. He wants a clear answer to the question of who stabbed him in the back. Sebastian says he will tell him, but in exchange the hero must guarantee his safety. However, Adam grabs him by the jaw and says that the old man is in no position to bargain. In a trembling voice, Sebastian says that it was the Virgin. The hero understands that the old man's words confirm what Brittany said. But pulling himself together, Adam decides that he needs to go see the appraiser again so that he can examine the dagger that was used to stab him. Having finished his reflections, the hero turns to Sebastian, telling him to return his hammer of understanding. The old man had no choice but to return the hammer he had appropriated to himself. Having received the hammer, the hero summons the avatars and orders them to take the old man to theirs. While the avatars were dragging Sebastian away, he managed to shout that Adam had become not a saint, but the god of the new constellation himself. As soon as the old man disappeared, all the warriors of the Lion Branch began to come to their senses, not understanding what had happened to them. The people of the Capricorn Branch asked the bishop what they should do, since their leader was taken away from here by force. He replies that the only option is to do or die. The bishop presses his watch and some guy's armor starts to glow with a strange light. Suddenly, the guy's armor exploded right on him, causing everyone around him to fall into horror. Bursting into laughter, the Capricorn Branch bishop states that they embedded bombs into the armor while upgrading it. Moreover, he orders his wards to launch Mormouth shells. The projectile was aimed straight at the hero, who stood with his back to these fighters. Adam says that he is already pretty tired of these shells, so now he will show you something interesting. The hero uses his hammer to modify the Mormouth rocket. The modification was successful, and the projectile turned into a firework that exploded in the sky. The Capricorn Templars looked at this with eyes full of amazement, quietly saying that Adam was simply crazy. But then people from the Lion Branch arrived, and they were very angry that they had been betrayed. Steve says that they, the animals, are not that easy to take, so such a small explosion will not harm them. But before he could finish speaking, the people of the Capricorn Branch began to quickly run away. Angered by this action, Steve asks Adam if he has something big and strong that he can swing comfortably. Smiling sarcastically, the hero declares that he has just the thing in stock for just such a case. The hero grabs the saint by the leg and begins to spin him around with furious force. Continuing his attack, he slams his improvised weapon onto the ground. The blast wave caused by the impact reaches the fugitives and lifts them into the air. However, from such a blow, Stephen lost consciousness and apparently will not come to his senses anytime soon. We are shown a half-destroyed city, which is under the dome of protection of the European nation, and is a red zone. Captain Jane leads her squad through the red zone. She covers her nose because the stench around her is unbearable. Her subordinates discuss how Adam destroyed a huge monster in the Philippines. They agree that all the other troops were an extra burden for the hero. Jane doesn't like her subordinates whispering during a mission, so she orders them to be quiet. She reminds them that they are here to find their man, who recently went missing in the outskirts of the dome. Jane's moralizing is interrupted by cries for help coming from the depths of the city. She orders the squad to keep up with her and together they head towards the sound. Jane notices that the screams sound like they are echoing throughout the city. Suddenly she realizes that the screams are artificial and orders everything to stop. However, all her subordinates have disappeared somewhere, and she remains alone, among the empty city and many roots. A humanoid vine appears from behind the girl, skillfully parodying human cries for help. These vines become more and more numerous, and Jane is so terrified that she cannot move. Gradually, the vine envelops the girl, rendering her completely motionless. Meanwhile, Adam is at Alex's house and watches the news where everyone is praising him. He sincerely doesn't understand why everyone was so amazed by his victory over a couple of octopuses. But since the news is spinning it in a positive light, it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, the hero closes his new relic book and says that he will need to deal with the list of tasks. The system tells Adam that in order to awaken the Serpent Bearer, he needs to complete certain quests. The first task is to destroy the God Eater, however. In order for it to be completed, the hero cannot use the combat instinct skill. The second and third tasks involve Adam acquiring a recorder to record the Ophiuchus's accomplishments, as well as accepting a human avatar as his Templar. In addition, the hero gained additional functionality from the God's Gaze skill. In the living room of the house, Stacy is cleaning and grabbing John by the ears. She wants to clean him, although he strongly resists. Suddenly, Adam runs up to them and asks them to freeze in place. By using his skill, the hero sees the level of loyalty of the person he is looking at. The system tells the hero that when choosing a Templar, his loyalty must be equal to 100%, otherwise the power of the branching will weaken. Adam realizes that Derek, Eva, and Alex will easily become his followers. He asks Stacy where they went, but is told that they left early in the morning. Suddenly, the hero's phone rings and he sees that the number belongs to the appraiser Jin. Next, we are shown Derek's memories, where during the disaster people were trapped under the rubble and asking for help. Some woman tells the guy that he should hide in the car and sit there until his father comes. She calms the crying child, saying that when the father returns, he will easily deal with the monster. This woman turns out to be Derek's mother, who makes him promise to be obedient. Suddenly, the guy wakes up from the nightmare he saw, covered in cold sweat. However, Eva takes his hand and smiles encouragingly. Alex asks his son what happened, but he brushes it off, saying that he was just nervous, since this is the first time he has met his mother in a long time. Eva worries about her brother and tells him to be more careful with himself, because these could be side effects of the holy punishment. Even though Derek says everything is fine, you can tell from his face that he is depressed. The girl wants to cheer the guy up, so she says that since he's awake, let him take this. She hands him the bracelet, saying it's a birthday present. Eva continues by saying that she remembers Derek asking for a relic to store the twins' magical power. The guy thanks his sister, and she, smiling sweetly, says that she is glad that he is happy. Moreover, Eva says that Derek should greet his mother with a smile, because she will be upset if she sees him walking around with a sour expression on his birthday. Hearing the children's conversation, Alex becomes very nervous and grips the steering wheel of the car even tighter. At the hospital, the girl tells her mother about Adam's exploits and says that they will have a lot to discuss when she wakes up. It turns out that the children's mother is in a deep coma and bedridden. Alex can't get inside and stands at the door with a gloomy look. Apparently, the saint blames himself for what happened and cannot calm down. Suddenly, Alex's phone rings and he is very surprised when he sees the number. Stepping outside, he says he had planned to put all work aside today, so he is quite surprised that the EU leaders needed him. On the phone, they tell him that they called not because of a routine incident with monsters, but because the branch of the Maiden announced that they were not able to deal with the monster. Moreover, they turned to him specifically because Alex had previously encountered this monster. After all, it was the same monster that appeared in Korea 10 years ago and swept through the airport territory. They announced that the name of this monster is Blood Mist, and it is back again. Meanwhile, Adam is in Belgium, sitting in a cafe, thoughtfully looking at his phone. It turns out that the hero offered Derek to become his Templar, but he refused, saying that it would be problematic. Adam remembers that he recently found out about Derek's birthday, but he deliberately did not tell him about it, because he does not like to celebrate this day. The hero assumes that they are clearly not telling him something apparently. Something happened to the guy on his birthday. Suddenly, a man approaches Adam and notices that the hero is thinking about something. The man turns out to be Jean, who greets Adam, saying that he is very glad to meet them. The appraiser apologizes to the hero, saying that he should have notified Adam earlier. But the hero states that he had business here anyway, and getting there wasn't difficult. Adam notes that he knows the area is under the influence of the Virgo branching, but he didn't expect to see their emblems literally everywhere. Jean explains that throughout history, religion has been an integral part of life in many European countries. So after the appearance of saints, many people believed in them. After all, it's hard not to believe when you see the dome protecting you every day. But Adam cuts him off, saying that he doesn't hear any pride in Jean's words. And using his skill, he says that apparently the appraiser's faith has weakened greatly. Moreover, the hero suggests that what Jin wants to talk about is related to his branching. The appraiser is once again amazed by Adam's skills, and saying that nothing can be hidden from him, uses the soundproofing skill rented from the Aquarius branch, and prepares to get down to business. The appraiser took out the dagger that was stabbed into the hero 20 years ago, and stated that, although the information about the blade had been erased, he managed to learn something. After carefully examining the blade and analyzing it, he realized that the one who attacked Adam in the Demon Tower was the holy sign of the Virgin Kevin. Shortly before his departure, Adam spoke with Lily and informed her that Derek had declined his offer to become a Templar and had decided to remain part of the twins' branch. The hero orders the Queen of Spirits to find out the reasons for the refusal, and also to obtain any information about the position of Registrar. While playing the console, Lily decides that she can find out about the position later, but first she should write to Derek. Suddenly, Derek himself appears looking for Lily as he has a request. He asks the Queen of Spirits to help him get into the secret archive of the magical library of the twin branching. The Twins' Magic Library is a repository of books on magic collected from all over the world, including the Twins' branching territories. Deep within the building there is a secret archive containing forbidden books, accessible only to high-ranking Templars. Derek reports that he threw away his badge, so he can't even enter the library, not to mention that A-rank Templars are not allowed into the secret archive. Bowing deeply, he asks Lily to help because he really needs to get there. Turning around, the Spirit Queen uses her power and opens a portal. She says that sending a guy there is not that difficult, but the secret archive is full of secret, dangerous, and forbidden magic, so she wants to know what he wants there. After collecting his thoughts, Derek declares that he is going to obtain a skill with which he can summon a creature from another world called a soul call. Sitting on the bench and pulling up his hood, Adam fell into deep thought. The hero remembers that Jin told him that he looked through the records of recent years and several blades similar to this one were sold at auctions. All of these blades were personally assessed by Jin's predecessor. The appraiser speculates that the predecessor also sensed the ominous energy emanating from the weapon and attempted to track down the original. And it turned out that this blade belongs to the branch of the maiden. Furthermore, Jin states that the blade is from the maiden's branching weapon storage, and that it also contained a large number of weapons with similar energy. The appraiser suggests that the reason the blade was put up for auction was due to gradual disposal. Moreover, Jin was unable to learn anything from his predecessor precisely because he was killed while he was investigating, ironically. But the murder was committed by the very blade he was looking for. In addition, a strong curse was placed on the blade, which is capable of causing significant harm not only to the holy sign, but also to the sacred entity. The hero reflects that curses are Lewis's thing, but his curses do not work on sacred entities. And this sinister energy definitely does not belong to any of the gods. Even the energy of Cancer is nothing compared to the energy of the blade. Whoever attacked Adam must definitely be closely connected to the monsters of the mysterious civilization. Tired of thinking, the hero decides that he first needs to deal with the trials of awakening, and only then return to the maiden. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced that the train was arriving at the station, and Adam became noticeably more cheerful upon hearing this. An elite squad of the Holy Sign of Sagittarius, led by Alex, emerges from the carriage. We move to a dangerous red zone outside the city, where Alex's squad deals with monsters. Everyone there complains that some vines are in the way of their progress, constantly getting underfoot. Adam talks to the man, saying he didn't think the Sagittarius branch had any business in the Virgo branch's territory either. He replies that the Sagittarius branch received an order, so it came here. The man explains that the Sagittarius branch has a special squad that is engaged in the extermination of the monster. They are something like mercenaries who solve problems. And while they were here, Alex went to clarify all the details with members of the European Union. Adam is surprised, asking why they took the job without really knowing anything. However, the man replies that Alex would have taken the task anyway, since it involves a monster with which the saint has some history. He asks the hero if Adam has heard of a monster called the Blood Mist. Meanwhile, in the EU Parliament, a man explains to Alex that the Blood Mist is a monster that sucks out the soul and life force of nearby creatures, and according to the report, it appeared about 10 days ago. The saint asks why they didn't just gather an army of people from different branches and deal with him. But the man says the blood fog is officially considered defeated and should not surface again. However, Alex disagrees with this approach and says that they continue to hide its appearance, even though this monster has already swallowed up about 5,000 people. The bespectacled man laughs and says it has been decades since branches have worried about losses. In response to this, Alex asks why the head of the Virgo branch is not doing anything. They explain to him that the branching of the maiden has already tried. They have repeatedly sent their detachments consisting of high-ranking Templars. However, they all failed. Because the monster releases a red mist that causes a powerful status effect, it is most dangerous to branching maiden people who specialize in close combat. In addition, the Holy Sign of the Virgin Kevin himself went on an expedition to the Northern Sea to deal with the same class of attraction as the Bloody Fog. And this is not a situation in which it could return anytime soon. So the EU has decided to break with convention and turn to another branch. After examining all the branches, they settled on the Sagittarius, as it is a branch of mercenaries that is relatively free from power struggles. Moreover, Alex works together with Adam, and the man was quite impressed when he saw his actions in the Philippines. After hearing all this, the saint understands that this man's words are a lie. After all, Kevin is too proud to let someone deal with a monster on his territory for reasons like that. Alex realizes that the branching maiden wants to get rid of the weapon and himself with the help of the Bloody Fog. And although he sees right through their plan, he still can't say anything against it. Because of the Bloody Fog, Alex lost his mistress. Adam guesses who the lady is, and his guess is confirmed by a man from the elite squad. Alex's wife's name is Alice, and they met after the hero was imprisoned in the demonic tower, so it is unlikely that they ever met. A girl interrupts the conversation between the deputy captain of the squad and Adam, saying that Alice tried to protect Alex from the Bloody Fog when the monster defeated the First Templar and the Archer's Branch Bishop. Adam says he knew the Archer's Branch Bishop, as he wore their things 20 years ago. The hero finally understands why Alex avoided talking about his family and past, because he had to go through so much. After finishing his thoughts, Adam asks what the Bloody Fog is and notes that after 20 years, Alex has become weak and unreliable. After all, the hero remembers the level of his training better than anyone else, because he himself taught the blonde. When Adam was in his prime, he could only trust Alex with his rear, and now he can't believe that the blonde couldn't defeat a monster the hero had never even heard of. In the past, the saint of the sign of Sagittarius was one of the most powerful among the saints. That's why Adam asks the squad to explain to him what the hell happened to Alex. The deputy captain of the squad says that this is a rather difficult story, but since the hero himself asks, he will tell it. He begins his story by saying that this horrific event happened 10 years ago, on Derek's 7th birthday. The guy waited for his mother to finish talking on the phone about some weapon prototypes. After all, Alice is an honorary member of the Sagittarius branch and a developer of weapons against giant monsters. She thanks Bishop Joseph for bringing Derek to meet her at the airport. Suddenly, Derek interrupts the conversation on the phone and declares that he is very hungry. She offers to buy him some burgers, but Joseph says he'll go and buy them himself. While the adults are busy with their own affairs, the boy notices some sounds coming from behind him. Two men are arguing because one of them dropped something from his hands. Suddenly, both of them start running away, saying that they need to leave this place or else they will both die. Alice approaches Derek from behind and says that Joseph will bring burgers soon, so they need to wait for him here. Suddenly, everything around is covered in a bloody fog, leaving the mother and son at a loss. People at the airport also notice that something is wrong, because in addition to the fog, the electricity has also gone out. Derek is worried and asks his mother why the power went out. But Alice doesn't know what to tell her son and just hugs him by the shoulders. The bishop walking towards them is also surprised why the lights were turned off so suddenly. Alice, who notices him, asks if everything is okay, but there is already a huge monster behind her. Throwing down the food, Joseph jumps towards the mother and child to save them from the attack of a terrible monster. He manages to push them away straight from the monster's mouth but ends up in their place. Little Derek, very frightened for the bishop, reaches out to him and shouts at him to run away. However, Joseph puts his fingers up and smiles, showing the child that he will be okay. Mother covers Derek's eyes so that he does not see the bishop's horrible death. Joseph was eaten by the monster, but he was still able to save Alice and her son. Everyone at the airport watched in horror as the bloody fog killed a man. The security service immediately begins to contact the branch so that they can destroy the suddenly appeared monster. Alice tells Derek to hold on tightly to her, and while the monster is busy killing the people around him, she begins to run away, holding her son in her arms. Once she gets to the car, she puts Derek in it and tells him to sit in it until his dad comes. Alice tells him to imagine that it is just hide and seek, and he needs to hide well so that the monster does not find him. Finally, she takes a promise from her son that he will be brave and strong. Suddenly, vines of bloody mist reach Alice and drag her away in an unknown direction. Sitting in the car, Derek blames himself for everything that happened, saying that he just wanted to meet his mother at the airport. However, the sounds of crying attract the attention of the bloody vines, and they are already almost close to the car where the child is hiding. But suddenly a pillar of flame cuts off their path and the vines begin to burn. An angry Alex emerges from the flames and asks if his son is okay. Turning to Derek, the father asks where Joseph and Alice are. However, after hearing the whole truth from his son, Alex freezes with horror. Putting his hand on the window of the car where Derek is, he quietly says that he understands what happened. But the destroyed vines were replaced by new ones that are going to attack Alex in the back. Full of anger, Alex notices this and uses his power to destroy them with one blow. The saint moves lightning fast in a zigzag trajectory and ends up behind the monster. He sees that the people who were caught in the bloody mist are entwined with the branches of a huge tree on the back of the monster. Among the many people, Alex notices Alice, who is hanging from a tree unconscious. Having calmed his anger, the saint realizes that there must be a way to save his wife, and decides that he can pull Alice out of there by force. Alex lands on the monster's back and turns to his wife, telling her to wait a little, because now he will free her. Using his power, he pushes aside the vines that are wrapped around Alice. However, the blood mist senses that Alex is trying to tear his vines and begins to interfere with him. Turning sharply, the saint wants to use the magic of his sign so that the monster does not interfere with him. But at the ends of the vines of the bloody fog appear the souls of the people captured by it, who ask Alex for help. They get closer and closer to the saint, literally begging him to save them. It turns out that the cunning monster uses people's souls to deceive Alex and suddenly strikes from behind. Addressing the captured saint, the blood mist says that it senses the power of a god in Alex and really wants to absorb it. Using its vines, the monster sucks the strength out of the immobilized Alex, who can only writhe in pain. Derek, watching all this, screams in horror at his father not to give up. Suddenly, someone cuts the vines and releases the holy sign of the Sagittarius. Moreover, all captured people are pulled out of the tree that grows from the monster's back. Other saints appear and say that this is a pitiful sight. A battered Alex is surprised by the appearance of other signs. But from behind, Haley, the holy sign of Scorpio, appears, asking if the blonde is okay. She explains that she called everyone she could as soon as she heard about the appearance of a powerful monster. The saints decided to help because no one wants such a monster to appear on their territory. They decide that it is not worth dragging out the fight and want to deal with the monster in one blow. However, their attacks had no effect as the bloody mist engulfed them. John, Brittany, and Stephen are shocked that the monster ate their magic so easily. With the help of the powers of the saints, the bloody mist heals its wounds and prepares a powerful counterattack. Brittany uses her powers to put up a protective barrier, but the attack of the enraged monster is too strong. It destroys everything around it. The Saint of the Gemini sign starts bleeding from the nose and shouts to her comrades that at this rate the barrier won't hold for long. Suddenly, golden chains bind the huge monster and press it into the ground. Giselle, the Libra saint, appears and tells the other saints not to let this get to them. A wounded Alex asks Haley in surprise if she called Giselle and receives a negative answer. Suddenly, the Libra Saint tells Brittany to teleport the blood mist somewhere. Giselle explains that they can't defeat him now because the monster can absorb powers, so sending him somewhere far away is the best solution. But Alex is against this plan. He shouts that the bloody fog has swallowed the souls of people, and those whom Brittany saved are just empty shells. And the only way to save people is to kill the monster. The blonde begs not to teleport the monster, but to kill him now, because he can still fight. However, Giselle does not listen to Alex and says that her strength is running out. She orders Brittany to quickly teleport the monster somewhere, otherwise they will all die. Finally making up her mind, the Saint of the Gemini sign uses the teleport skill. Alex screams in horror for her to stop, but it's too late and Brittany successfully teleports the monster. After that incident, people only criticized Alex while praising other saints. The public wanted to know what would happen if more people died because of the weak sign of Sagittarius. Eyewitnesses said that Alex was unable to protect even his family. The saint made a public apology, but faced a furious public backlash at his funeral. People blamed Alex for the death of their families, and did not understand how he dared to show up at the funeral after everything that had happened. The saints, who were watching this public humiliation on television, suddenly turn it off. John asks Stephen why he turned off the report, but the Saint of the Leo sign and Sophie explain that all this bullying is too much. But John, without a drop of regret, says that someone had to take responsibility for the dead. Suddenly, a man appears on the stairs with a glass of drink and asks Stephen why he cares so much about people. This man turns out to be Arthur, the holy sign of Sagittarius, who says that Alex is completely helpless. He tried to defeat the monster alone, although he himself does not even own the sovereign relic. But suddenly the Saint of the sign of Cancer appears and says that Arthur is wrong. He notes that Alex is now doubly helpless, since the bloody fog has stolen half of the strength that the saint already had. Stephen and Sophie leave the room and the Aquarius saint asks if the blonde will be okay, but the Leo saint cannot say for sure. The big guy says that he was very surprised by Sophie's reaction because wasn't she jealous of Alex and Alice? The saint admits that although she doesn't like the blonde man's wife, she definitely didn't want this outcome. At the same time, a grief-stricken Alex goes to the hospital accompanied by his subordinates. Journalists crowd around, asking the saint uncomfortable questions about the funeral arrangements for his family members. Alex nevertheless enters the hospital, and his assistant reassures the journalists, saying that the saint has already given all possible comments at the press conference, and now he needs to meet with patients. With his head down, the saint asks what happened to Bishop Joseph. He is informed that the bishop's body was found and moved to the hospital. It seems that the monster vomited out the victims it could not swallow. The assistant explains that this probably happened because Joseph fought in the monster's stomach until the very end. The saint orders the bishop's body to be sent here to the intensive care unit, and aloud thanks Haley for her generosity in allowing him to use her hospital. However, the assistant says that Alex should not take all the responsibility on himself, and it is not too late to tell the world the truth. He says telling the public the truth that these people can still be saved is wrong because it will give them false hope for something that will probably never happen. After all, none of the saints would take risks in such a situation to return the souls of those people. However, Stacy does not calm down and says that because of what happened, the saint is unfairly hated, although he did nothing wrong. But Alex stops her saying that it's entirely his fault. After all, it was he who failed to protect them because his strength was insufficient, and he also failed to keep his promise to Adam, despite the fact that he entrusted him with the safety of Korea. Alex understands that the situation is unpleasant, but it is his burden, and he is the one who must bear it. Stacy wanted to say something else to Alex, but she was stopped by the vice chief, who put his hand on her shoulder. He explains that the reason the saint decided to redirect the victims to the hospital rather than allow a funeral is because he believes they can be helped. It's just not possible right now. Moreover, the vice chief believes that Alex will never give up, because if he gives up on them, he will give up both his wife and the bishop. Approaching the room where Alice is lying, Alex hears a child's voice. Inside sits Derek, blaming himself for everything, saying that if only he hadn't whined about being hungry. Then they would have left earlier, and Alex would have defeated the monster, and everyone would have been safe. He asks for forgiveness, saying that it is all his fault. Hearing these words, Alex clenched his teeth in tears and froze at the door, unable to go inside. The now grown-up saint admits that he should have gone inside that day and explained to Derek that it wasn't his fault. However, he could not show himself to his son in that state, otherwise he would begin to blame himself for it as well. The hero apologizes to his friend that he shouldn't have asked, but Alex states that sooner or later he would have had to tell anyway. However, the blonde says that the bloody fog has been found and needs to be dealt with once and for all. Alex promises that he will finish off the monster no matter what. At the same time, the monster itself feels the approach of the remaining forces of the sun god and the forces of the snake god. Bloody Mist realizes that this time he must devour the entire city along with the forces of the saints. Moving into the city, Alex commands his squad to destroy all the bird-like monsters, because in the future they may interfere with them. Suddenly, one of the subordinates brings the blonde a soda, telling him to drink it while he works. Following him, other subordinates treat Alex with candy. asking the saint to eat them. Each member of the elite squad treats the blonde with something edible, thereby showing their respect. Adam approaches the saint and tells him to eat since he's being cared for so much. Suddenly, the hero hears Lily's voice in his head, interrupting his meal. Using telepathy, the Spirit Queen contacts Adam and says that she spoke with Derek and asks him to listen to her. Meanwhile, the guy gets to the secret archive of the magical library of the twins branching. In a conversation with Lily, Derek mentions that he wants to gain the skill of soul calling, to return the souls of all those who suffered in that disaster. The Queen of Spirits nevertheless opens a portal to the secret archive, telling the guy not to overexert himself too much. While in the archives, Derek realizes that he must not miss the chance he was given. He picks up the World Tree Grimoire, but the system tells him that he doesn't have enough points to access the book. By sacrificing the bracelet that Eve gave him, he gains the required amount of branching points. When you open a book, suddenly all the knowledge inside bursts out. Pulling himself together, Derek begins to search for the page he needs. But it turns out that someone is watching the guy from behind the wall. Suddenly, the book is snatched from Derek's hands, which he certainly didn't expect. An unknown person comes out from behind the wall, picks up the grimoire and says that Derek is trying to read something very complex. This man is Eric, Derek's friend who bullied him in the cafe. The guy yells at the blonde, saying that he doesn't have time for his jokes and demands that he get his book back. Eric calms the guy down, saying that he will return the book, although now he doesn't know which one is his. Moreover, he asks Derek why he is so impudent, because somewhere nearby there is that guy named Adam. But suddenly he takes out a relic of a scale in the shape of a cross, and says that Alex and Adam are about to be torn apart. Meanwhile, the Saint of the Sagittarius sign takes the bow in his hands and launches a huge arrow into the sky. This arrow is a sign to return, because no one wants to run into a monster late at night. The deputy captain orders everyone to return immediately and report the situation. All squads report that everything is fine, but one of the squads is not responding. Suddenly, one of the squad members responds and shouts that he needs help. Adam understands what happened and tenses up to prepare to go to help. But seeing his friend full of rage, he calms him down, saying that he is now emotional. Adam says that Alex must remain cool and not be controlled by anger. The blonde calms down by saying that he knows all this, but it is not easy for him to control himself. The hero concludes that 10 years after the disaster, Alex finally takes revenge. In the city under the dome, an old man was walking through the park and suddenly noticed that the leaves had turned red. Suddenly there was a terrible explosion and vines burst out of the ground. A bloody mist appears behind the vines and Adam immediately rushes towards it. He pushes his foot into the beast's face using his strength. The hero understands that the monster in front of him is the very one who brought so much grief to his friend's family. He kicks the bloody mist away from him. But the monster managed to attack the hero with its vines, breaking Adam's leg. Meanwhile, in the secret archive, Eric uses his relic and a bright light comes from it. The relic shows the location of Adam and Alex's battle. And Eric, with a mocking grin, declares that the hunger of the bloody fog is the Achilles heel of the Constellation forces. At the same time, the monster, turning to Adam, declares that he will devour all his strength without a trace. But the hero, smiling, tells him not to even dream about it. Alex arrives in time and destroys the vines that have entangled Adam's leg. Summoning his hammer, the hero uses super regeneration to heal his leg, and says that today, he will open the belly of a huge toad. Adam jumps into the air, heading straight for the monster. While in flight, the hero uses a skill and increases the size of his hammer several times. With a furious force, he lands the weapon on Bloodmist's head and slams it into the ground. However, the monster is not so simple. With the help of his strength, he quickly rises and pushes the hero away. But then, many arrows explode on the body of the bloody fog, causing serious damage to it. Alex realizes that these attacks are affecting the monster, and orders his squad to prepare for a second volley. The party quickly realizes that the monster is absorbing magic, so they use relic arrows instead of magic ones. The second volley was not long in coming, and the monster's body was again attacked by explosive arrows. However, the bloody fog, angered by the annoying wounds, begins to send its vines underground. They almost catch up with the archers, but they manage to jump to a sufficient height. The hero is quite fed up with these vines, so he uses magic and prepares to take action to combat them. He flies into the sky and summons his pet slime. Adam commands him to create scissors and grabs them and heads towards the monster. Thanks to his speed, he quickly cuts through most of the blood vines. Spinning around violently, the hero cuts the monster into pieces with scissors. The bloody mist, cut into pieces, spreads out as a puddle on the ground while the squad members stand in bewilderment. They don't believe that everything is so simple because the monster couldn't die so easily. Alex also doesn't believe that it's all over and understands that something is wrong. After all, the phenomena created by the bloody fog have not yet disappeared. Derek, who was watching all this, shouts that Adam and Alex were able to overcome the bloody fog. He is happy and says that Eric greatly underestimated his uncle and father. However, he tells Derek not to rejoice too early, because the real fight hasn't even begun yet. Eric explains that the monster is so obsessed with food because food is his power. Suddenly, the bloody mist begins to regenerate, literally gathering itself together piece by piece. One of the people calls out to Alex, telling him to look at the dome. In horror, Alex realizes that the monster has swallowed the entire dome. The hero swings his weapon and cuts through the ground beneath his feet. In the rift, he sees that the blood mist was able to get behind the coupon because it sent vines through the pipes underground. At the same time, the monster had already managed to regenerate and, saying that he needed more food, was preparing for the second round. Eric, who is in the secret archive, laughs, saying that now this city is not a refuge for people, but a full warehouse of food for the monster. Derek asks the guy why he talks as if the incident at the airport was his doing. He asks Eric if he was the guy who dropped something, but instead of answering, he just laughs furiously, saying that he doesn't even know whether to call Derek smart, since he understood everything, or stupid, since he only just realized it now. Eric states that yes, Derek got it absolutely right. Moreover, he says that he can do whatever he wants, because nothing will happen to him anyway. After all, even Alex had long known who the criminal was, but Eric is the son of the saint of the sign of Libra, and this is the strongest branch in the world. That's why he is completely safe. In response, Derek asks him if he doesn't feel guilty, since countless people died because of him. However, Eric replies that the lives of those people were worth nothing anyway, and there is no reason to punish him. Suddenly, Derek takes out the dagger with which he summoned Adam to the cafe last time. Seeing this, Eric starts to back away, asking if the guy is going to invite Adam here again. But a light comes out of the dagger, which blinds the blonde. Very quickly, Derek jumps towards Eric, aiming his head at his face. It turned out that the light from the dagger was just a trick to get closer to the blonde. With a blow to the head, he knocks out Eric, who falls to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Derek is about to pick up the grimoires and leave quickly, but suddenly notices something. It turns out to be a relic of a scale in the shape of a cross. The guy understands that with her help, Eric returned the bloody fog, and probably she can be used for the opposite. But to do this, he needs to get to Europe, to the place where the monster is now located. Without a doubt, it uses the grimoire and activates the teleport skill. At the same time on the battlefield, thousands of arrows fly at the monster. However, the blood mist blocks them with its vines. The hero uses scissors and tirelessly cuts the monster's vines. However, even he cannot block all of the monster's attacks. The system tells Adam that due to the blood mist attack, the effectiveness of his super regeneration and all his physical abilities are reduced. While the hero is regenerating, a fiery flame appears from above. Alex appears and together with Adam prepares a powerful attack. With a combined attack, they destroy the monster again. However, Alex notices that the bloody mist is emitting an ominous energy. The hero agrees that this is the same energy as in the demonic tower, and it is called the energy of the Red-Eyed Army. 20 years ago, the Demon Tower appeared along with the Red Eyes invasion. There were many theories calling it the Ark of All Misfortunes or the outpost of a mystical civilization, but the only thing they knew for sure was that the monsters inside it were on a completely different level. The red and black classes look meager in comparison, the invincible ones attracting. Using his weak point detection skill, Adam suddenly discovers that the blood mist has 3 cores. The hero tells Alex that the monster is constantly sucking out souls and life force through its roots and branches, so they need to break through the dome, because now it is just a prison in which people are stuck. Hearing this, the Saint orders all the squads of riflemen to focus their fire on the dome and destroy it. However, the monster is not so stupid and with the help of its vines tries to prevent the destruction of the dome. Suddenly, the bloody fog begins to imitate the voices of the people it has eaten, asking not to shoot at them. Turning to the monster, Adam says that he is perfect for pissing people off, after which the hero promises to grind the monster into mush. Meanwhile, Derek moves to the vicinity of the battle and falls out of the teleporter and falls to the ground. Having fallen to the ground, he tries to understand where he ended up, because the scale beads changed the teleportation coordinates. Suddenly, he notices a strange glow from the relic. Derek notices a huge object next to him. It turned out to be a tree whose roots had entwined some kind of monument. The guy guesses that this tree is part of the monster. The system tells Derek that the relic he is holding in his hand blocks the blood mist effect. He realizes that this tree is the reason why people are in such a terrible state, and prepares to use his power to destroy it. Meanwhile, with the help of drones, information reaches the European Union that the entire territory under the dome has fallen into absolute chaos due to the sudden appearance of a monster. The government man, hearing this, becomes furious, because he knows that Eric, with whom they are in cahoots, is to blame for everything. The information also reaches Giselle, who is observing the situation from afar. At the same time, Adam fights a monster that uses its vines to break the news team's drone. Alex, who is below, tries to call out to Adam. However, members of the Holy Sign of Sagittarius squad call out to the blonde, warning him that there is something behind him. It turned out that the bloody mist attacked Alex with its paw, but he managed to defend himself with his bow. But the strength of the bow was not enough to repel the attack of such a strong monster. As a result, Alex found himself pinned to the ground by the monster's paw. Adam, who noticed this, wanted to help his friend, but the vines with souls greatly hindered him. The hero was unable to dodge, and the monster threw him straight into a high-rise building. Having dealt with hell, the bloody fog turned to the rest of the squad and said that it was time to devour them too. Suddenly, the monster sensed something and turned towards the dome. Bloody Mist felt that someone was touching his tree, which was located under the dome. But before he could do anything, he was overcome by a terrible pain. It turned out that Derek, who was inside the dome, was using his power to strike the tree. Thinking about how his mother is in such a terrible state because of the bloody fog, the guy gets furious and starts hitting more actively. Derek's barrage of attacks manages to pierce the tree growing under the dome, causing it to completely collapse. When the tree was destroyed, the Blood Mist experienced incredible pain, which greatly weakened it. Suddenly, the monster jumps up and starts moving towards the dome. Having recovered, Alex asks his deputy for a bow and says that now they will use their preparation. Suddenly, a blow is thrown from above at the running monster, hitting him right in the head. It was Alex who, with a sly grin, asked the Bloody Mist how it felt to be pierced by an arrow the size of a column. The blonde uses the magical power of the grimoire and prepares to launch a series of other attacks. Hundreds of huge arrows fly straight towards the monster, nailing it right through. It turns out that some of the arrows were attached to ropes, with the help of which the members of the elite squad want to immobilize the bloody fog. All fighters use the maximum of their abilities, because it is important for them, if not to destroy, then at least to delay the monster. Meanwhile, Derek is about to deliver the final blow to the tree. The system warns him that the magical power of Libra and the magical power of Gemini repel each other. However, he doesn't care anymore and deals a powerful blow to the remains of the tree. The attack was so powerful that it destroyed the dome from the inside. Blood Mist, pinned down by Alex's massive arrows, watches in horror as all the power he had gathered disappears. After all, he doesn't want to lose all the souls he needs for the deal. One of the squad members noticed that the ghosts around the tree began to disappear. The second one suggested that this happened because the dome was destroyed. Ropes that were covered in flames of fire ran to their stand. An exhausted Derek lay on the ground among the remains of the creature. When he came to, he did not understand where he was. After a moment, he remembered that he had been resisting the tree. Looking back, he thanked God that the tree was completely destroyed. He relaxed his hand and saw that the very same cross was lying in it. The young man was grateful that he could finally see the night sky. His happiness knew no bounds as he was able to fight the tree. However, raising his head up, the hero saw that the city was covered in fiery flames. The system warned that the power of the sun god was breaking out. Without thinking twice, Derek created a protective barrier around himself. The system has notified that the snake-scale barrier is protecting the owner from damage. The beam of fire that attacked the redhead was similar to his father's fire. However, due to the difference in feelings, the young man understood that this could not be. This fiery flame melted the city and destroyed almost all the buildings. The alarmed fighters did not understand what had just happened and where the huge beam of fire came from. Their leader stood up for himself and took the full brunt of the blow. He tried his best to block out the damn bloody fog. The creature used the archer's power, which he stole from Derek's father. After the fire attack, the man thought he would not be able to continue the battle. The creature used its eyes to send out rays of light in different directions. A huge eye of God appeared in the sky above the red-haired Derek. The young man immediately realized that this was one of the archer skills that his father used. The monster scanned the space and realized that it was Derek who destroyed his tree. At that moment, Alex appeared on one of the floors of the destroyed building. He went into battle with the fiery creature to try to save his son. He was afraid to approach the attacking monster because the bloody mist was dangerous for him. When the monster wanted to grab the young man, his father came to his defense. The creature didn't like the fact that the halfling archer was bothering him again. To begin with, he decided to deal with the hero's father, Alex. The system issued a warning that a sinister energy of unknown origin was becoming stronger. The father used the fire barrier skill to encase his son in a protective shell. The monster closed its jaws and swallowed Alex, and this could well mean the man's death. The young man was worried about the fate of his father, but he could do nothing about it. However, this did not mean the end, as Alex, in his entire state, fell into the monster's stomach. The creature was happy that it was finally able to obtain the full power of the sun god. At some point, his eye cracked and the creature became agitated. The system notified that Adam had used the Ice Blender skill. The monster informed Adam that it was too late to attack and that he was ready to eat his next victim. The protagonist struck the center of the monster's body, from where Alex's core of power was glowing. At this time, the exhausted father Alex was in the stomach of the monster, held by energy bonds. He couldn't forgive himself for failing to save his son Derek. As the man fell a little further down the monster's body, his body began to glow with solar energy. Ahead of him, he saw that all the bonds that surrounded him converged at the point where the core of his power was located. If he had it, he would be able to continue fighting the bloody fog. For some moments, the victim's consciousness began to fade, and memories gradually disappeared. Remembering the happy moments with his family, he decided that he would never give up in the face of difficulties. He tried to shake the binding bonds to get to his power. Alex's power particle was quite far away from him and was not easy to get. When the man finally managed to reach her, the system notified that contact had been made with a fragment of the Sagittarius light god. According to the system, the sun fragment wants to return to the source of its power. A warning was issued that due to the fragment being exposed to the mystical civilization for too long, it may begin to experience a rejection reaction. Adam appeared on the battlefield, enveloped in cold energy. He shouted at Alex to come to his senses and finally get out. He asked his comrades not to relax, as they still had a lot to go through. The main character extended his hand to Alex and pulled him along with him. 30 years ago, there was a similar incident in Saudi Arabia. During one of the battles, everything nearby flew upward. Alex accidentally found himself inside a monster that swallowed him in a matter of seconds. The man could not believe that he would die without getting married. A faithful comrade came to his aid and dealt with the monster. At that moment, Alex no longer believed in his salvation and simply waited for death. He extended his hand to the unfortunate Alex. It was Adam who, as he did now, extended a hand of salvation to Alex. After the miraculous rescue, Alex was unconscious and lying on the ground. His son Derek anxiously tried to bring him to his senses. Adam decided to examine his comrade's condition and activated his 13th sense. The system reported that Alex had absorbed a fragment of the sun that had been contaminated with the energy of a mysterious civilization. Because of this, side effects were possible during the full absorption of the restored power. The protagonist did not understand how Alex managed to regain his power while he was inside the toad. Adam asked Derek not to worry about his father, because he was not one of those who died so easily. He asked his uncle where he was going. Adam declared with absolute certainty that he must go and kill this creature. He made some maneuver and found himself above the monster's head. By that time, the monster was already perplexed by the attack. All the actions of the main character were aimed at revenge for Alex and his son. The young man believed that it would be fair if the creature paid for all its mistakes. Adam used the hammer relic to fight the blood mist. The enemy could barely regenerate and only had one true core left. The young man struck the monster's head with all his might. Bloody Mist was upset that he would die without achieving anything. Oddly enough, he didn't even resist and completely admitted his defeat. However, before leaving, he promised to definitely take one of the squad members with him to the grave. Bloody Mist promised Adam that it would not be he who would go with him, but the exhausted Alex. The main character believed that the toad would leave this world alone. Adam asked the monster not to look down on the one to whom he trusted his back. At this time, he was worried about his father, who was about to die. A huge flash appeared at the site of the battle, originating far away in space. Everything around this beam of light was immediately in danger. Reporters and people around could not understand what was happening to the world. The powerful fire force gradually curled into a funnel and formed a fire tornado. Onlookers saw a powerful column of flame continue to rise from the ruins. Even though it was the middle of the night, the city was as light as noon. Eva knew that Uncle Adam and Alex were in Europe right now. Dear YouTube viewer, if the video gets at least 100 comments, I will definitely publish a new part. I am sure you can do it, because you are a very cool viewer of SSS rank. Thanks for watching. Miss was watching their actions in real time right now. With the help of improvised means, a magic mirror was placed on her table, which reflected the entire reality of that city. A fiery flame of destructive force threw Alex upward. When he fully woke up, the blood mist asked him to give back the power he had taken away. It seemed that Alex was completely alone, and no one could come to his aid. But behind Alex was his son Derek, thanks to whom the man gathered his strength and challenged the creature. He used his special skill and gradually destroyed the annoying tree branches. Adam noted that Skyshine is one of Alex's best skills. Adam laughed at the toad and reproached her for the fact that, despite many attempts, she had not succeeded in taking anything away from the members of the squad. The protagonist wanted to end the monster's life here and now, but he couldn't be the one to finish her off. Alex used the receive hit activation, which changed the location to the target the owner had recently touched. Looking back, Derek's father saw his friend Adam next to him. He asked Alex to finish off the toad, and at that moment Alex climbed onto the monster's head. Using magic arrows and a spear, Alex created multiple streams of energy around himself. After his attack, the creature was dealt with and the city was completely free of flames. According to Alex, the bloody fog created a real mess in the city. Finally, it was all over. The squad members managed to destroy all the monster's cores and turn the body into ashes. The protagonist believed that the monster had no reason to collect souls in one place. Alex thanked his friend for his care, and for saving him from the hands of the monster. Adam informed Alex that he had found something for him while he was fighting the toad. He took out a huge blue ball from his pocket, which was the real core of the bloody fog. However, Alex did not understand what kind of core it was, and the main character wanted to demonstrate its properties to him at that very moment. He simultaneously activated the 13th sense and the fixing eye of God. This blue sphere previously absorbed and sealed the souls of people. If you put the power of Ophiuchus into the soul-sealing realm, there is a high probability that the soul-sealing realm will not be able to resist it. Because the sphere could not withstand the other core, it began to crack and released all the trapped souls. Alex didn't understand how Adam managed to bring all the injured souls back to freedom. According to the main character, all the victims of this sphere will soon begin to wake up in different parts of the country. This conversation was overheard by Derek, who had previously lost his mother and uncle because of this sphere. Adam explained to the young man that soon his mother would wake up in her rightful place. After hearing these words, Derek had the feeling that some kind of miracle had happened. At this time, Steven decided not to stand aside and did not want to let the monster threaten humanity and his big bone. He used the Thunder Rain skill, which immediately fell upon the enemy. All members of the squad were surprised that Steven managed to cause a thunderstorm. It was this skill that allowed the man to overcome the huge monster and save his bone. Steven took out what had always been his and showed humanity his pride. After that, for a long time he treated the bone like a child. While he was busy taking care of the child, the squad members were interested in who had emerged the best in the fight. The man struck them lightly, and they immediately admitted their defeat and Steven's victory. From that moment on, Big Bone was the best partner for Steven. One day he put her to bed and lay down next to her. At some point he discovered that the bone had disappeared from his grasp. Looking back, he saw that the bone had been grabbed by Eve. This situation made the man worried because he had just gotten his lost item back. Sometime later, he woke up in a hospital bed surrounded by his loved ones. Steven was told that he had failed after hunting the thousand-legged creatures due to an ambush set up by Adam. When Steven asked how long he had been in a coma, those around him did not know what to tell him. With absolute confidence in his abilities, Steven announced that he and his squad were going to attack Adam. He asked that a large bone from Ava's room be brought to him immediately. Steven's loved ones thought it was a bad idea, and the patient simply became confused. They tried to explain to him that he was just a sick man who was constantly looking for a big bone. However, the men were sure that Eve was involved in the whole situation, having previously shown concern about the task with Adam. Another young man arrived in the room and announced that a miracle had occurred. People who were in a coma for 10 years due to the blood fog are starting to wake up, he said. This was known not from rumors, but from television screens all over the world. The news officially announced that 1,000 people who were in a coma due to the bloody fog were waking up all over the world. One of the reporters was on the outskirts of the Western Protective Dome of Europe, where after a long battle, the hero Adam and the Sagittarius sect defeated the fog. There was a high probability that those who had not yet awakened would soon recover. Eric couldn't believe that his subordinate had not only lost the blood mist, but had also lost Rosario's Libra, which his mother had given him. According to Eric, the young man created a huge mess by allowing the bloody fog to rage. Eric was outraged that, in the end, his subordinate received the most important thing in the whole world, which he immediately gave to the enemy. The young man seriously allowed the protagonist, whom he was bullying, to take this thing away from him. Eric continued to scold his subordinate for failing to complete the assigned task for a long time. Then he got furious and hit Eric on the head with a bottle for his arrogance. Eric declared that the young man had always been the type who could not do anything right. He asked him how he was going to clean up this mess, because the people who wake up will tell something about their group. Eric's brother announced that this was the reason he came to him for help, since he was also involved in this matter. Eric asked to first follow Adam and destroy all remaining traces of his group. The brother was interested in what Eric would do at this time. The hero said that he would soon go to the Scorpio hospital. This way he can at least cover up the incident at the airport if he takes care of the people who fell into a coma in Korea. The action then takes place in the European Union, on the western edge of the protective dome. Alex received a call on his phone with news from the hospital. He was told that not all people had woken up yet, and Derek's mother and uncle were still unconscious. The protagonist was sure that some time would pass before all the souls returned to their places. Adam asked Derek to come back and see his mother and uncle. The young man did not want to go to the hospital without Adam and Alex's accompaniment. Alex announced that he and Adam could not go to the hospital yet, because they still had serious matters to attend to. Derek used his teleportation skill and found himself on the street where the hospital was located. Despite his loneliness, he wanted to see his mother and uncle as soon as possible. On the way, he thought that he shouldn't come empty-handed and should go get some flowers. Despite the lack of free time, he ran to the store. Eric followed him to the Scorpio hospital. While at the hospital, he became interested in Derek's whereabouts. The man was sure that the young man would show up as soon as he dealt with his family. Derek ran to the store and bought a bouquet of red flowers from his mother. In the Western Protective Dome in the National Disaster Zone, the search for the dead was still ongoing. In addition to the soldiers, there were reporters working on the scene who wanted to make a sensation out of what was happening. All the rooms were completely filled with the wounded and dead. Among them was Adam, who for a second thought that he had already died. Deciding to remember what happened, he discovered with the help of the system that he had passed the test of strength, and thanks to this, he could overcome the strength of the archer. Among other things, the protagonist received achievements for killing a monster that ate gods and freeing human souls. He placed one of the relics in front of him and could not think that it was like a relic that he had received miraculously. Inside the core, he found a fragment similar to a dagger from a mysterious civilization. The fact that he was inside the core means that the person who stabbed him in the Devil's Tower is the one who controlled it. So far, all the evidence points to one of Virgo's prime suspects. The protagonist was confident that the answer would come to him as soon as he beat the crap out of the suspects. After the scene was cleared, Adam suggested that Alex go look for Virgo. However, the young man abandoned this idea because he needed to regain his strength. Then the main character asked his friend why he didn't go to the hospital with his son. Alex didn't think he had the right or the emotional fortitude to see his wife and brother again. Besides that, he had many other different tasks, for example, the problem with Virgo. He also needed to deal with the Libra that was constantly in his hand. Previously, Giselle always told Alex to choose only one. The young man decided that he and Adam had to find the culprits responsible for the bloody fog. Adam remembered that, according to Derek, there was some initiator behind this. Alex wanted to hold accountable those who caused his family so much grief. Adam turned to the squad members and asked them to return to Korea immediately. The young men replied that they had a lot of things to do here and could not go to Korea today. According to Adam, all these squad members will only interfere with the hunt for Virgo. The protagonist needed at least one stubborn person, and he remembered that Derek unfortunately was sent to Korea. Alex and Adam told the squad members to leave quickly to be close to Derek. So far everything was fine, because the main character put up protection. He took out the coin that is associated with it. Adam had previously given Derek this coin as a birthday present. The protagonist activated the fixing eye of God and with its help tried to turn Derek into an avatar. The candidate who received the coin must receive and clear the entry task, and upon completion of this task, the candidate will be rewarded. At the end of the conversation, Adam told his nephew that he would soon need this coin. While in the hospital, the young man remembered the coin and no longer believed that he would need it. Passing by one of the wards, he saw a happy family in which the awakening of a young man had taken place. Suddenly, Derek saw a stranger step on a man's body in one of the corridors. It was Eric, who spent a long time in the hospital waiting for Derek. The young man immediately became rude to his opponent, but the latter asked him to observe manners. A fight broke out between the two men, during which they used their best skills. Eric praised Derek's defense as being the best, as he stopped the shot despite being an A-class player. The hero insisted that his opponent stop, because they were in a hospital full of innocent people. Eric knew he was in a hospital, and he knew it was full of people who had fallen into comas because of the bloody fog. He declared that he did not want these people to wake up and dealt Derek a powerful blow from which he was able to close himself off. The European Parliament's Disaster Response Committee said they had a great opportunity to get rid of Adam and the Archer, and bring in the Virgin Mary. The person on the phone reported that this event had damaged Virgo's reputation quite a bit. Also, based on the conversation, it was clear that Adam and the Sagittarius would soon return, and we needed to be prepared for this. At that moment, an angry Kevin burst into the office. The young man couldn't understand why Adam had made sure that the situation with the misfortune fell under Virgo's jurisdiction. The holy constellation of Virgo is as noble as it is diverse and incredible. Kevin's constellation Virgo matches his reputation for prestige. Their power and number are not comparable to Libra, the largest constellation of this world. Kevin became angry because Adam was tampering with his land. The arrival asked the politician to report to him why this happened. At the next moment, Kevin refused to explain, since that serious person has a head on his shoulders, which means there are definitely reasons for what is happening. Kevin shouted into the air that the hero who died in the Demon Tower 20 years ago should not come back and steal all the glory at once. It was the first time his squad subordinates had seen their master so emotional. According to one of the girls, the saint had been haunted by this for a long time, because at first it was just a normal childhood rivalry, but it grew into something else. In no situation did Saint Kevin ever manage to defeat Mr. Adam. Even in interviews about general activities, Adam was a key figure. Even at the karaoke bars they went to from time to time, Adam always took the top places. The girls felt that the competition between men was becoming more intense and scary each time. The politician told Kevin that they had already sent a squad to search for Mr. Adam, and they just had to wait for the report. However, Kevin wanted to find him himself, since he was operating on his land. 20 years ago he failed to finish him off, but this time he will erase him with his own hands. People around him thought that Kevin might succeed, but it would be quite difficult. The saint turned to his subordinates and asked them to go in search of Adam. The politician announced that they had a possible list of the main character's whereabouts. They said on the phone that we needed to hurry to catch up with the search party. Mr. Perio did not understand why Kevin had arrived on the scene and quite earlier than expected. He turned to his entire squad and asked them to prepare to break in. The next moment, the Holy Virgin's squad rushed inside and asked everyone to stand in their places. At this time, a karaoke evening was taking place in the room. The audience, together with the singer, sang a song about the greatness of Adam and the Archer. Everyone believed in the brilliant work of Adam and Alex. Kevin's squad did not understand how the singer could promote his constellation on foreign territory. The young man grabbed the sword and wanted to show everyone that this propaganda show was illegal. However, he immediately received a blow to the jaw and was thrown back several meters. Adam himself appeared before him, although he was in a state of alcoholic intoxication. The main character announced that he liked this show and no one had the right to interfere with it. The rival turned to Adam and reproached him for not having the right to promote his constellation on the territory of the Virgo constellation. As an inquisitor, he did not want to leave this unattended, but soon immediately received a blow to the other part of the jaw. Perio asked his subordinate to forget about his duties for a while, since he was creating unnecessary noise. After this, The young man turned to Adam and asked him for forgiveness for what happened. As the head of the Virgo Inquisitors, Perio suggested getting straight to the point. Perio immediately asked Adam for help and asked him to get rid of the Holy Virgin. At this time, Kevin Azar was combing all the premises in search of Adam. However, each time he was disappointed and ran into unnecessary people. It was strange for the Saint because he knew exactly where he needed to go. But for some reason he kept getting lost. Time after time, his subordinate asked him to go to the next location, since Adam was not there. Kevin used special glasses on his subordinate, which revealed that Scorpion's skill had been neutralized. All members of the squad were alarmed by the discovery of a scorpion trap, causing their master to become confused. Kevin reproached his subordinate for trying to detain him by forcing him to wander around the area. According to him, this young man wanted the Inquisition squad to find Adam before anyone else. The Holy Virgin turned to her subordinate and asked where exactly the detachment with Adam was, and also announced that his answer would determine how many body parts he would take with him. In the shelter of the constellation Virgo, terrible events began. The lords who were standing guard suddenly saw Adam in the vicinity of the shelter. Without thinking twice, Adam rushed at these fighters and cut them into pieces. The system has notified that Adam is hunting the avatar of the Virgo constellation, and therefore the experience of the Sacred Throne has been increased. The people who were with Adam felt that they did not need to interfere in the fight, since Adam would handle everything himself. There is currently great turmoil in the Virgo constellation as all members of Virgo have split into two factions. Saint Kevin has lost the trust of those around him with his excessive orders, and so the Holy Inquisition is determined to stop him. The Holy Inquisition decided to turn to external forces and offer them the reward of heavenly condemnation. The heavenly condemnation is the final masterpiece symbolizing Adam. It was lost 20 years ago in the Devil's Tower during the battle with Red Eye. The system notified that all of the Maiden's avatars had fallen and the door to the relic warehouse was open. The protagonist felt that behind this door was heavenly condemnation. Suddenly, Kevin appeared behind him, wanting to deal with him once and for all. The Holy Virgin tried to remind her old comrade of the times when they were together. When they spent time together, the main character didn't care about these words, since 20 years had already passed. Kevin was glad that after all this time he was still able to meet Adam. Next to the main character, he saw the archer Alex, whom he was also familiar with. Kevin was glad that he would be able to kill two birds with one stone. Looking back, he saw that all the members of his family were torn to pieces. The Holy Virgin immediately became angry and asked those present who had done this. Kevin now has another reason to defeat Adam. He concentrated all his strength and dealt Adam a powerful blow. After the room was destroyed, a fiery force appeared in front of Kevin. Everyone present assumed that Kevin Azar had managed to see the light. This fireball was created by Alex, who said that Kevin would only fight Adam over his dead body. Kevin had previously heard that the archer had regained all his powers, but he was sure that he would not be able to stop him. Alex took out the relic of the arrow of the Earth's axis from the White Warrior's arsenal. A powerful arrow was flying towards the Holy Virgin, but Kevin thought that Alex would not be able to deal with it with the help of this toy. However, one of the arrows was too close to Kevin's face. Alex was proud that he managed to make a direct hit on his opponent. At the next moment, those present noticed that the enemy had a resurrection skill. The protagonist made a phone call and asked his interlocutor to come quickly to the storage of the Virgin's relics. After using his resurrection skills, Kevin managed to extinguish the fire attack. Now it was his turn to play big with his enemies. The protagonist grabbed his relic and asked to be given a path for just one blow. Lord Kevin declared a holy war and asked no one to interfere with adult games. For 20 years he waited for this opportunity to defeat Adam. A real fight broke out between the two men, in which they used their best relics. The protagonist struck the first blow, but the opponent withstood it steadfastly. The system notified that Adam could not fully utilize his physical abilities because his body enhancement was not yet complete. After Kevin's attack, the protagonist was gripped by a scorching cold. His relic of Taylor's scissors was destroyed because it was unable to withstand the searing cold. The beam of energy generated by Kevin's attack hit the protagonist directly. However, he was able to dodge the blow and maneuver to knock the weapon out of his opponent's hands. Thanks to this action, Adam was able to get a safe distance from Kevin. Kevin wanted to strike again but saw that Adam was glowing with his special energy. With the help of this energy of his abilities, the protagonist wanted to carry out a brutal attack on his opponent. It turned out that this was preparation for getting the hammer that grants achievements. Kevin was unclear at what point in time the main character managed to get the relic. Adam asked the young man to simply not be distracted by the sides during the battle, and then he would notice everything. Adam demanded that his opponent put in more effort, since he could clearly acquire some strength over the past 20 years. Kevin announced the end of the warm-up and the transition to the next stage. He promised Adam to give him all his power. He took out the relic of the glowing sword from his supplies. Everyone present was perplexed, because they did not expect that the Holy Virgin would get him. The protagonist had not seen this icicle for a long time and reproached his opponent for hiding this thing behind his back and waving a pathetic sword. With the help of a single relic of the frozen winter, Kevin announced the start of the second round. This relic restricts Adam's movement, as well as that of his entire surroundings. A former friend noted that after 20 years of imprisonment, Adam's skills had become very rusty. With the help of the frosty winter, the Holy Virgin delivered the first blow of the second round. During the battle, Alex and the others present were worried about Adam, but he found time to talk to them. Having waited for the right moment, the main character left the company of his comrades and flew up. Kevin hit the wrong person he was supposed to hit earlier. The system announced that the skill of receiving a hit for Adam had been activated. It was a distraction so that the protagonist could take out his hammer again and strike Kevin. In the following moments, Adam swung his hammer in different directions, but did not hit Kevin in any way. With the entire location destroyed and Kevin lying unconscious on the floor, Adam discovered the condemnation of heaven. Inside this crystal was another relic in the form of a special axe. When Kevin came to, Alex reminded him that he had betrayed Adam earlier, and now his people had betrayed him. The young man could not remember exactly when he betrayed Adam. According to Alex, it was the Holy Virgin who stabbed Adam in the back and pushed him into the Devil's Tower. Kevin Azar believed that all of the above was complete nonsense and slander. He asked the young man to shut his mouth and not interfere with him while he fought the enemy. At the end of the conversation, Alex asked Kevin not to deceive people for 20 years. As Kevin prepared another strike, Perio appeared behind him. Looking back, the young man noticed the Golden Rule stem scale skill. With this special skill in hand, Perio wanted to finish off the Holy Virgin once and for all. The system asked to use the Libra skill and make an equal exchange, in which it was necessary to choose what Perio would pay the Holy Essence of Balance with. The man announced to the entire location that he would pay the Holy Virgin Kevin Azar. Kevin tried to escape his fate and recreated the Frost Winter relic. However, he did not point his created sword towards his opponents, but applied it to his body. Drops of blood belonging to Kevin splattered towards Perio. The hand of the Holy Virgin remained on the scales of balance, and Kevin himself abruptly ran away from them. Thanks to his actions, Kevin was not sacrificed to the holy entity. The system notified that a fee equal to Kevin Azar's Holy Virgin's right hand would be charged. In exchange for this fee, the hero received an unknown space. Perio was sorry it was just a hand, but it was worth it. At this time, the main character continued to swing his huge hammer from side to side. An unknown space filled with wooden hellish hands appeared around. The main character and his entourage could not believe that they found themselves in another space. Only the main character knew this unpleasant, gloomy aura and immediately made one conclusion. Perio announced to those present that this place would soon become their grave, as it was the expanse of hell. Adam's subordinates asked Perio to pay for their sins, since the sacrifice of the saint's right hand was sufficient. The girls crossed swords between themselves to prepare for one of the maiden's skills. This skill represented Windy January. However, their comrade announced that they could not use their powers because the connection with the Holy Essence had been severed. Alex also couldn't use this power, and he couldn't understand how one saint could have such power. Above the heroes were powerful hands that gradually fell apart. Soon there was a powerful explosion that threw Alex and his comrade some distance away. They added that this isolated place was created by Libra, and therefore it is forbidden to use the power of holy entities here. Powerful hands fell to the floor, and the heroes were forced to feel helplessness and despair. These were all real flashers that were with the Red Eye in the Demon Tower. The action then moves to the Korean Scorpio Hospital, which specializes in disasters. Derek landed straight punches on Eric over and over again, but he didn't care about them, because he skillfully blocked all the blows. The difference between A and S class looked quite funny. Despite the power of Derek's strength, the opponent managed to block all of his attacks. After this, Derek destroyed the abilities, after which Eric destroyed Derek's abilities and sent him flying towards the wall. Some part of the wall was destroyed and Derek fell to the floor. Looking around, he realized that he had arrived at the right place where he was supposed to come. In front of him was the hospital room of his mother, who had not yet woken up. Derek himself was grateful that he could at least kneel before his mother. Having calmed down, Eric grabbed Derek's book, but Derek asked him to put it back. In response to the request, the young man responded with a direct blow to the stomach. The young man asked Derek what he knew about this book, which did not quite look like magic. Eric asked his opponent to surrender, but on the way to this he had to hold on to his mommy as tightly as possible. After his words, everything in the ward took off, and the mother quickly fell down. Derek, however, did not find the strength or ability to help his mother, who was unconscious. After making several maneuvers, Derek managed to get close to his mother. He grabbed her with both hands and wanted to bring her to her senses, so that she would wake up. The young man couldn't give up and let himself fall to the floor with his mother. Because Dad and Uncle Adam didn't give up in the Demon Tower and in the stomach of the bloody fog, the system announced that Ophiuchus welcomes the young man's fortitude. He was offered to take the entrance test for Ophiuchus, but he was not ready because he had to save his mother. Out of desperation, his body was covered with energy, which enveloped his mother from head to toe. The culprit of the circumstances, a red guy, was watching what was happening. Looking at all this, he did not understand where the red-haired man got the strength to fight. Derek still managed to save his mother and lower her to the ground. At this time, powerful hands tried to deal with the rest of the heroes. For the madman, this test was as easy as pie, because he put his heart and soul into it and gave it all his strength. He wanted the saints to try their best and be like insects, which also resist when death comes. For those who cannot use strength, this test must be difficult and impossible. The madman turned to Adam and asked him if he would give up or keep trying. Adam thought there was no shame in giving in to such a difficulty when he had no chance at all. When Adam was fighting the Red Eye alone, fighting and wearing out his body, he never thought about giving up. Adam reproached Virgo for not being able to take over this place with a bunch of good-for-nothings. According to the young man, this test does not even seem like a small difficulty. Virgo asked the protagonist not to bluff and at the same moment took out a golden scale. The red man glowed anxiously with the energy of his opponent. Derek punched the man and knocked him to the floor. Derek believed that he would never give up because he was tired of constantly losing to no avail. In his head, there were thoughts that now with his actions he would save his mother, uncle, and everyone in general. The system declared that the hero had passed the test of glory and was born a saint of Ophiuchus. A new saint makes new entries in the Bible of the Gospel of Adam. Then the system notified that the protagonist had overcome the test of glory. Despite the reward, the protagonist continued to fight his opponent. Virgo, who was covered in bright energy, did not understand what was happening around him. Those trapped in the huge hands could not believe their eyes that this was really Adam's power. The abilities and rewards he acquired helped Adam become more powerful both externally and internally. According to the system message, the protagonist now has the authority to write content in the Bible. The young man wanted to deal with his opponent as soon as possible, but first he had to take care of something. Virgo looked back and saw the condemnation of heaven, which was covered in chains. He found that the unknown space had been broken, and the relic had been revealed. Adam threw his opponent aside so that he would not stand in his way of valuable things. After this, the hero broke the remains of the crystal, removed the chains, and grabbed the relic. The madman was driven mad by the fact that Adam managed to grab the relic with only his strength. The main character's mind was filled with a feeling that he had not felt for 20 years. The system has notified that the heaven's condemnation is the 8th relic of Adam and the Master's ultimate weapon. According to the hero, his weapon has not been fed with power for 20 years, and therefore looks emaciated. The young man had no idea that a huge hand had appeared right above him. Swinging his weapon from side to side, Adam cut the palm in half. He didn't even notice how he managed to cope with the impending threat. To control it, the protagonist delivered another blow to the huge hand. The force of this light blow reached the holy place. The force of this particular blow split the earth's crust into 2 parts. When the tip of the spear appeared in front of the protagonist, he asked what his opponent was planning to do. He noticed that even insects resisted when they stepped on the famous Libra. Adam declared that he was different from everyone else. He liked those who never give up. The next moment he asked his opponent whether he was giving up or would try to the last. Perio grabbed the holy scales and asked them to stop Adam. With the help of these scales' skill, all the wooden hands rose up to attack Adam. However, Adam was not afraid of this, because he had the most powerful relic in his hands. This relic smashed to smithereens all approaching hands. Suddenly, a moment occurred when the main character could fall into one of these monstrous palms. However, the next moment, instead of the main character, something powerful and healthy appeared in the palm of his hand. The protagonist was glad that after so many years he could use this skill. By combining the July Shooting Star and Sky Aurora skills, the Shining Storm skill was created. Giselle announced that the space had been torn apart and the power of the Holy Spirits had returned. Virgo and Sagittarius Alex were also in on the action. However, the main character did not like that his comrades were too slow in their actions. Perio realized that his fight was over, and he needed to run away from the scene before it was too late. Suddenly, an armed Kevin ran up to Perio and said that because of him he lost his right arm. When the young man swung his relic at Perio, he almost passed out from fear. The blow hit the man right in the middle of the chest and instantly severed his head from his body. At that moment, Perio laughed like crazy because he used a special skill. Previously, he did not want to appear in front of his opponents in such a form. It was only at that moment that Kevin realized it wasn't Perio. The young man addressed his opponent by the name Jean-Louis Morand, and he did not deny it. As sad as it may sound, Jean was here on very important business. The severed head of a man asked Perio to get rid of strangers. However, they decided to give the man another chance and tied him with energy bonds so that he would sacrifice himself. The system announced that Jean-Louis Morin was using the rented skill, equivalent exchange, and Perio was presented as an offering. The protagonist asked the gray-haired man if the enemy's name was really Perio. However, the man did not have time to answer this question, because behind him Perio was absorbed by several pairs of hands. At the end of the battle, the system announced that Adam's body strengthening progress had increased to 85%. Now even one strong swing produces incredible striking power. The protagonist grabbed the relic and decided to go to the dying Perio. The genie who came to Adam encountered a strange ice phenomenon. He realized that this was the fight that Adam had mentioned at school, and that he was probably now fighting with the saint. Suddenly, the ice barrier moved forward and began to destroy everything in its path. The man was upset that the shrine had been razed to the ground. The protagonist, who finally defeated Perio, could not get used to strengthening his body. The entire city was destroyed, and the system reported that the Virgo constellation had become homeless. At this time, Giselle reproached her subordinate for the fact that absolutely all plans had gone down the drain. The man declared that he had done everything in his power, since it was Giselle who had ordered the summoning of this creature. For his particular audacity, Giselle bound the young man with golden chains. When he justified his actions in words, the girl suggested sending him on the next mission. She asked where Alex and Adam would go now. The man suggested that because Kevin Azar had fully confirmed his innocence, Sagittarius and Adam would go to Scorpios. However, the main characters believed that the Scorpios were definitely not involved in this. Even armless Kevin was sure that the Scorpions had nothing to do with this. Alex hit Kevin for trying to shift all the blame onto others. When the young man was told about the dagger, he said that if he was going to get rid of Adam, he would not need the dagger. The Holy Virgin wanted to show evidence in favor of the Scorpios, and asked the people to clear the way to the repository of relics. The dagger was also very familiar to the Saint of the Virgin. One day he conducted a secret investigation among all the constellations. This was done in order to find the enemies hiding within the saints. He opened the relic vault and reported that he had found this while searching. All these items were found in Scorpios 5 years ago. This dagger belonged to those who threatened humanity. A fourth person appeared in the vault and said that he didn't think so. It was Eva, accompanied by an excited Jean. Kevin addressed Eva as the daughter of Sagittarius and asked for the meaning of her words. The girl was unsure of the danger of the Scorpions, as she had recently visited their sacred estate. She assumed that everyone present was rushing to conclusions about the Scorpio's guilt. After her words, Kevin became worried that she had visited a dangerous place, the Scorpion estate. The heroes went to the nearest cafe to have lunch, but there Adam could not control his power. The Saint of the Virgin yelled at his old friend because, as a saint, he couldn't cover for him for destroying objects. However, not everyone present was indignant at Adam's behavior, because Eve looked at her uncle with love. The saint reproached the archer for raising his daughter incorrectly, but immediately received a blow to the head from Adam. The system notified the protagonist that he had cast aside his weakness in human body, and had completed the first step towards the divine body. Now the two saints were like toys in the hands of the main character. The girl increasingly admired her uncle Adam, who was full of inhuman strength. At that moment, the girl remembered that the Scorpion had given her a gift in the form of a wooden pen that could not write lies. Jin noted that it was one of the 8 great relics of Adam, and he had never seen anything like it. The system asked the protagonist to create a record to record the achievements of Ophiuchus. The protagonist could not understand why Scorpio was constantly hiding from him, and thought that all this time she hated him. Those present approached Jin to ask if he had checked the relics in the vault, and he replied that some of them were related to Scorpio. The Holy Virgin was glad that his words were finally confirmed. He was sure that Scorpio was definitely connected to them, and he was also sure that she was talking to a being from a mystical civilization. Besides, he saw the girl 20 years ago when she poisoned all of Adam's food. The Holy Virgin declared that the culprit must be Scorpio, who was trying to kill Adam. During his story, Kevin put poison in Adam's food. The protagonist asked him what kind of bottle it was, and he said that it was medicine for maintaining the body. According to him, Adam could never show true strength in a fight with him, so he constantly mixed drugs into his food. When the archer asked if it was really a medicine, Jin decided to check the ingredients for poisonous substances. The system announced that the main character's level of faith in others has dropped. Jin apologized to Adam because he never thought the Inquisitor would collude with another faction. Adam found this strange from the start, since he was trying to start a rebellion, but he didn't even try to defeat or kill Jin. Jin suggested that the rebellion was nothing more than an attempt to force the Saints to fight. The information Adam had previously collected pointed to Virgo. This was so suspicious that it became obvious to Adam that the Virgin had the condemnation of heaven. Since Adam only has partial memories from that day, he is unsure of the criminal's hair color. Jean suggested that St. Kevin might be the culprit. The protagonist couldn't be sure, but the snowflake was definitely not a real criminal for him. In his opinion, such an attention seeker would not have done something like this quietly. Remembering the gift of a fountain pen, Adam was sure that Scorpio was involved in everything. Adam was finally able to make Derek his believer, but for now the meeting will have to be postponed. He proudly announced that Derek was indeed his very first believer and congratulated him on this. Eva was offended that it was her brother who became a believer, and everyone forgot about her. When her uncle ignored her question, she announced that she would ask Derek about everything. Eva called her brother and wanted to tell him that negative consequences awaited him for such a thing. However, it was very strange that Derek did not answer her calls or messages. At this time, the phone was lying next to Derek, and he thanked the heavens for the fact that he managed to win the duel with Eric. Eric was lying unconscious against the wall, with Derek's book lying next to him. A strange nurse appeared in the room and thanked Derek for overcoming Eric. When the young man asked the new arrival who she was, the system notified him that the rental of the transformation skill had ended. The transformation skill was terminated and Bishop Gemini appeared before Derek. The bishop never thought he would have to dress up as a girl to find the grimoire. Derek easily handed the grimoire over to the young man, since he no longer needed it. Having taken the grimoire, the young man could not simply let Derek go, since the lady was asking him for a lot. According to him, she wanted to question Derek as a traitor to the twins. With the help of the book, the bishop created portals from which young people emerged. According to Derek, the bishop is up to his old tricks again. He again ignores the feelings of others and does what he wants. The system notified that the Gemini skill, spirit summoning, had been activated. The bishop told his subordinates to restrain Derek but not to kill him. Derek prepared for the upcoming fight and was confident in his abilities, because now he is not who he was before. He looked up to find the Gemini seal above him, absorbing his magical power. The opponents realized that something had gone wrong with their trick, and the seal was not supposed to take away the young man's magic. Instead of the summoned spirit, the strongest spirit king in history, Elysian, appeared in the seal. The young people could not understand how they managed to summon this spirit, and assumed that it happened because of the grimoire. The king of spirits announced that the summoning was started by the servants of the holy sign of Gemini, but it was precisely the energy of this boy that summoned him. Those present, including the spirit king, noticed that the young man's energy was too tempting. The king announced that because of this energy, he could even change his faith. The bishop tried to reproach the king for being an avatar of Gemini. However, the creature announced that the connection with the Gemini deity had been broken, and no one knew where their saint was. She had been gone too long to stay with the Geminis out of loyalty alone. Despite the king's presence, the bishop shouted to his subordinates to attack Derek and kill him. Derek was prepared for any kind of development of the situation. The system notified that the energy borrowed from Ophiuchus had suddenly run out. The Spirit King realized that he had sucked all the energy out of the boy. Seeing Derek's confusion, the bishop suggested that he give up the contract and go with them. According to him, if the young man obeys, then in this way he will be able to save his life. Oddly enough, Derek's awakened uncle appeared in the location. Absolutely confident in his abilities, the uncle asked the bishop and his subordinates not to approach Derek. With his appearance, he destroyed the floor of the location, and after that, stepped on the bishop's face to prevent him from calling his subordinates for help. The system notified that the hero had received the protection of the Serpent Bearer, which was stored in his soul. Gemini's subordinates believed that they still had the advantage in numbers and decided to launch an attack. At that moment, the entire location was filled with archers who asked the twins to surrender. Through the portal, the twins were informed that the mission to return the grimoire had failed, and they needed to return immediately. After a long time of separation, Derek could not recognize his uncle, as he used to be twice as tall. But now the young man has become the same height as his uncle. Through tears, Derek announced his joy that his uncle was able to wake up. The Spirit King noticed that the grimoire had been ignored during the conversation. A few moments later, Derek heard a familiar voice, which belonged to his sister Eva. Eva asked him about the visual excitement and asked the reason for it. When he said he was just glad to see his sister, she explained the situation with Uncle Adam. Eva and Derek's uncle decided to dilute the situation and announced his reinstatement. According to the Spirit King, Derek looks much more tense than when he was surrounded by the twins. The king offered the young man to sign a contract and join a faction to escape from everyone. The system notified of the conclusion of a contract, thanks to which Elysian was transferred to Ophiuchus. On the way from the location, Derek told his sister that he got to Uncle Adama before her, and therefore is his believer. The squabble between brother and sister came to an abrupt halt when they saw their mother. The mother was happy to see her children so kind and strong. After some time, the main character and his comrades went to the Virgo teleportation station. According to Kevin, other factions have similar stations, but they don't use them because they are not as effective as the Gemini stations. However, the main character did not listen to the story of his old friend, because at that moment Alex was informed that Derek's mother and uncle had woken up. Alex found it funny that his wife had fallen into a state of sleep again, since all her strength had not been fully restored. Eva also announced over the phone that Derek and the Sagittarius followers had driven out the Geminis. According to her, Eric disappeared completely while everyone was busy. Alex already knows who is behind the crime that caused the bloody fog 10 years ago. These were the sons of the Saint of Libra, so Alex wanted to ask the saint to take responsibility for what was happening. 10 years ago, he asked her if she was the one who led the countermeasures when the blood fog appeared. The young man had all the research documents that the girl was trying to hide, as well as the special class cargo that Libra was transporting. In addition, Alex has testimonies from victims. Tired of the investigation, Alex asked Diva if this happened because of her sons. She didn't make any excuses and simply asked the man what he would do about it. She believed that he was no good for anything because he was so weak that he could not even be called a saint. The girl regretted her son's mistakes and promised to punish them soon. However, according to her, Alex was also to blame for not being able to defeat the blood fog. He was the only one who couldn't protect Korea, because Adam trusted him to protect it. The saint wanted to decide everything here and now, and therefore decided to give Alex a chance to choose. If Alex is confident that he can handle the consequences, then he can reveal the truth and start a war with Libra. But if not, then he can decide everything personally. Like a true mother, the Saint of Libra asked forgiveness for her son's mistake. She thought Alex must be familiar with this feeling, since he himself had 2 children, Eva and Derek. She asked young Alex to hurry up with his choice, since she didn't have much time for it. According to the young people, Alex had no choice when the saint mentioned his children. So Alex took it all on himself for the safety of Derek and Eva. The protagonist understood why Alex sent his children to other factions. He could not guarantee them the safety of the weakened faction of the Streltsy. Adam was glad that Derek was able to switch from the Gemini faction to him. The system notified of a new task, which required Adam to create an emblem of the Serpent Bearer and appoint his Holy Serpent Bearer. At that moment, Adam asked those around him if they wanted to join his faction, but they refused. The system warned the protagonist to stop luring other people to his side. Kevin was outraged that Adam didn't ask him about joining his faction. For the sake of decency, the protagonist asked the young man about this issue, but he said that he hadn't even thought about it. As the protagonist was scolding Kevin, the system notified him that his divinity was continuing to grow and that the teleportation station was ready to depart. Earlier, when her brother did not respond to Eva, she announced that she urgently needed to return to Korea. Before leaving, the girl asked her uncle if he would visit Scorpio, and he agreed. According to Eva, the path to Scorpio's estate is quite difficult, since the mystical civilization blocks all methods of transportation by water and air, so people usually go to Leo and pass through their territory. The girl promised to meet Lev as soon as she finished all her business in Korea. Finally, she thanked Alex and Adam for their bloody work. A teleporter has arrived that will take the heroes to their destination. Alex was not pleased with Kevin going with him. The young man just wanted to verify the information, and also to prevent someone from beating Adam before him. The teleporter asked what coordinates to set, and Adam announced that they were heading to the United States. Young people want to visit the city of Washington to go to the Lion faction. The Leo faction just received word that Adam has arrived in Washington. The young people wanted to prepare a grand show to properly welcome the strongest hero. The young people created a battle arena where the main character and his company will appear. The presenters announced that today everyone will see the battle of the century between Steven and Adam. Seeing the strongest hero in 20 years in front of him, Steven begged for mercy. A few hours ago, the main characters arrived in Washington to the huge statue of the lion. They felt that creating a huge statue in honor of their faction was too arrogant. However, Kevin was delighted with what he saw and immediately wanted to build his own statue. Soon a welcoming group of lions arrived to the heroes, asking them to go with them. Adam and Kevin couldn't understand why they should follow these representatives. The Leos were alarmed that Adam had managed to recruit the Virgin Mary and Sagittarius. The young men believed that the protagonist had made an alliance with them on purpose, because it would be difficult for him to overcome their saint alone. Hearing what was said, the main character immediately kicked one of the Leo representatives. The young men announced that they had arrived to formally invite the lions who had arrived at the arena. The Lion Arena is considered a major no-holds-barred battle between superhumans that takes place across the United States. In these battles, there was absolutely no difference in faction, class, nationality, or age. Representatives of the Lions reported that this fight between the Saints will reach an unprecedented peak of popularity. The only such fight took place 30 years ago, and was between the 13th Saint Adam and Saint Leo Stephen. The decision to fight reached the top of the Lion faction, located in the United States. Stephen tried to find out who made this decision about the fight in which he is directly involved. The Lions representative said that he had prepared everything for this battle, and Stephen only needed to show himself. The young man already knew that Adam had humiliated Stephen during the incident that drew 10,000 paws because of his sudden attack. He was sure that he had done this to Stephen to take revenge for the loss 30 years ago. Stephen was sure that Adam now thought that their score was tied, and that they would have to choose a winner. In addition, Stephen heard that journalists, politicians, and various businessmen would be present during the fight to put heavy pressure on Adam. This is how history returned to the arena of Leo with the participation of two saints. Remembering the protagonist's strength, Stephen was sure that he was an absolute shit. People from all over the world have gathered to watch the upcoming fight between Adam and Stephen, which will be broadcast on every screen in the country. Stephen went to the toilet to collect his thoughts, but in the mirror he saw his future opponent. He considered it absolute bad luck, because it was in the toilet that he met Adam. Adam asked Stephen if he really thought he could hold his own against him. However, he said that it was difficult for him to endure, but not the fight, but Adam's death 20 years ago. Back when Adam was their symbol, giving them faith that humanity would finally triumph, everything changed. However, when everyone learned that Adam had died in the tower, humanity was devastated, and Stephen himself was also devastated. The protagonist believed that such a person would not claim that he killed Red Eye and returned the lost lands. He explained that at that moment he had no other choice, since he could not show people that all the saints were broken. Stephen had to endure everything in his path so that humanity would not collapse, because it would be much worse if humanity fell into despair than if it began to be reproached for its powerlessness. The protagonist asked his opponent to stop talking too much and asked what he really meant by that. Stephen concluded that the arena was just entertainment. Young people should never use such a place for a show fight with a bunch of spectators. Having collected his thoughts, Stephen suggested that the main character play a draw. And again, the story of 30 years ago returns to its origins. The host announced the meeting between Stephen and Adam, and asked the audience who would emerge the winner. The situation changed dramatically when Adam announced that he would fight every fighter in the arena. In that conversation with Steven, Adam agreed to a draw on only one condition. The young man asked to bring to the arena all those who bring any misfortunes, so that he could see their skills. Steven assumed that Adam wanted to make it look like he was outnumbered. Now, the event itself will attract much more attention than who wins the fight. Before the start, the host wanted to increase the intensity of passions, and suggested watching the filming of the legendary fight between Adam and Steven 30 years ago. After winning, Steven told Adam that it was foolish to compete with his skills against such a fighter. After seeing this video, Steven became alarmed that he was so self-confident. All the stands were expecting this unequal fight, since Adam lost to Steven in 2 counts back then. The screens also showed a clip of Adam accusing Steven that the whole thing was a setup for the sake of $50 billion for Adam's benefit. The fight began, and several opponents immediately advanced towards Adam. Kevin was offended that the strongest Adam was fighting with everyone but him. He was willing to pay the young man to fight him. When Kevin entered the arena, his comrades immediately followed him. Everyone present immediately started shouting for the fight to be stopped, as Adam had called his entire team, thinking he was going to lose. The stands demanded that no one interfere with what was happening, since they had put serious money on the fighters. An unexpected situation arose and all the spectators rushed into the arena. Everyone present was involved in the fight, and one of the men managed to take a blow from St. Kevin himself. Those sitting in the VIP seats thought that what was happening was planned. One of the employees asked the bishop what he would do about it, but he was no longer there. The bruiser went to the arena to stop what was happening, meeting Eva on the way. The girl declared that all this time she had been fulfilling the request of this bishop. The arena was filled with some pretty horrific action, as each participant was hit multiple times in the face and various parts of the body. An anxious Steven waited for the security guard to appear and calm down all the spectators. However, it was too late. There was no point in separating the people, as a real brawl had begun. During the battle, the protagonist received the data of the victorious general and the fighting spirit of the beast. Steven did not want to fight with the civilian population and carefully avoided them. The main character was confident that he could handle everyone present in the arena on his own. After the fight with the audience, he turned to Steven and said that it was his turn. The man realized that the reason Adam had gathered all the warriors was because of the data. If Adam had come to this, Steven was ready to pay an eye for an eye. He planned to use everything in his arsenal. When he rushed at the protagonist, Adam immediately met him with a powerful blow to the nose. Despite his power and weight, Steven was thrown tens of meters away and damaged the arena. As Steven flew, Adam approached the crash site to deliver the next blow. Steven was afraid of dying in this arena, so he decided to use prayers. St. Kevin tried to stop what was happening. He offered the protagonist to fight him and took out his frost sword. When he rushed at Adam, all those present saw above them the fight between Eve and the bishop. The pair instantly fell onto the arena, creating a powerful explosion. The system announced that the man's fish skill, transformation, had been terminated. Instead of the bishop, a representative of the fish appeared in the arena. Whenever Kevin wanted to fight the main character, someone always got in his way. He angrily lowered his ice sword to the floor and wanted to go to Adam, but suddenly he heard the sound of piercing. Looking at the floor, he discovered that he had killed one of the spectators. Everyone present in the arena stopped their fights because a man had died. The lords were quick to point out that Kevin Hazard has an eye for such bad guys. At the sight of the tragedy, many powerful rays of Libra energy appeared. The protagonist assumed that there was a Libra spy in the lion arena. The wounded man activated the resurrection skill and stood up on his feet completely intact. The young man could never have imagined that Kevin had fallen out of the tower like a cockroach. He hoped he would never see Kevin, Sagittarius, or Adam again. The young man, a Libra, asked Kevin what had happened to him then, since he was sure that he had pierced Adam's heart. Kevin asked the Holy Virgin not to set him up in that situation, since he was absolutely innocent. The Libra representative announced that not only he, but also Cancer, Capricorn, and Pisces knew about that situation. Alex asked those around him not to be fooled by the Libra representative Giselle. According to Giselle, Kevin stabbed Adam 20 years ago and is now trying to establish contact with him. Kevin tried to deal with the Libra representative, but he was unable to pierce her body. The saint's doll can only be so powerful because of the divine mark on its forehead. A divine mark is a special stigmata that a deity may bestow upon its believer. Any follower is capable of using power comparable to that of a saint, meaning the doll is on the same level as Giselle herself. The protagonist asked Kevin to move over so he could deal with the Libra representative. However, the man believed that all attacks were in vain, since a follower with a divine mark received protection directly from the deity. Until Adam gets his deity here, he won't be able to fight this young man. Giselle, watching what was happening, realized that Adam had managed to destroy their divine mark. The main character exceeded all her expectations and was even able to amuse her. The subordinate felt that dragging Adam into framing St. Leo was going too far. The girl believed that everything would have worked out if Kevin Azar had not appeared. After a short conversation, Giselle announced that the bishop would soon become a saint of Leo. After the battle, the system notified that Adam was able to obtain the divine mark of Libra. The protagonist was disappointed in all his comrades except Ava, who made an undeniable contribution. Everyone was interested in how the main character managed to destroy the divine mark of Libra. However, the main character didn't care about this mark and what had just happened. What was more important to him was that he won the fight with Steven. The audience felt that it was an unfair fight due to interference from the audience in Libra, and therefore the victory could not be counted in Adam's favor. The representatives began to consult about the outcome of the battle and realized that the bishop was missing and the saint was also in no condition. Giselle decided to insert a few of her words to decide the outcome of the fight. Dear YouTube viewer, if the video gets at least 100 comments, I will definitely publish a new part. I'm sure you can do it, because you are a very cool viewer of SSS rank. Thanks for watching. Without thinking twice, the girl proudly announced that the victory went to her uncle. All the lords rejoiced that it was a good idea to put money on this particular man. Kevin asked Alex if Adam had a divine seal, but he said he hadn't had one before. Kevin found it too strange that Adam was able to destroy the divine mark with his own powers. Based on Kevin's thoughts, Alex concluded that Adam was the deity of the new constellation. In the Lion's Arena, the pig avatar absorbs various treasures. The main character asked the gladiators to provide documentary evidence that they were coming to Ophiuchus. The system asked Adam to recruit additional followers to increase his influence. Kevin continued to call Adam a deity, but Alex asked him to provide evidence for his words. When he couldn't say anything sensible, Alex attacked Kevin. According to Kevin Azar, the hero copes with avatars that even saints don't listen to. It is in his faction that there is no god, although in the other 12 they are. Sagittarius did not believe that an ordinary person could become god, and asked Kevin not to make excuses. At this time, the main character remembered that Libra in the arena mentioned the situation of Adam's death. It looked very much like she had a hand in it, or at least saw who did it. Adam was sure that Libra was definitely connected to him being stuck in the tower, and she was also very close to her god, and was definitely connected to that as well. The system notified the protagonist to baptize all his followers and give them god names. Adam asked his friend to stop fighting and go with him to see Derek. The Saint of Scorpio watched what was happening through the mirror. It was no surprise to her that Adam had accomplished a historic feat in the Lion's Arena, since Leo had never been Adam's equal. As she gazed lovingly at Adam, she was informed that the Scorpio hospital had been attacked. According to the speaker, the hospital was attacked by Libra and Gemini, but the son of Sagittarius dealt with the problem. Also, Saint Scorpio learned that there is a 13th faction, where the saint is Adam, and one of its followers is Derek. The system of gods is based on 12 zodiacs. The observatory, created through the efforts of the 12 saints, is designed to track changes in factions, just like a real observatory. If a new faction has one follower, the other factions will definitely try to keep Adam in check. The girl was primarily interested in the state of the hospital, but she was told that many people were targeting one follower. The Saint of Scorpio concluded that everyone would continue to chase Derek, and decided to send a couple of her followers there. The assistant announced that Eugene was already on his way to the hospital. In the park near the Scorpio hospital, avatars stopped those who wanted to steal their loot. Everyone was unanimous in saying that they needed to move on to kill Derek, as one of Adam's followers. But one of the avatars, hearing what was said, dealt a powerful blow to the young people. Derek, hiding in the bushes, watched what was happening. The idea of setting these pathetic people on avatars belonged to Derek, for which he was praised by one of the avatars. The avatars that Derek was trying to control decided to grind this young guy into dust. Derek was sure that the Sagittarius members were taking care of his mother, so there was no need to worry about her and he just needed to run away from the place. Suddenly, after a squabble with the avatars, he saw an unknown guy in front of him. When he asked Derek who he was, the hero dropped Adam's protective coin. The next moment, the coin hit the ground and lit up with blue energy. A moment later, Derek's father, Alex, was in her place. The father asked his son why there was such chaos near the hospital, but it took him too long to tell. Eugene asked Alex if he was a Sagittarius saint. Derek pointed at the guy and said that a bunch of assassins were chasing him because he became Uncle Adam's first follower. However, the young man began to make excuses, because he had not yet managed to do anything bad. Alex only believed his son, who told him that the man was trying to kill him. Suddenly, the squabble between the young people stopped and the entire street lit up with orange energy. The deity of Sagittarius appeared above the heroes, who wanted to personally kill this dangerous child. Derek asked his father how it happened that his god appeared in the sky. The unknown person believed that Sagittarius himself had made the situation worse, and therefore it was not his fault. Soon the system reported that the Sagittarius deity was beginning decisive action. The lines from the Sagittarius Bible were heard, that the morning sun did not send its blessed light, but people were blessed by it. At that moment, the deity of Sagittarius disappeared, and the stars appeared in the sky again. The stranger believed that the sun should not shine at night, so he decided to get rid of it. When Alex asked how he managed to do this, he said that he figured it out in a fairly simple way. It turned out that Eugene was reading the original text from the Sagittarius Holy Bible. He said that when the avatars of the sun bowed their knees to darkness, everyone laughed at them. At that moment, The ground beneath Derek's father cracked and the man lost his balance. Alex immediately recognized these lines from the Holy Bible of Sagittarius, which is sometimes read only by the deity. However, Alex noted that Eugene's lines were slightly different from the original, and apparently, the young man changed the lines to those that were convenient for him. The Bible is a divine scripture containing the activities and achievements of the factions. The things recorded in the Bible become legends and myths in themselves, and this scripture becomes the power of the faction. The only people who could read and change the Bibles were the archivists. However, they no longer exist in this world because the saints, with the support of the gods, slaughtered all the people with such force. The deities went crazy because of the archivists, because some humans could deal with the deity itself. Alex concluded that this was precisely why the young man had intervened in what was happening. Eugene had fun watching the hero's haughty faces turn to fear at the sight of him. While he was thinking about his further plans, the powerful Adam appeared above him. The protagonist jumped on Eugene and pushed him into the floor. Adam reproached Derek for not being where he needed to be, other than visiting the hospital. Previously, the deities demanded that their subordinates kill all remaining archivists. They also had to deal with those who dared to belittle the authority of the deity. A little boy who witnessed the massacre asked God for salvation. After a bloody fog, 20 years later, this young man woke up in a hospital. However, when he woke up, an unfamiliar voice spoke to him, asking about his condition. It was the Saint of Scorpio who had been monitoring the awakened boy's condition all this time. The guy couldn't understand where he was and who the woman in the chair next to him was. Saint Scorpio declared that this was her holy estate and there would be no problems here. Eugene, who was bound by Alex's restraints, woke up near Scorpio's hospital. All this time, Adam's comrades watched the man and waited for him to wake up. When he started calling for help, those around him immediately called Adam. At this time in the hospital, Alex was finally able to meet his wife, who had just woken up. The main character reproached the guy for having rather funny abilities and for being an archivist. Using the skill of God's gaze, Adam wanted to know the whole truth. The tied-up man used Scorpion's skill, shadow movement, to quickly leave this place. The next moment, he flew away right before Adam's eyes and began to rush around the entire location. He wanted to use Adam's subordinates to escape with the help of hostages. When he wanted to grab Alex's wife, he was stopped by the main character, who saved the girl from violence. However, the young man did not stop there and continued to inflict various blows on the heroes, but never hitting them. Alex demanded that his comrade immediately release his wife and never touch her again. Sagittarius also believed that there was no point in the archivist fighting if he decided to run away. The archivist tried to read the original text from the Holy Bible, but he was unable to do so. The system reported that most of the targets were not recorded and were new, and therefore it was impossible to identify the Bible in the archivist register. The young man immediately realized that a new god had appeared, but after his guess, he was seized by a powerful hand. Avatars appeared at the scene of the fight, grabbed the guy and pushed him into the floor. The main character laughed at the fact that the young man never learned to look up. The system notified Adam that he needed to find an archivist to record the Ophiuchus' achievements, and also warned that Eugene could threaten the throne. The protagonist decided to get to the point and offered Eugene to become his personal archivist. When he refused the idea, Adam declared that he had no choice but to impale the daredevil. At that moment, a huge ice sword appeared. In addition to the ice sword, a powerful scorpion force appeared around Eugene. The young man immediately realized that Saint Haley was present in the location. The girl reproached her subordinate for starting to act without her orders. She had told him earlier to be careful, but he had allowed a huge sword to almost fall on him. Adam asked the saint to answer his questions, and if she did not want to, then the conversation should not end in shouting. Scorpio's avatar asked the protagonist to watch his language. Seeing Adam in front of her, Haley turned her head 180 degrees. After this, she felt uneasy and fell to her knees. Saint Scorpio thought that Adam should be in Leo's estate, but not in front of her. Soon she collected her thoughts, took a deep breath and decided to turn to Adam. She used an active filter to try to avoid feeling nervous. However, the conversation could not begin because the saint was in love with Adam. The main character knew that the girl was avoiding him only because she hated him, but he had something to ask her, so he asked her to pull herself together. Derek couldn't understand why the saint was acting like this, but Adam said it was all about her feelings. When the avatar approached Adam and asked him not to touch the princess as the situation had become too stimulating for her. At this moment, Haley was completely out of her mind. Having forgotten about the seizures, Saint Adam decided to first talk to Derek. He put his hand on his head and asked him to be baptized. Baptism is necessary in order to meet the deity and become his official follower. The young man wanted this ceremony to take place in a solemn atmosphere, but Adam did not have time for this. When the protagonist touched the boy's head, blue energy appeared around them. Derek momentarily lost consciousness and found himself in a dark space. A familiar voice asked him if he was ready to become a servant of Ophiuchus, and he confidently agreed. Then the voice asked him to look behind him where there was a bright flash of energy. In the center of this flash was the silhouette of a deity who looked like Adam. Looking at the deity, Derek concluded with absolute certainty that it was his uncle. When the young man was baptized into the followers of Ophiuchus, Ophiuchus appeared in place of Adam. The huge snake opened its mouth and released beams of its powerful energy at Derek. After this, Derek came to his senses and again saw the real Adam in front of him. The system notified that Derek had been baptized and had received a new skill. Thanks to this ritual, the main character also received some skills and increased the level of the existing ones. The news that Adam was the deity reached Derek faster than anyone else. Saint Scorpio came to her senses and asked Derek how his first baptism had gone. For awakening one follower, the hero received abilities and increased the level of baptism and feelings of the 13th level. Adam activated the 13th sense and created an energy around himself that repelled the Scorpio avatars. After that, he grabbed the girl by the throat, but she didn't even dodge. At this point, the main character decided to conduct an interrogation and started with the first question. He asked Saint Scorpio why he felt the energy of a mystical civilization in the source of her power, and the girl replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. Adam concluded that she had deceived both him and her god, and that her subordinate was also bringing misfortune by pretending to be an avatar. The avatar pounced on Adam and reproached him for touching their holy princess. To everyone's surprise, the Saint of Scorpio confessed that the source of her power was the energy of a mystical civilization. However, she still considers herself human and is on Adam's side. The main character asked his interlocutor to prove her words. For this case, he had a questionnaire for Haley to answer. She answered questions about her relationship with Adam and her future with him without hesitation. It seemed strange to her that Ophiuchus wanted to find out her true intentions with these answers. The protagonist decided to test the truth of Haley's words with the help of a wooden pen that she gave him. A wooden fountain pen is incapable of writing lies and reveals the truth. When the hero decided to check the truth of the first question about her attitude towards him, the girl started shaking. The pen reported that Haley adores Adam because he is so damn charismatic, which is why she betrayed the mystical civilization. Confused, Adam moved on to the second question about a relationship with him in the future, to which the truth was that Haley wanted a sexual relationship with him. The main character thought that the pen was a little crazy, but his comrades thought otherwise. Derek screamed across the entire location that Uncle Adam's innocence was in danger. The avatar turned to Adam and said that their princess had returned to her roots and chosen humans. After an awkward pause about Haley's sexual attitude towards Adam, the girl decided to take her subordinates and head back. The protagonist asked her not to rush as they needed to finish the conversation. He asked her what she knew about the weapon of the mystical civilization, namely about the blade with which he was pierced in the tower. The girl said that this blade was imbued with the power of the monarch. Monarch is the name of the high-ranking figures of the mystical civilization, and this weapon is capable of dealing with God himself. According to the saint, this is precisely why Adam could not dodge the blow of such a dagger. Because of the danger of this weapon, Haley collected everything she found and sealed it. Now all charges against Saint Scorpio have been dropped, since the motive for storing this weapon has become known. A member of Adam's squad deduced that there was another leader of the mystical civilization, but Red-Eyed had been defeated 20 years ago. Haley announced that unfortunately, he was not the final boss, and there were at least 3 more creatures as strong as him. Adam was shocked because he managed to catch one of the pets that they treasure so much. Alex was alarmed by the fact that there were at least 3 more such creatures, but the protagonist didn't care. He asked his friend not to be afraid of this news, because he would easily deal with everyone who would get in his way. Adam asked Haley to give him her subordinate, and then he would believe that she was on his side. He pointed to Eugene, who was still under the avatar's paw. The young man was sure that the lady would never sell him, but she easily agreed. After that, she asked the main character if he needed anything else besides this boy. After this conversation, the main character returned back to catch his breath and drink coffee. As agreed, Eugene was the main character's guarantor. Adam laughed at Eugene because Scorpio sold him for free. The young man was angry about this situation and wanted to catch Adam in one of the dark alleys. The system reported that with Eugene's help, synchronization with the Ophiuchus Bible had been achieved at 99%. It was also announced that the archivist who betrayed the constellation became a servant of Ophiuchus. Eugene wanted to change a few lines in this message to harm Adam. However, the main character noticed that his assistant had gone crazy and was up to something. He declared that life does not always go the way anyone wants it to. The system repeated the text, and Eugene realized that it had been changed, and that his words had been changed. Adam's assistant reported that Libra is first in the faction rankings, and at the moment, even Adam will have a hard time standing up to them. Moreover, the Libra Saint Giselle is not just a representative of her deity, but can be called a deity herself. Confronting Giselle is almost like confronting the god of Libra. To meet him, or a representative of a mystical civilization, Adam needs an archivist to confirm his achievements and prestige. Eugene couldn't understand how Derek's mother could change the words he had just written. The system notified that the protagonist had passed the intelligence test and had acquired 2 archivists at once. The action then takes place at the Libra estate, the headquarters of the Libra faction. Giselle asked her subordinates if Scorpio had really met with Adam. They replied that not only Scorpio and Virgo were at the meeting, but also Sagittarius, and added that Adam had an archivist. The Saint of Libra could not believe that Scorpio loved a man for 20 years. Giselle didn't care how many people would stick to Adam, because they were all obsessed with him like fools. However, the archivist is something completely different. They will either have to be kept for themselves or destroyed. The lords did not understand why everyone followed Adam with false hopes. People who met Adam are divided into two categories. The first follow him, and the others despise him. Giselle wondered which of the followers were closest to Adam now. It turned out that the closest one to Adam was Kaylee, who was very embarrassing to Giselle. Saint Libra had no choice but to pass on the order to her subordinates to capture the archivist, then kidnap and kill him. Not far from the Scorpion construction site, Alex asked Adam if he really wanted to take his wife into his faction. The protagonist agreed and said that the safest thing to do was to hide it with him and develop it secretly. Earlier, Alex said that none of the energies of the 12 gods suited the girl, and Adam concluded that she should go to him. Scorpio suggested the idea of having Eugene and Derek's mother go to Adam's faction since he would be fighting Libra. Adam explained to his friend that his wife would be an ordinary parishioner and would not officially take up the position. Scorpio immediately remembered that they had checked Ava when she was visiting their estate. According to her, she managed to suppress the energy things on Ava's hands, but they are gradually approaching the limit. It may become much more difficult to suppress them further, Haley said. The main character did not understand what was being discussed and asked to tell him more. At this time, Adam's archivists were busy with documentation, but Eugene was able to get tired after one day of work. When Adam came back, he threw his pen at Eugene for not doing anything. The young man did not like that the wooden pen was not capable of writing lies. The system notified that the pen had chosen Eugene as its owner, having absorbed the archivist's blood, and had also gained consciousness after Adam's enhancements. After this message, Eugene became angry and began throwing his pen all over the room. The pen vented its anger when its owner threw it away. The son of the Saint of Libra arrived at the estate of Ophiuchus at the behest of his mother. He wanted to complete this task so that his mother would praise him, since he had previously screwed up with the bloody fog. The mother wanted her son to capture the archivist Adam, but the young man felt sorry for Eugene. He decided that the easiest way would be to grab Derek's mother and at the same time annoy Derek himself. The son of Libra created a special energy in his hands and wanted to attack the girl. Suddenly, an angry Kevin, who was looking for Adam, burst into the room and crushed the uninvited guest with his actions. Kevin Hazard didn't like the fact that Adam dared to leave him with the lions. No one paid attention to this remark, since everyone was looking at Libra's son, who was crushed by the door. Everyone present was confused about what this young man was doing there, and Alex thought that Kevin had brought him there. The protagonist remembered the face of the man he had beaten earlier. Alex assumed that Libra's son was here to get up to something again. Only at this moment did the protagonist learn that this man was the son of Lady Saint Libra. The young man came to his senses and could not understand what was happening around him. However, Adam immediately stepped on him to try to reveal the truth. To begin with, the main character wanted to know how this daredevil managed to upset his friend, nephew, and niece. Adam reported with absolute certainty that Libra's son was in complete shit. When Alex saw the Libra messenger, he became angry that he was going to contact his family again. Scorpio concluded that the young man was planning to deal with the archivist Adam on the orders of his mother. Kevin appeared in the room, also interested in the news that he was facing Libra's son. He couldn't forgive him for summoning the toad and causing a complete mess in his estate. He created a special energy sword in his hands and wanted to cut the guy into pieces. Adam wanted to beat the guy up so that the whole world would know about this good deed. The Libra messenger decided to ignore his mother's mission because he could die here. He called upon the home god to take him back to home base immediately. At that moment, solar energy lit up around the guy, indicating that the call had been successful. Despite the call of the god of Libra, the protagonist was amused by what was happening. Alex asked Adam to follow the guy, but he said that he let him go on purpose. In the future, he wants to get not only this daredevil but all the others as well. The young man moved Libra to a luxury resort. Surrounded by the gods, he decided that he would soon immediately cut off all of Adam's limbs and force him to crawl on the floor. Soon the young man went home, where he met his angry brother. He learned that his wayward brother had been caught by the saints, and they would definitely come for them. To begin with, the brother offered to stop Adam and led him to the jewels with which he wanted to make an equal exchange. All these were the cores of the Invincible. The young man wanted to exchange them all and summon a super disaster-class disaster bringer. His brother was not sure they could withstand such a call. Kevin said they have the Libra beads for that occasion. The system notified that the hero had used an equivalent exchange and offered the cores of the Invincible group as a sacrifice. He was sure that it would be able to destroy Adam, but suddenly the energy changed to the opposite. A column of blue light suddenly shot out from the ground. From the very center of this pillar of light came the main character, Adam. He immediately struck the brothers, and they immediately became alarmed. Eric's brother was confident that Adam's tricks would not work now that they had made an equal exchange. The main character ended up in the hands of the god of Libra. He caught this god on the way to Libra. It was this creature that helped the son of the Saint of Libra escape from him. God was trying to drag Adam somewhere far away, and so he decided to check who ordered him. According to the Libra brothers, this household god was supposed to have brought here a disaster-class creature that no one would ever be able to deal with. Realizing his mistake, the young man apologized to Adam for all his actions. They offered to go to Sagittarius's estate and apologize to everyone, but the protagonist said that it was not that simple. Suddenly a blue energy beam appeared between the brothers and Adam, from which something fell out. The relic of Adam appeared, and the hero said that the brothers had missed one important detail: the price of their sins. Eric's brother wanted to make another exchange with the help of Libra, and put his brother Eric on the line. The system notified that the skill of equivalent exchange was being used, and Eric was proposed as the victim. The young man believed that Eric would be much more useful, since his skills were always useful when completing tasks. In return, Eric will be transformed into a bringer of misfortune. The main character found it funny that the younger brother sold out the older one to make a deal. Previously, he hadn't thought that the Libra faction was so different from the other factions. The system has notified that the sanctuary is being deployed. Everything collapsed before the main character, even Libra. However, Adam reported that his sanctuary had grown larger and could be used as a barrier, and that Libra's power was out of place here. The son of Libra went through a lot to sell his brother, but in the end, all he got was a pile of ashes. Adam suggested that the guy make his move, since it was his turn. The system notified that thanks to the story where Saint Sagittarius saw the ruler of the snake and fell into fear, Adam receives the ability of the all-seeing eye. Adam suggested that his rival repent before his death, or admit that he did all this because of a hurt conscience. The protagonist believed that repentance would be a perfect fit for the last words of Libra's son. The young man was stunned and didn't know what to say in response to this. Catching a wave of anger, he asked why Adam was obsessed with torturing him. He then confessed that he had summoned the bloody mist, but justified himself by saying that he was young. He also mentioned the attack at the Scorpio hospital, where there were casualties. However, he remembered that Adam had killed the blood mist, and also brought the dead back to life. According to Libra's son, the whole situation returned to its original state, and the victims returned to their previous lives. He believed that his actions had no negative consequences, and as the son of Libra, he should not be held responsible for them. The young man warned that his mother would not leave this whole situation alone. The main character fell asleep during his rival's stories. When he woke up, he declared that he had heard every word. It turned out that not only he heard these words, but all other people as well. In all the cities, a fiery portal appeared above the heads of people, in which there was a moment of repentance of the son of Libra. The main character tried to make sure that everyone in this world could see it. By rough estimates, this message was viewed by approximately 8 billion people. Sagittarius's all-seeing eye skill is one of Sagittarius's long-range vision skills. Libra's subordinates were unclear where the young master and Adam were at the moment. The men were ordered to use everything to find them as quickly as possible. At this time, people gathered at the Streltsy construction site and began to riot. After many years, they only now learned that the bloody fog appeared because of the sons of Saint Libra. People demanded that Adam deal with those responsible for the tragedy. The protagonist congratulated the young man on the fact that he was now the man the whole world wanted to kill. He leaned a huge axe against him and told him the reason why he wanted to hear his last words. According to Adam, the son of Libra should have apologized to everyone, and not made up excuses. He just threw away his chance at the world's mercy. The lords in Libra were worried that the young master might die. They planned to mobilize elite troops to stop Adam and save the son of the Libra saint. However, the girl herself was unable to respond to their remark. To begin with, the main character wanted to beat the guy up, as people want. Suddenly, the Saint of Libra appeared before him, demanding that he release her son. She announced that she would not allow Adam to do what he planned. Seeing his own mother, the young man burst into tears. The princess admitted that Adam had dealt them a huge blow, and she would never have thought that he could do something like that. She asked him to return her son and stop provoking her to serious actions. The protagonist realized that his methods were not to the liking of the lady, and decided to move on to those that she liked. He offered her a choice to lay out everything that Libra had done and be punished, or to put everything on the line, fight with him and lose. The girl also had to tell who tried to kill Adam in the Demon Tower. After thinking about her answer, the lady declared that this situation seemed too stupid. She didn't want to agree to any of the possible outcomes. The protagonist knew that she would answer exactly like that, and so he immediately cut off her son's head. Alarmed by the death of her son, the saint asked Adam how he dared to do such a thing. Now the girl hoped to get rid of Adam completely. The protagonist laughingly announced that he would now do much more terrible things. He put out his hand and created his energy on the young man's corpse. The system notified that the hero was resurrected thanks to the super regeneration skill. The young man could not understand why his head was still there, since it had just been cut off. Without thinking twice, the main character struck the guy with an axe again and cut off his head. He then used the regeneration skill again to anger the Libra Saint. Adam thought it would be too boring if he just went and killed this man. Losing your head just once is not enough to atone for all the suffering inflicted. Adam decided to repeat his actions as many times as there were victims due to the disaster. The execution of Libra's son was shown on all portals around the world. The young man demanded to spare him, but the protagonist believed that he was already doing this, resurrecting him every time. After 100 attempts, Giselle asked Adam how many times he planned to test her patience. The Libra estate has received a Sagittarius seal, rented through the house god. The lady became alarmed when a powerful explosion occurred in front of her. The head of her murdered son fell to the floor. The main character mocked the body of the dead guy and made jokes about his terrible head. The hero announced that Libra's beloved son had returned to her feet, and now she could hug him. The girl promised that Adam would definitely pay for this provocation. Taking the image of the Libra saint, Adam said that this was not a provocation, but his response to all the decisions she had made. He wanted to turn everyone who stood in his way into what she saw before her. And it didn't matter whether this person was chosen by a deity or a catastrophe of an unknown civilization, even if it was a deity itself. After these words, the portals disappeared all over the world, and the hero promised that he would meet the saint in the future. Giselle assumed an unnatural pose and screamed Adam's name to the whole world. She wanted to tear him to pieces because he dared to humiliate her. Her scream caused a small earthquake in the Libra estate. The protagonist once again used the regeneration skill and revived Libra's son. Adam suggested that the guy finish what he started and repeat the execution one last time. However, he lost count and decided to start from scratch. The disaster caused by the Libra brothers left about 5,000 people injured. After completing the calculations, Adam announced that the young man only had to die 10,000 times. In the Lion Arena, a battle took place between Eva and one of the giants. The girl's strength was considered incredible since she managed to destroy her opponent in just a second. According to the men, Eva does not show much emotion, and at the moment of her victory she seemed to be in deep shock. It turned out that the girl had been behaving this way since the moment Adam declared war on Libra. When the girl heard about the declaration of war on Libra, it was as if her jaw dropped. However, now, during the victory, she is in a completely different mood. The audience agreed with Adam's decision, as Libra had always behaved disgustingly. After another victory, the girl was asked to say a few words about this fight, but instead she announced that she was leaving Lviv once and for all. She later added that she would now be in her Uncle Adam's faction. The public has openly reported through the media that Libra has deceived the entire world. According to them, Libra hid the truth about the bloody fog and set up Sagittarius. It has also been suggested that Adam is deliberately trying to set up Libra in order to become the best faction. Because Libra was silent, one of the young men assumed that Libra was indeed to blame for what happened. It was also said that Libra may deliberately drag out time in order to later make a pathetic excuse and hush up the incident. Haley suggested that Kevin use the media to perform a similar manipulation. After this, Kevin decided to put an end to the issue of poisoning Adam and explained that he never did it. He said his medicine would neutralize any poison that might be in Adam's food, but Haley said her medicine did that. According to the girl, she had to go through a lot to neutralize Kevin's poison in the main character's food. After some arguments, Kevin noticed that Adam had been missing for a long time. At this time, the main character was in Hawaii, where he managed to destroy the Libra estate. In front of him lay precious crystals that were created from those that bring misfortune. The protagonist concluded that these crystals were meant to be used to summon a catastrophe, which fits with why the parrot tried to summon him in particular. During the break, Adam remembered that he had sent a gift to an old friend. At this time, the head of her murdered son was delivered to Libra. The saint called it nonsense and was not even alarmed by the death of her son. The Libra lords asked the lady to kill them because they were unable to block Adam. She asked her subordinates to gather their courage, because they could do nothing after everything that Adam had brought them. She asked them to contact all branches and alliances around the world to declare a full-scale war. When martial law was declared, all the lords moved to carry out the assigned task. A huge lord appeared at the estate and announced that he had gathered all the forces of the mystical civilization. Using Libra's skills, the girl created a huge globe in front of her. The Pacific Ocean is a black zone and the territory of a mystical civilization. It is in that place that many different monsters live. The saint sent them a special signal that their time had come. Thousands of troops from the Libra army gathered together to strike back at Adam. Giselle was confident that she would be able to destroy Adam and his subordinates. With her army and monsters, she wanted to show a feeling of overwhelming despair. The system notified that there were 65 hours left before the attack on humanity. In Hawaii, instead of the refuge of Libra, a workshop and palace of Ophiuchus was created. Early in the morning, a portal appeared there, from which all of Adam's comrades and subordinates emerged. They did not understand why the protagonist had called them, and assumed that he needed some kind of help. They saw the palace of Ophiuchus in front of them, and could not believe that Adam had managed to build it in such a short time. At the door they were met by a very nice girl who immediately recognized them as Adam's comrades. Yasa is the former spirit guardian of Aquarius and Libra, and now she is just a spirit and guardian. From the girl, everyone heard that Adam took her when she was kidnapped and brought to Libra. In Yasa's hands was the egg of the deity Ophiuchus, that is, one of the rewards for overcoming the test of strength and intelligence. The girl explained to the guests that she needed to grow this egg, and then, since she is the goddess of care and health, Scorpio turned to her avatar and asked him to bring from their sanctuary everything that was possible. With the help of handouts, Scorpio wanted to make sure that she would not be kicked out of the faction with a minus. After the welcoming speech, Yasa announced that all those present could enter the new palace of Ophiuchus. When the door opened in front of the heroes, special energies fell upon them. What appeared before them was not Adam, but the real Ophiuchus. In the center of the palace there was a pool filled with hot lava. Now Alex understood what Adam was planning to build on the site of the former Libra camp. Avatars of Ophiuchus appeared on the scene and announced that the master was waiting for friends in his forge. On the way to the forge, everyone heard a sound typical of a blow to metal. When the guests arrived at their destination, they saw a naked Adam in front of them. Naturally, Haley immediately felt uneasy since she is in love with the main character. She instantly lost consciousness, but for everyone her behavior was nothing new. Kevin asked his friend when he managed to build this castle, because the Libra building was demolished only yesterday. The hero explained that he had acquired a new skill that helped him with this. This place is now a sanctuary in which Adam can settle, and also becomes a workshop for the creation of sacred relics. Despite all the protagonist's enthusiasm, he still has a lot to do. He already knew about the declared war, so he spends all his free time making weapons. He decided to make personal weapons for Derek and the rest of his close associates. Suddenly, the castle started shaking and Haley disappeared completely. It has been suggested that the palace of Ophiuchus was attacked. The system notified that an express parcel from the Scorpio sanctuary had arrived. Haley asked Adam to think of it as a housewarming gift. The girl began to unpack the boxes and found food, jewelry, and sacred materials there. When Haley was away from Adam, Kevin laughed at his friend that he and Haley would have beautiful children. In one of the boxes, Haley found things that didn't belong to her. The box contained letters with Leo's seal. The main character could not understand who came up with the idea to send him letters. Haley read that there was something written on the envelope about a resume. Derek remembered that his sister had announced yesterday that she was leaving Leo for the Ophiuchus faction. At Lev's headquarters, Steven reproached Eva for making too loud a statement to the whole world. According to him, too many people decided to follow the girl. Steven wanted to keep his subordinate by his side, but she asked to be allowed to swim freely. A few days after the fog incident 10 years ago, Eva and her brother were in the hospital. Eva saw the sunlight and decided that Father Alex had arrived to visit them. When she opened the door, she saw an unknown young man in front of her. It was Giselle, who was wondering if the girl was really the daughter of Sagittarius. Thanks to past news, Eve was able to recognize the Saint of Libra. The Saint suggested that Eve go to another place to have a serious talk. Giselle expressed concern for the children after the blood fog incident. However, the girl was fine, as she was confident that the Saints had done everything in their power. Giselle noted the girl's resilience and wisdom, which was beyond her developmental years. She wanted her sons to be like Eva, but they only know how to get into various troubles. Due to further misbehavior, Giselle locked her children in the punishment room. The Saint of Libra would like Eve to be her daughter. Afterwards, Giselle handed the Sagittarius daughter the jewelry as a keepsake. These earrings reflected the agitated Eve who refused the gift. Because of one meeting with a stranger, when the girl agreed to accept the gift, her father arrived in the room. Before he could say anything, the man saw Libra energy appear in his daughter's hands. In the next moment, this energy destroyed the entire room and everything that was around. Passers-by on the street observed a powerful explosion coming from the direction of the hospital. The girl, desperately knowing about help, said that her hands were completely burned by this energy. With the help of Sagittarius's abilities, the man wanted to save his daughter from suffering, but he himself received a severe burn. Giselle told Alex that he was not fit to be a father because he left the child alone at such a late hour. The girl ran around the room and screamed in horror that she was in unbearable pain. Alex demanded that Giselle fix what she did to Eva. The Saint of Libra explained that her step was a response to all those words with which Alex had once threatened her. According to Lady, the girl could have been completely absorbed by this energy of the evil deity, and Eva still holds on for a long time. The only way to save Alex's daughter is to send her to the Libra cult. Since the man did not want to give up his daughter, Giselle offered to give herself in exchange. She asked Alex to put aside his lingering attachment to Adam and come under her command. She knew what Alex was worth, and that's why she values him more than any of the saints. If a man follows her, she will restore his lost power and raise him to the level of a saint again. Giselle extended her hand and offered Sagittarius to make a choice in favor of herself or her daughter. Little Eva grabbed her leg and began to beg for mercy. She angrily shouted at the guest not to touch her father. The next moment, the girl used the energy of the evil deity against Giselle herself. Libra wanted to teach the girl a lesson before taking her under her care. Using her amulet, Libra created a special energy and threw Eve into the wall. The entire street was covered in yellow light, which emanated from the hospital windows. This was Leo's special skill on the blessed battlefield. Steven appeared in the location and said that he was going to get his hands on Sagittarius and his daughter. He demanded that Giselle obey his order and give him Eva and her father. At this time, the girl was completely safe, since there was a special barrier around her. Looking at the girl, Steven noticed that an evil deity had attached itself to her. In Steven's sanctuary, this could be done by someone of the highest rank. He suggested that what was happening was clearly connected to the constellations, and the image of Leo appeared in the location. According to Stephen, the constellation Leo rules all animals and can be called a leader of the highest rank. The man explained that the basis of all sects is that all actions are aimed at attracting power to their sanctuary. Giselle used an evil deity to take Ava, and now she wants to stop Stephen. Realizing this, Stephen asked the lady to destroy his skill in order to take the girl to her. Giselle took on this challenge with confidence and created a special skill in her hands. On the street, everyone was worried because Libra's boss had disappeared. Stephen immediately noticed this fuss, but explained to Giselle that such a battle would even look better in front of an audience. The next moment, the hospital building began to collapse due to a powerful explosion. Since Giselle did not want her actions to be publicized, she decided to back down. In conclusion, she told Stephen that he was now in her special debt. Stephen announced that he would soon become the strongest, and would be able to surpass everyone in his path. Having admitted defeat, the Saint of Libra left the battlefield. Stephen turned to Alex and asked him not to thank him for saving his daughter. Stephen didn't understand why the leader of the Lions had come here. The man explained that he felt sorry to see Alex being dragged back and forth like a pathetic little dog. Watching what was happening, Stephen invited Sagittarius to join his faction. If Alex helps the man, both of them will be able to improve their positions. Alex refused this offer and asked to let his daughter go, but Stephen refused to do so. According to Stephen, Eve, who has already been latched onto by an evil deity, will either succumb to the uncontrollable energy or become a victim of Libra. At this point, Alex cannot protect his children from a similar outcome. Only Stephen could suppress the evil deity without giving it freedom of action. Without waiting for a response from Alex, he decided to take Ava into his faction. The next moment, the barrier surrounding Eve disappeared and she belonged to the Lions. Taking the girl in his arms, Stephen promised that he would suppress this evil in the near future. Alex wondered why Leos and Libras would do such illogical things. The man replied that he had decided to take Sagittarius's daughter, who had great potential. Remembering this moment from the past, Eva declared that she had always wanted to thank the saint. However, she believed that in the constellation of Leo she would not be able to grow normally, since she needed to become stronger and be more useful to Adam. To develop further, it needs a new approach, different from what was before. As Eva's guardian, Stephen felt he had done a lot for her over the past 10 years. Every time he turned a blind eye to Eva dating Scorpio. The man began to cry and decided to let the girl go free. Suddenly, one of the Lion Lords arrived in the room and rudely drove Eva out of the faction. According to him, he never liked Eva because she considered their sect to be childish games. Stephen became angry with his subordinate because he encouraged Eva to leave Lvov. According to the Lord, the girl cannot stay here, since she decided to follow Adam himself. The man asked Kevin what he would say if he wanted to leave too, and he let him go with ease. The man was offended that the leader of Lvov was indifferent if a fighter of such rank and status left him. With such subordinates and a vice chief, the status of the Leo sect has sunk to the lowest point. Because of what happened, the Lord was covered in evil energy. The Lord decided to completely change the Lion faction and released all the energy from himself. With this blow, he was able to rip off the faction leader's arm. It became known that Oliver betrayed the Lions and has long been in the Libra faction. He explained his departure by saying that nothing would have happened if Stephen had succeeded in managing the divine sect. The Lord was offended that Stephen forgot the basics and gave Eve the position of vice chief. Oliver was given the highest rank, but he failed to earn it. He believed that he was superior to Ava in everything, and he was offended that he was never elected to the position of vice head. According to him, Stephen made this stupid decision in order to keep him under his wing. It became known that the death of the previous vice chairman was not an accident. Everyone thought he died because he couldn't get help. Unable to contain her anger, Eva grabbed Oliver's face with her hands. She used the cliff-crushing skill. She then created a divine speed skill to inflict even more damage on the traitor. The entire location was covered in fire and powerful explosions. The Lord realized that he had just seen a skill created by Adam and Stephen Marker. He parried all of the girl's active blows and sharply squeezed her hand. According to him, this skill did not work out well, since the girl did not put all her revenge into it. He decided to show what kind of blow a warrior should have and delivered a tearing blow with his fist at Ava. This blow knocked the girl out of consciousness and painted her face bloody. Oliver demanded that the invincible Ava quickly get to her feet and start attacking him. According to the man, even the red lightning that the girl is proud of is nothing compared to his new power. If a girl does not want to end her life here and now, she must awaken the beast within herself and attack. The powerful Oliver wanted to cut her down in the blink of an eye, and she had to defend herself. Due to their powerful fight, the building began to crumble into small pieces. The main character was in his forge and was proud that he had managed to make a completely new sword. Adam approached Derek's mother and decided to give her her first assignment as a scribe. He told her that Ava was in desperate need of his help now. He asked Oliver if he really had made all this fuss just because of one lost position. The man declared that from now on he is the strongest, who can destroy everything in his path. However, the girl believed that he was exaggerating his powers, because he only managed to throw the teacher into a trap and tear off Stephen's arm. She called Oliver stupid and simply forgot his place. She created special powers within herself and promised that he would be punished right here and now. Hearing what was said, Oliver only laughed, because he did not believe in the abilities of this pathetic girl. The system notified that Leo's skill beast reformation had been activated. Instead of Oliver, a huge and powerful monster appeared. A real battle has broken out between Eva and Oliver, after which there can only be one winner. The monster struck the girl mercilessly, but she continued not to give up. She thrust her hand forward and launched a powerful energy at the beast. This attack was called the Lightning Strike skill. Thanks to this skill, the mighty Oliver was thrown against the wall. When the girl wanted to deliver the finishing blows to her opponent, he grabbed her with his powerful hand. He then threw her aside and asked her not to stand in his way. He believed that Eva could use as many skills as she wanted, but it would all be in vain. As the girl lay unconscious on the ground, the monster announced that she was finished for the day. As it turns out, the Saint of Libra wants Oliver to finish off the girl right now. There was no reason to worry about someone who couldn't even control the power of an evil deity. The girl thought about how she could become as strong as Uncle Adam, but the monster warned her that a train was heading towards her. The girl didn't want to be a useless weakling like before, when the energy of an evil deity was implanted into her. She didn't want to lose this fight, like she had in the battle with the thousand-legged one. She wanted to give it her all. This time she wanted to give it her all, to earn a place near Adam. Gathering her strength, the girl wanted to attack Oliver, but suddenly she heard a familiar voice praising her attitude. Blood splashes, train cars, and blue energy appeared all over the location. The girl noticed a spear stuck in front of her, and she was greeted as the one who kept an indomitable spirit within herself. The weapon of Ophiuchus chooses its owner, and wherever the owner is, the weapon will find him. It is assigned to one person until the end of his life, also until his task is completely completed. Adam handed his newly created spear to his archivist. However, the girl did not know what to do with him. Adam realized that he needed to teach the girl the basics first. The hero asked to throw the spear high into the air, and it flew across the entire country in search of its owner. At this time, Stephen was receiving treatment for the loss of his arm. After this, the man had to go in search of Aquarius to get proper treatment. Behind Stephen and his assistants there was a powerful blue energy that destroyed everything in its path. The spear pierced several floors of the building and ended up in front of Ava. The system informed the girl that the Ophiuchus weapon chose her as a person with an indomitable fighting spirit. She received a task in which she had to prove her rights and obtain the power of immortality. This must be done in order to have full rights to be on Adam's team. The heroine realized that Adam had sent her this task, and she wanted to complete it as quickly as possible with particular enthusiasm. The monster thought that this time the girl was just lucky, but she would not be able to deal with him. Grabbing the gift from Uncle Adam, Eve rushed to attack Oliver. With her actions, she created the Lotus Flash skill, but nothing happened. The monster laughed and reminded her that she was powerless against him. The system reported that Ophiuchus's energy was enveloping red lightning. Eva's spear strike created a powerful energy in the street that surprised Stephen and his comrades, and her blow was also able to break the earth into 2 parts, just as Adam had once managed to do. Stephen decided to go to the battle site to check out the situation. Arriving at the scene, he saw Oliver lying there with not a single living spot on him. According to Stephen, Oliver lost because he was fixated on getting the vice chairman's job. Ava is the vice chief only because for her, becoming stronger is not a way, but a goal in itself. She is much more suitable for the position of Cardinal Leo than Oliver, whose thoughts are occupied only with the title. Oliver laughed and said that he had heard too much chatter from someone who had had his arm torn off. Stephen asked the dying traitor if Eve had such a powerful force before. The girl went after Oliver to lead him to death, but suddenly, grabbing the spear, she saw Mr. Stephen in front of her. The guardian asked the girl why she was emitting not the energy of Leo, but the energy of Adam. The girl reminded him that she had decided to switch to the protagonist's faction, and this made Stephen angry. The man decided not to let the girl go anywhere and announced that she could only pass over his dead body. Thanks to the system, Stephen saw a task that needed to be completed to prove his rights. He saw Eve's task to prove her rights, since the holy constellation of Leo blocked her path. The heroine must get what she wants by defeating Stephen. At this time, Oliver promised that it was not over yet, and they would have time to learn the true essence of Libra. Due to the battle between Eva and Oliver, the main building of the Libra sanctuary is destroyed, and this may have wild consequences. Suddenly, a bright yellow flash appeared in front of the heroes, which frightened them. From what Stephen said, Oliver is planning to summon someone from his faction. Thanks to his summoning, red eyes appeared in the sky above the building. It was previously known that this character died in the Demon Tower. The residents believed that a disaster was coming and decided to hide from this dangerous place. At that moment, Stephen realized that he would have to protect not only himself and his faction, but also the civilian population. In the sanctuary of Ophiuchus, the main character had a bad feeling. The news announced that disasters were invading different parts of the world, and that 3 countries in Washington were currently under attack. A huge disaster has emerged, raising alarm throughout the region. Each sect made a speech saying that they were aware of the whole situation and led by Libra, and were going to stop the disaster. A Libra spokesman explained that they are going to work together with allied constellations to save the people. Unfortunately, this statement from Libra did not mention anything about the dead sons of Saint Giselle. The heroes assumed that Libra would come to attack them under the pretext of disasters, and Alex and Adam could not understand where Red Eyes came from, because he was killed in the tower. According to Adam, members of other sects then took Red Eye's head as a souvenir, but what happened to it next remains a mystery. The Saints were arguing over who could use it. Since the Saints had basically stopped interacting with other sects after the attack on the tower, they couldn't possibly know the ins and outs. After much debate about which sect the leader belonged to, it was decided to seal her and bury her at sea. This suggestion was made by the Saint of Libra, and Adam assumed that it was she who took this head. Adam wanted to go and deal with this creature, and at the same time check whether he killed it, or whether it was someone else that Scorpio was talking about. After this, he turned to Scorpio to protect his sanctuary from enemy attacks. The girl couldn't control herself after her loved one entrusted her with the most important thing. She agreed to touch the traps in the sanctuary, even if it meant losing her own roof. She was ready to give up all her things for this, but the avatars insisted that she calm down. The girl's brilliant brain figured out that Adam's proposal was a hint about cohabitation. The main character wanted to go to Red-Eyed, and Alex was going to go with him. Adam asked his friend to go to Korea, but he couldn't do it because his daughter wouldn't be there. The main character calmed Alex down and said that at any moment he feels the girl's strong aura, thanks to which he can control her. He wanted to send his comrade to Korea only because it would be difficult to deal with Libra in the Sagittarius sect. As expected, chaos reigned in South Korea. The Lord was tasked with preventing monsters from crossing the front line. The monsters were enormous in size, and it would be difficult to deal with them without joining forces. These were the beings that Libra summoned from the Pacific Ocean. Saint Taurus appeared at the scene of the disaster, looking for Alex. Alex's subordinates announced that he was not around right now, but they could pass on any important information to him. Ivan asked not to do this, because he could very well wait for him. He asked one of the young men never to block his way. The next moment he threw the man forward a few meters and he hit a rock. The Sagittarians believed that the Saint of Taurus had come to fight not against disasters, but against them. The system notified that Derek's uncle was receiving the protection of Ophiuchus, which was in his soul. Taurus felt offended that he was not working on his team. From the man's words it became clear that he was working for the Libra faction. Alex sent his wife to serve in Ophiuchus's castle. After that he used the return to sanctuary skill and headed back. The main character asked his friend to sort out all the fuss and restore order in Korea. The promised weapon was already ready, and all that was left was to wait for Alex to return. After the man left, Adam asked his relative to prepare for a possible war. The girl asked what they would do, and the main character promised to find the rat that was lurking in his sanctuary. Sagittarius's flight was observed by his enemies who wanted to get rid of him. However, their leader believed that there was no point in getting rid of the small fry, since their target was Adam. There was a ghost knight on the battlefield that had the highest danger level and could not be captured. Besides him, there was a vanguard of military forces of an unknown civilization, whose capture was also impossible. Scorpio created the Scorpio relic using sand. It was a statue of the unwavering Scorpio that supported his barrier. The girl decided to calm down only when the entire island was covered with relics, and she wanted to fulfill Adam's request in an ideal way. Soon all the Scorpio relics exploded one after another. The girl anxiously announced that there was an enemy around her that the statue could not cope with. Raising her head, she saw an armed squad of monsters and ghosts in front of her. They immediately realized that they had arrived at the sanctuary of Ophiuchus, which looked quite terrible. The opponents demanded that they be shown the deity of Adam. Eugene couldn't figure out who had come to visit them this time. When he asked this question, a sharp spear immediately flew at him. One of the rival bosses asked the young man not to contradict him. The Avatar stood up for Haley and asked her to be careful. The girl could not believe her own eyes that in front of her was the vanguard of the military forces of an unknown civilization. The enemies couldn't believe that the Ophiuchus faction emitted the same energy as them. Noticing the Libra traitors, one of the main fighters asked the other to get rid of them. The Avatar got into a fighting stance to fight the attacker and protect the princess. After that, the enemy wanted to strike Haley with his huge sword. The sword was a couple of centimeters from the frightened girl's face. Without thinking twice, she created a special skill in her hand to strike back. The energy of Scorpio formed around the girl, which could easily destroy any enemy. She then used the power of Ophiuchus and cut off the heads of some of the attackers with one blow. At this moment, the main character appeared on the battlefield. He was armed with a powerful bow, which he had made especially for himself in his forge. The enemies immediately assumed that the very Ophiuchus that the Saint of Libra had told them about had appeared before them. The main character asked the new arrivals who they were, but they responded rudely. Then the main character asked his opponents to shut their mouths, because they were attacking the deity Ophiuchus himself. Only then did the opponents realize that Libra was not just afraid of this wonderful young man. It seemed to them that Adam was not a dud, since with his appearance he was able to strike several fighters at once. One of the monsters asked Adam what his name was. He proudly stated his name and aimed his bow at the questioner. The Lord bowed before Ophiuchus and asked for forgiveness for underestimating him. He introduced himself as the vanguard of the military forces of an unknown civilization, which are also considered to be ghost knights. Their goal is to destroy all humanity that believes in Adam and the cunning saints. The leader grabbed his weapon and promised that they would now fight the obstacle in their path. The protagonist asked those present not to talk nonsense, since they would not be able to destroy him. At his words, all the opponents became angry one after another and prepared to attack. The main character used a special skill, creating a special flash. From this flash, Adam's new deadly weapon instantly jumped out. It was able to destroy everyone who was in its path just by flying. One of the surviving leaders wanted to instantly strike Adam, but he managed to dodge. The ghost's weapon ended up in the protagonist's hands and remained there forever. At the next moment, the main character pulled this stake and the ghost flew after him. After killing this attacker, the hero asked everyone to attack him immediately. He was absolutely confident that he would be able to defeat anyone who stood face to face with him. In a rush, all the attackers swung at the main character at the same time and clashed with their weapons. While they were trying to sort out the confusion, Adam dealt them a fatal blow with a special weapon. The system has notified that the hereditary hammer has increased. This hammer chopped all the ghosts into small pieces. One of the survivors could not believe his eyes that the fragile guy managed to instantly destroy so many fighters. A huge lizard appeared at the site of the battle, emitting fire from itself. Alex's wife also arrived and said that she had brought everyone who had the status of Ophiuchus. The protagonist praised his assistant for completing her first task on time. The arrival of reinforcements frightened the ghosts, because they were powerless against them. The leader of the opponents promised to deal with Adam in a matter of seconds. When he wanted to make an active attack, a blue tree appeared in front of him. Adam grabbed his weapon and struck the attacker with powerful blows several times. The ghost didn't care about this energy attack, but his horse began to spit blackness. In response to this attack, the ghost decided to activate his best abilities. The protagonist expected this outcome of events and was ready to attack. Because of Adam's weapon, all of the opponent's attacks were in vain. As the ghost prepared for its next attack, its legs were wrapped in red energy fetters. It turned out that Scorpio, along with her subordinates, contributed to the fight. Scorpio and Eugene decided to knock their opponent down by force. He believed that the people in front of him were real fools, because by their actions they were shortening the distance for the battle. When he wanted to strike Haley in flight, he was immediately attacked by an armed Adam. The main character was able to knock the enemy off his feet and trample him into the ground. The rest of the attackers were already dealt with by Ophiuchus's avatars. The dying ghost regretted that his knighthood could be so easily attacked. The protagonist laughed and suggested that the enemy change the team name to Team Death Knighthood. Before dying, the creature wanted to fight Adam and take him with it. He grabbed the protagonist in his arms to go to hell together. The main character managed to perform a perfect maneuver and find himself in an attacking position. He struck the knight several times with his huge sword, but he didn't care. Adam climbed onto the monster and began using it as an airplane. At that moment, all the knightly honor of the enemy leader fell. There was chaos outside Lev's headquarters in Washington. One of the huge monsters appeared there, destroying everything in its path. Stephen wanted to stop the monster's invasion with his only hand. Miraculously, he managed to stop this attack. The monster began to leave, and one of Adam's squad offered to follow him. Everyone decided not to listen to this young man and went to help Stephen. At this moment, the faction leader realized that before him were real lion warriors, whose fighting spirit was burning in their eyes. The subordinates reminded the chief that he had already caught this monster once, and it was time for him to perform the feat again. He considered that it was too dangerous to do this, since a large number of people would suffer from it. At the moment, the squad members had other work to do. They needed to pull out residents trapped under the rubble. The girl decided to help the saint and support the duty and obligation of the strong to protect the weak, and the rest of the Lords of Adam followed her. As vice chief, she ordered her subordinates to do everything to ensure that nothing would interfere with Stephen. At this point, the Constellation quest is not yet complete because Ava needs to fight Stephen, but she decided to take pity on him. The man didn't know how to defeat Red Eye and asked to show him how he did it before. It dawned on the man that since he had defeated this creature in the past, it meant that it was hunting only him. Someone had to get rid of this creature, but unfortunately, Adam was not around. Stephen had no choice but to suppress the disaster alone. He used the descent of the sacred essence and created the image of a huge lion. The girl asked him not to call the deity here, but the man believed that if he did not do this, he would lose everything he had acquired earlier. Stephen decided to atone for the shame of 20 years ago with his actions. Remembering the last time, Stephen promised himself that he would never run away from danger. He strained all his strength to summon a creature to fight the monster. As the street filled with bright beams of energy, Red Eye noticed the threat. Steve asked Eva to cover him while he summoned the lion. The system has notified that all resources have been used to summon the sacred entity. The monster tried to warn the lion that was nearby. The main character, with the help of a ghost subordinate to him, was able to arrive at the place of greatest danger. Red-Eyed watched what was happening and waited for an attack. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy appeared in front of his face. Adam's being could no longer fly under his influence, and the hero decided to land. Their appearance interrupted the process of summoning the sacred essence of Leo. Stephen looked up in excitement and saw Adam flying straight towards him. As expected, the hero landed on Stephen, posing a threat of death to him. Almost immediately, Adam noticed Eve and did not understand what she was doing there. His blow knocked Stephen unconscious, but fortunately he did not die. The ghost promised that Adam would not be able to escape death this time. According to him, the hero will not be able to fight Red Eyes because he is too powerful. Red Eyed is the Lord of the Demon Tower who suddenly appeared 20 years ago. It was the greatest disaster in history that Adam defeated by sacrificing himself. That battle was so fierce that even the 12 saints lost all their fighting spirit. But now something has definitely changed. The hero turned to the monster and for formality decided to say hello to his old acquaintance. In the next moment, the protagonist rushed forward to gain the upper hand over Red Eyes. A second later, he climbed up the wall and found himself on the next floor. Noticing this, the monster tried to grab the guy to throw him down. However, he failed to do this, and instead, he destroyed everything that was near Adam. Looking at Red-Eyed, the protagonist concluded that this was the same disaster as in the past. This time, the monster's ferocity and tirelessness had disappeared somewhere. Adam decided to use his 13th sense skill to scan the creature. The system notified that all parts of the monster, except for the head, were fake. It is endowed with a small amount of energy of an unknown civilization and a large amount of energy of Libra. At the Libra Sanctuary, everyone was worried about the rush to create Red-Eye, who lacks intelligence. Giselle believed that her faction would not lose anything from such a puppet, and wanted Adam to suffer because of her as well. But the girl had doubts about this, since the monster was not perfect now. If only Blood Mist were here, Libra would have managed to get Red-Eye with all the important characteristics. But this monster spent all its resources and died so stupidly. Giselle's subordinates reported to her about the change in the situation. It has been revealed that Alex has traveled to Korea and may meet Ivan Kruger. They also reported that a baron in a metal helmet would appear from the unknown civilization. Giselle asked her subordinate what happened to Kaylee. The Lord apologized and said that the girl did not respond to the lady's call. According to Giselle, Kaylee doesn't want to listen to her, and the saint simply doesn't have time to get rid of these whims. The Libra Saint transmitted to the waiting troops that their faction was entering the battle to capture the Demon Tower of Korea. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Alex arrived at Ivan Kruger, who was on a mountain of corpses. Ivan Kruger waited a long time for the arrival of Sagittarius. Alex asked Ivan why he came to Korea and touched his subordinates. The man announced that at this time, Red-Eyed appeared in America. Ivan wanted to explore this, but Alex's comrades blocked his way, so he brought them the rules of discipline. Alex was amazed at Ivan's courage to come here instead of fighting Red-Eye in America. The hero asked Ivan what he was doing here if he was planning to visit the demonic tower. Taurus became afraid to return, just like 20 years ago. Ivan concluded that Alex had gone mad when he regained his powers. In his eyes, Sagittarius was just a cheapskate without a single relic. Ivan decided to remind his interlocutor who exactly destroyed everything in the tower. He gathered his strength, created a special energy, and aimed at the archer. Taurus activated the destructive tank skill and it scared everyone present. Instead of Ivan Kruger, a huge calf appeared, covered in fiery power. The calf summoning with its power destroyed the nearby buildings. The young man fell to the ground and his skills disappeared. Ivan was surprised that even Saint Leo could not take his attack directly. The Sagittarius assured his opponent that he was somehow mistaken. Alex announced that he still had the relics. The system has notified that the desired relic from the sanctuary of the Serpent Bearer is being summoned. Next, the SS-level Bright Light Trace Shrine relic was activated. Ivan couldn't understand how Alex managed to restore the relics. He assumed that Adam was definitely involved in all of this. Alex was angry that his subordinates were touched. He thought it was foolish to use a weapon against someone he was similar to. That's why he suggested that Ivan have a fist fight. Ivan reproached his opponent for having his nose in the air and for underestimating him. He was ready to destroy this impudent fellow, but he rushed at him first. Despite Ivan's will, the men fought unarmed. Alex announced that Ivan had a great chance to show his strength. Ivan was full of fear, but still tried to make the situation worse with every word. Sagittarius was absolutely confident that he would emerge victorious from this fight. The unarmed men raised dust and debris around themselves with their actions. The hero asked Ivan if he still despised him. However, without answering, he struck him in the face with his clasped fists. The blow made Alex take a few steps back and blood started flowing from his nose. Now the archer was focused on his actions so as not to miss. One of the hero's blows knocked down his opponent, causing him to bleed. Enraged by what was happening, Ivan dealt a powerful blow to Alex. Such mutual attacks between the opponents continued for a long time. The Sagittarius tried to break the Taurus's spine by twisting his body in different directions. However, Ivan unexpectedly struck Alex, avoiding fractures. At the next moment, the hero kicked the guy and broke both of his legs. He then joked that the calf's skin would make a great punching bag. The fight between the young men was observed even from a great distance. The lords were interested to know what was going on there and who would emerge victorious. As soon as Ivan thought about his death, The system notified that he was completely protected. When Alex struck the man's face, he would automatically be trapped in a protective barrier. The defense skill covered the body of the little body with knightly armor, and confidence appeared in his eyes. He announced that it was time to begin the second round. Before Alex's eyes, Ivan became more powerful, and his power destroyed space into small pieces. The hero decided to reciprocate and created a weapon in response to Ivan's insolence. Until that moment, Alex hadn't realized how harshly Adam treated his relics. At this time, Steven was coming to his senses, but his mind was behaving strangely. Leo was curious about what had happened to Red Eyes and why the body was not moving. He assumed that it was because someone was using his body in battle with the roar skill. However, Steven did not understand how he could lose consciousness so easily. Suddenly, he discovered light at the end of the tunnel. This excited him, and he thought that he would soon find himself in hell or heaven. He came to his senses completely and saw something terrible in front of him. A large creature's hand passed over Alex's mangled body. It was Red Eyes, who had just lost his paw because of Adam. Steven calmed down a little when he saw his armed friend close to him. However, Steve was offended that it was not he who fought the monster, but Adam who did it again. The protagonist swung his relic and struck Red Eye. He wanted to remind him of what happened in the Demon Tower. Adam promised to cut the monster in half soon. Ava and Steven watched this, and Steve asked Adam not to make any sudden movements. Red-Eyed took a deep breath, and this foreshadowed something terrible. Adam created the relic of Ophiuchus in the form of a huge hammer. The monster was just about to belch fire, but the hero closed his mouth with a hammer. Because of this, all the energy was directed inside Red Eyes and brought danger to him. As expected, the monster was baked alive by its own fire. Then the main character swung upward and cut Red into several pieces. None of Adam's team believed that he had managed to fight the giant. The protagonist turned to them and said that this was a lesson for them. Adam looked inside the monster and asked Eve and Steven to come to him. Everyone concluded that there was a real Red Eyes egg inside. According to Adam, this monster was just a vessel for the red-eyed donor. The hero said that in the demonic tower, the manager was constantly reviving disasters. This also applies to the red-eyed and black dragons. The hero fought these monsters for 20 years. If Libra had accumulated strength, they would have been able to resurrect the disaster normally. A ghost hung over the hero, demanding death, but he didn't care. Ava told her uncle that something had to be done with the monster's remains, and that they had to be removed from the street. The system notified the protagonist that he had received a request from Saint Sagittarius. He was informed that there had been damage or an original defect in the royal relics. Adam assumed that this message was related to past events. Ivan and Alex continued to fight, trying in every way to annoy each other. Suddenly, a black blade appeared under Alex's feet. The black blade was created and launched by Jean-Louis Morin. Ivan thought that this blade would help him win, and so he rushed into battle. His intentions were stopped by a huge ice wedge. The ice weapon almost pierced the young man's face. Ivan could not understand what kind of person attacked him. In addition to the blade, Kevin Hazard created an iceberg right on Ivan. Alex asked his old friend what he was doing in this location. Kevin replied that every time they met, Alex turned out to be a complete loser, so trust in him was minimal. The Holy Virgin also recommended to her friend to take care of the defense of the sanctuary. According to him, the Sagittarius sanctuary is attacked by Gemini, Aquarius, Taurus, and Aries. Kevin Hazard was able to clear them out when he dropped by on his way to see Adam. The system jokingly asked Alex if he would borrow from her again to restore the sanctuary. Saint Taurus was able to destroy this ice barrier with all his might. He said that it was impossible to defeat him with this skill. Jean-Louis stopped Ivan and said that they needed to hurry as they didn't have time. He suggested getting rid of the pathetic Sagittarius and Virgo first. Kevin and Alex became angry because of these rude expressions. Ivan and Jean-Louis suggested that their friend create his best abilities and attack his rivals. Jean-Louis announced that they had little time, so they would have to play without giving in. For the first time in a long time, Kevin and Alex looked quite friendly. Suddenly, Giselle appeared near the opposing sides. At this time, Alex's subordinates were worried that their house had been destroyed again. There was a squabble between some subordinates, but suddenly it was interrupted by something terrible. Everyone looked up and saw a dragon in the sky. In the place where Giselle appeared, a bright flash formed, blinding the entire city. The Saint of Libra came to Alex and Kevin to sort out past issues. However, the young people were not happy about such a meeting with the Saint. Ivan and Jean-Louis asked the Saint why she had come to them, since they had not yet lost. Instead of answering, the girl created the Libra seal in front of her subordinates. Jean-Louis Morin could not understand why he and Ivan were the ones who came under pressure from the commander. The girl explained that she had entrusted him with command over the sect that had lost its saint, but he had not been able to capture even the sanctuary. According to her, it was a complete failure. She also mentioned that Ivan Kruger was beaten like a dog at the sight of the sanctuary capture. Instead of asking about her arrival, they should have thanked her for saving them from death. Giselle believed that her subordinates could not be trusted with any task. Then she went to Kevin and Alex and didn't know how to have fun with them. She had several options, one of which she wanted to swap the head and limbs. According to the second option, she wanted to stage an accident, like with Adam. At that moment, Kevin had an extremely bad feeling of danger. It wasn't just a coincidence that Kevin and Alex ended up on Libra. The heroes were awaiting an equal exchange, which was watched by 1 million people. Soon a huge dragon appeared and panic began among the people. The crowds of people were not even calmed by the fact that their hero Adam was sitting on the dragon. Adam told the black dragon to fly straight to the place where Libra appeared. The Saint of Libra was confident of her success, and that no one would interfere with her. But the main character, who had just arrived with the dragon, defeated Libra with just 1 blow. Alex and Kevin, who were on the Libra side, noticed that the golden rule stem was disappearing. The main character asked his comrades what they were doing there. They replied that no human being would ever climb up there in good faith. However, Alex rushed at Adam with accusations that he never answered his calls. Then he asked the main character what he did with the bow, and why there were so many weapons of an unknown civilization. Ivan and Jean-Louis did not expect Adam to arrive. Ivan announced to his comrade that they had only 1 chance, which they could not miss. Suddenly he created the Taurus skill and the entire location was covered with bulls. The main character didn't like that the opponents used this particular technique. Then Adam called for help from a black dragon, which destroyed Jean-Louis in an instant. The next victim was Ivan, who fell right into the monster's mouth. This fight ended the moment the black dragon closed its mouth with the hero inside. Alex asked his friend where he got the black dragon from. They were also curious as to why he was carrying it around and whether he actually found it in Red Eye's stomach. Adam explained that with his abilities, he revived and tamed the sleeping creature. Alex insisted that this creature needed to be raised in his home and not released outside of it. Kevin pointed out the Libra statue to his comrades and asked why it hadn't disappeared yet. At this point, the argument between Alex and Adam paused and they both looked at the statue. At the next moment, the entire location was covered with the energy of the Saint of Libra, and later she herself appeared. Previously, Adam thought that it would be much easier to deal with Libra, but now everything was becoming different. He had to create one of his relics, a huge hammer. Earlier, the main character smashed this girl's face with the same hammer. He asked her to turn around again to repeat what she had already gone through. This time he was absolutely ready to turn the saint into a punching bag. Giselle called Adam a cheeky little snake that bared its fangs. The main character called his tamed dragon for help in the face of danger. He asked him to take his 2 comrades and fly away from here. According to Adam, Alex and Kevin were supposed to take care of the civilians. They are of no use in this location, and Adam will have to cope alone. Suddenly, a stream of bright light burst forth from the Earth's crust. The black dragon grabbed Alex and Kevin, but they began to resist. The next moment, Adam's pet managed to fly away from the dangerous place. Due to a bright flash of light, everything around Adam began to collapse. Only at this moment did the protagonist realize that Giselle had never been human. She is a being endowed with special powers to destroy all of humanity. However, the young lady did not agree with her opponent and considered herself a normal person. The protagonist confirmed his words by the fact that even after Giselle's head was broken, she continued to wreak havoc. He asked the sacred goddess to stop pretending and reveal her true self. This time, the young girl did not make excuses and admitted that she really was not human. A special Libra energy appeared around her for a quick attack on Adam. The main character could not understand how this creature had ended up on Earth. He said he would be delighted to see the show the other gods would put on when they found out about this. However, Giselle said that it didn't matter. Suddenly, she created the skill Bullherd Stomp and launched an attack on Adam. She loved this skill, although it was not as effective when performed by her. Kevin and Alex noticed that the divine mark of Taurus had appeared on Giselle's head. The girl asked to save the delight for later, because she hadn't even shown half of it yet. At that moment, a huge Libra appeared over the city, and around it were several constellations. There was not only Taurus, but also Cancer, Gemini, Capricorn, Aquarius, and even Aries. Now the main character understood why Giselle was not afraid to get a slap on the wrist from the other gods. After all these gods were in cahoots with the Saint of Libra. The girl explained that the anger of the gods, who had lost their saints, had reached the boiling point. She announced that she had recently become a representative of 7 constellations, including her own. Despite the enemy's strength, Adam felt it was his responsibility to beat the crap out of their cabal. Giselle couldn't understand why the main character hated them so much. According to her, Adam could rule the world if he wanted to. The protagonist interrupted her reasoning and asked her to get to the point. The girl honestly said that she doesn't really like Adam, but she acknowledges his strength. So she decided to invite him to join their team and become the ruler of the entire world. If he makes the wrong choice, all the constellations will grind him into dust. The main character decided to refuse this offer and asked not to do something like this again. Adam explained his refusal by saying that he cares about other people, while Giselle and her constellations, on the contrary, destroy the world. The girl explained that by destroying this city, she would remove the heavy burden of responsibility for the people from Adam's shoulders. Suddenly, she exerted her strength and created Ares' skill, Heavenly Weapon. Next came Aquarius's independent skill, Tornado. Giselle then used Cancer's skill, Clone. She believed that the main character was to blame for the fact that a real catastrophe could happen now. The Saint of Libra created a holy seal around Adam and asked her subordinates to attack him. Giselle also controlled sharp swords that she sent towards Adam. Suddenly, one of these sharp swords appeared right in the center of one of the streets. Giselle believed that Adam would have a hard time breaking through her strongest skill, which was caused by the power of the constellation. However, she still suggested that he try to cope with it, because she still had a lot of strength left. This skill destroyed the entire location and almost completely covered the main character with stones. The girl insistently advised Adam to get out as soon as possible, because she wanted to use all her swords. She was ready to flood the entire world with these remaining swords. As the swords plunged into the ground one after another, people ran in panic without looking back. However, only reporters wanted to make a sensation out of these events. Suddenly, a sharp red sword also fell near them, but they did not even move from the spot. Kevin Kazar arrived to them, wanting to save the civilian population. Kevin and Alex wanted to save the civilians, but Kevin could only freeze them from the attack. Kevin suggested working together to try to break this sword. However, this will be a little difficult to do, since this is the power of the constellation itself, and not the saint. Kevin believed that the only thing they could do to help Adam was to save the citizens and evacuate them. Suddenly, the heroes raised their heads and saw something terrible above the roofs of the houses. The water of the Han River flowed from all sides, rising higher than the buildings. People began to pray to the divine spirit to save them. Seeing this, Kevin also began to pray to the great master of Diva to lend him his power. A whirlpool of water appeared around the main character. Adam immediately realized that Giselle was trying to flood the city with river water. After this attack, Giselle was surprised that Adam still hadn't fled the scene. However, she was sure that after she poured all the river water into the city, Adam would definitely leave it. Suddenly, a bright flash of unknown origin appeared in the path of the water streams. The system notified that Kevin had used the skill January of the Ice Wind. Thanks to his abilities, his opponents noticed that the river water instantly froze into ice. Then Giselle turned to the others with the news and asked them to deal with Adam and his comrades. She pointed to the spot where Kevin's brightest flash of energy had been. Suddenly, a black dragon rushed at her from the void, with a red light in its eyes. The main character invited Giselle to meet his new friend, whom he had recently tamed. On the black dragon, Adam used the Take the Hit skill for him. When Giselle wanted to resolve the whole situation peacefully, the dragon unleashed his fiery wrath on her. The next moment, Giselle used the double constellation skill, Teleport. In one of the teleports, she managed to catch the entire fiery stream of the black dragon. With the help of the second teleport, this stream spilled out onto the street, but Adam managed to disperse it into the air. The main character scolded his assistant for not thinking about the lives of ordinary people. Due to the prayer of the Holy Virgin, Ophiuchus's divine power was increased. The power of the cause merged with the heavenly punishment, resulting in the state of frosty winter. The girl believed that the only thing that Adam could attack with was the wrath of the constellation Virgo. However, the main character was sure of something completely different, because there were several more constellations behind him. He decided to remind the Saint of Libra how many people had been deceived by her dirty deeds. He said he represented the wrath of those who innocently fell into her traps. Besides that, it was the wrath of the one abandoned in the demon tower. Adam asked Giselle who had stabbed him in that demon tower, her or the one behind her. He also asked if the constellations that wanted to destroy him were involved in this. Giselle laughed and said that there was no need to look for the culprit of that very incident. The saint did not answer this question, since in this situation only those in authority could ask questions. Suddenly, a destructive skill that destroyed comets appeared above Adam's head. Next came the skill of the Sun God's Ring, which blinded Giselle. As the leader of the cult, Alex ordered his followers to pray for Adam. The system notified that the holy constellation and the deity of Sagittarius had sided with Ophiuchus. The hero wanted to convey to Libra that not only the followers suffered, but also ordinary residents. The system kept notifying that more and more people were praying for Ophiuchus. At that moment, the main character was filled with the anger of tens of millions and billions of people. His powerful energy caused Giselle's face to crack again. Adam knocked his opponent to the floor and began to strike her with blow after blow. But suddenly he didn't notice how a pair of hands appeared above his head. These were the hands of all the constellations that stood on the side of Libra and wanted to help the saint. After some skirmishes, the system notified that the Scorpio sect had sided with Ophiuchus. Scorpio's heavenly punishment was formed in the form of a poisonous chainsword, which immediately plunged into Giselle's chest. The most powerful explosion occurred in the place where Giselle stood. The system has reported that the energy of the darkest star has been dissipated. The girl wanted to use the powers of the Dark Cancer, but she failed. She was captured again by the protagonist's chainsword. This attacking blow made the girl lose her temper, and she promised that she would kill Adam at any cost. The location has changed to blue and the Capricorn World Destroyer skill has appeared. Giselle screamed that this star rightfully belonged to her. She tried with all her might to prevent this star from ending up in Adam's hands. At this time she felt the north wind, the constellation Virgo. This skill even absorbs the light of her huge sword. When the girl's actions were slowed down by the cold, Adam took advantage of this moment and struck her in the face. He said that the star would never be hers because she was simply showing her greed. The protagonist wanted to kick, but Giselle activated the teleport. Thanks to this skill, the girl managed to end up right behind Adam. She dealt him a powerful blow, saying that he was already a corpse. She used the combination skill of Taurus and Capricorn, ramming barrage. The system notified that the saint was captured using the Sagittarius constellation skill. In addition, the girl was injected with the poison of the Scorpio constellation, which lowers all her characteristics. Only at this moment was the heroine sure that her end was coming. But before her death, she decided to increase the powers of the 7 constellations to the maximum and unite them together. Seeing these actions, the main character also decided to go to the bank. He called the Black Dragon to him in order to use it to attack the pitiful saint. Due to the forced binding and concentration of the 7 constellations, a powerful resistance occurred. Because of this resistance, several beams of this energy fell to the ground right at the feet of the television crew. The screen showed the powers of the constellations coming together and flying into the sky above Seoul. People were grateful to everyone who was able to save their city from invasions. Everyone continued to pray sincerely in the name of Saint Adam. Alex and Kevin also continued to praise their comrade after the tough fight. Ava also believed in the strength of her uncle, who was fighting on the battlefield. Stephen told her that in this situation no one could do anything except Adam himself. Then he ordered his followers of the constellation Leo to pray for the fighting guest Adam, and asked all those who cared to give him all their strength. At that very moment, the main character seemed to feel a surge of vivacity and energy. The system has notified that the constellation Leo blesses the constellation Ophiuchus, and therefore gives it power. In addition, many people prayed for Ophiuchus, and now his divine power has become stronger than ever. Inspired by new strength, Adam swung his hammer and decided to finish off Libra once and for all. At the same moment, Taurus, Capricorn, and Aquarius were destroyed. In addition, the saints of Aries, Cancer, and even Gemini were erased. The main character stood over Giselle's corpse and did not know why all this was necessary. Now Giselle was all broken, and Adam could not ask even one question. Earlier, the girl said that the questions are asked by the one who is stronger, which is why Adam wanted to know a lot of things. He wanted to use all his skills and even his 13th sense to gain all of Giselle's knowledge. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the darkness, which admired Adam for defeating Libra. At the end of the location, one of the giants appeared. The main character did not know who was in front of him and immediately asked who it was. The creature said that it was the commander of a great unknown civilization. He appeared 30 years ago, exactly when the army of an unknown civilization invaded the Earth. The planet was under the control of an unknown civilization. Any resistance to these creatures was simply pointless. Then the Commander Baron said that one could be saved if one gave him human freedom, will, and all resources. According to the monster, Libra was originally supposed to get rid of Adam and restore the demonic tower on Earth. But in the end, the whole plan went wrong. The Baron didn't think it was possible to defeat the Phantom Knights in Libra with the power of the 6 sacred essences. With the goal of rebuilding the Demon Tower, Baron shouted that he would destroy Adam immediately. At this moment, it became clear to the main character who had been standing behind Libra all this time. Without thinking twice, the main character revealed all the abilities he had. He launched a stream of energy towards the monster and seemed to hit it. The Baron declared that Adam could only be a star in the constellation. The power of the constellation and its unknown civilization are opposite. The protagonist felt as if the monster was devouring his strength. He had already experienced something similar once from a dagger in the Demon Tower. The weapon of an unknown civilization contains the power of a monarch, which emits a terrifying energy capable of defeating anyone. The system notified that unknown space was isolating Adam from his original world. The main character also lost contact with the constellation that granted divine power. It was all similar to the space he had found himself trapped in by the Virgin. Suddenly a voice from the darkness called him, and he realized that it was someone he knew. As he turned around, something hit him and confused him. It was the same mighty monster Baron. He struck Adam several times, causing energy blood to flow from his mouth. The Baron was sure that this skill could make any creature absolutely helpless. This skill brings out all the memories that you would most like to forget. The main character's strength is fading, so resistance is impossible. The Baron called Libra and asked for cooperation. Giselle wanted to use Adam as a vessel for resurrection. She wanted to take away from the young man all the last strength he had left. When Adam started arguing with her, the girl launched a beam of Libra energy into his face. The Baron did not understand how Adam could so easily give up and hang his head. Even in his youth, Adam was asked if he really liked these 12 holy constellations. He answered with absolute certainty that he was crazy about them. The young protagonist believed that the 12 constellations were cool because they saved all of humanity. In his opinion, if all the saints combine their powers, they will be able to defeat even more monsters. Adam suggested to his friends to forget about this conversation and go to the department store to have lunch. After some time, he was scared to death by the events that were happening. The store was completely destroyed, and the remains of his friends lay on the floor. The TV announced that a department store in Central Seoul had been attacked by a disaster. The main character watched as one of the monsters finished off his comrade. At that time, young Adam could do nothing about it and blamed himself for it all his life. This is why the protagonist hated disasters and saints, because they did not protect his friends that day. After looking at the memories of the past, Giselle understood why Adam hated her and the other saints. She believed that the protagonist's anger would never surpass her divine power. The girl wanted to absorb the power of Ophiuchus in order to be resurrected. However, the system notified that the difference in divine power between Libra and Ophiuchus was too great to be absorbed. After this, the system showed that the power of Ophiuchus was much higher than the power of Libra. Suddenly, the girl raised her head and saw the Ophiuchus clock above her. Suddenly, Ophiuchus himself appeared near her, and the girl thought she was going crazy. She did not understand how such divine power could belong to Adam and be greater than her own. It turns out that this is not the full power, as Adam received a penalty, and his abilities are locked for a while. This clock counted down the seconds until the end of the main character's penalty. At the end of this time, Adam dealt Giselle a powerful blow of his energy. His power is capable of crushing anyone who stands in his way. When Adam hit the girl, the Baron appeared next to him again. When the city was covered in blue energy, people realized that the battle was not over yet. Alex and Kevin realized that an unknown space hung over them, which Perio had unfolded. They assumed that their friend Adam was trapped inside this space. Suddenly the space split and the great power of Adam burst forth from within. Having dealt with the Saint of Libra, the protagonist decided to continue the fight with the Baron. When the monarch rushed at the protagonist, he was able to stop the blow with just one finger. After that, he decided to give his enemy one small gift. The next moment, he thrust a sharp sword into the Baron's chest, creating a bright energy around himself. It turned out that it was not just a sword, but a dagger by the power of the monarch. It was with this dagger that Adam was stabbed in the Demon Tower. According to the hero, it was created by the monarch whom the Baron adored. The system notified that the power of Ophiuchus was filling the dagger. Giselle, who was still alive, watched what was happening. She couldn't understand how Adam managed to resist the monarch's power. When the girl saw the Baron's death, she tried to gather herself back into her body, but she failed. Adam wanted to return all the pain to the saints and deities for not making him suffer in his youth. At that moment, the system activated and reported that Adam had absorbed the power of the Libra Saint. This was exactly the revenge of the main characters towards Libra. By this act, the Saint of Libra will be destroyed to absorb her power. The girl could not come to terms with the fact that she would simply disappear from the face of the earth. She would like to fulfill her contract and summoned a statue of Libra in the sky. She believed that without support, Adam would not be able to fight her and turn into a pancake. Viewers discovered that the Libra Palace had completely changed its appearance due to Adam's energy. Soon the system notified that Adam had managed to recreate the palace using a certain skill. Adam became a true deity and acquired the skill of a constellation deity. After a moment, the main character woke up and saw the Baron's throne in front of him. As expected, the same commander who had been finished off in that battle was sitting on it. The Baron reported that preparations on his part were complete. Behind the Baron stood Libra, safe and sound. Then the girl announced that this time she would definitely be able to get rid of the snake's owner. The Baron doubted this, since Adam, even before he became a saint, had destroyed all the demons in the tower. Ophiuchus has a divine status that surpasses that of the general. Giselle couldn't believe that Adam was stronger than any general. Then Libra suggested crushing Adam with the power of Libra and 6 other constellations. In addition, her factions discovered Red-Eye, who was buried at sea. The main character realized that he was in the memories of the Saint of Libra. The Baron decided to help Giselle and agreed to send her the Ghost Knights under her command. In conclusion, he said that they would meet at the Demon Tower after Adam's defeat. Adam, absorbing the power, also took Giselle's memory. Then in my memories I saw young Kaylee, who was attached to her parents. The young lady was in complete admiration of Mr. Adam and his heroism. However, she didn't like that Eve was constantly hanging around Adam. That is why Kaylee also decided to go to the main character to talk to him face to face. She wanted to do it as soon as possible since her mother would soon be fighting Adam. The protagonist assumed that Kaylee was another Libra child. The subsequent memory included a phrase that Adam must be eliminated once and for all. Libra had no doubt that this time she would definitely be able to complete what she started. However, the other constellations needed guarantees not to get involved in the fight just like that. From the conversations of the saints, the main character learned that 20 years ago it was Giselle who planned his murder. Just in case, for any outcome of events, the girl recruited a general from an unknown civilization. Everyone believed that even Adam could not do anything with the power of the monarch. That's exactly how 20 years ago and now everyone wanted to get rid of Adam and was constantly doing something. Suddenly the main character came to his senses from a familiar voice calling him by name. All his family and friends were around him, including Scorpio and Derek. According to his comrades, Adam fell from a high tower on his own due to the joy of victory. The tower, which was built on the site of the sanctuary of Libra, became the second sanctuary of Ophiuchus. The main character announced to his comrades that from now on he would be pursued by monks from the constellation. Kevin didn't understand why the saints had no reason to chase Adam before. However, the reason was clear. Ophiuchus is a zodiac that has 2 deities. To be continued, dear YouTube viewer. If you liked the video, be sure to write about it in the comments and like it. If you are active enough, I in turn will definitely make a sequel. Thanks for watching.